Hello, good morning and welcome to Spa-Francorchamps for the second race of the FIA World Endurance Championship 2026 and for the 15th visit of the World Endurance Championship to this awesome racetrack. We are high in the forest of Belgium's Ardennes, and on the most beautiful day, would you want to be anywhere else? Well, this is the second round of the championship that started just 3 weeks ago at Imola in Emilia-Romagna, and as has been the case for decades, it is the final warm-up race before the big one, the 24 Hours of Le Mans on the longest weekend in June. We then go to South America, to Sao Paulo, Brazil, and then we visit the Lone Star State in Austin, Texas, before heading towards the end of the season in Fuji in Japan, and then in the Gulf states. Air temperature up to 19 degrees, track temperature already 33 degrees. And Anthony, that's going to make this place even more of a challenge.
It's great to be back here in Spa-Francorchamps, and looking forward to these 6 hours, 7-kilometre circuit, clockwise of course. We're going to take a look at some of the important sectors and corners on this track. Obviously, we've got Eau Rouge and Radion as you work your way up the hill of around 50 metres elevation gain. It's not easy flat by any stretch of the imagination in a sports car, whether it's a GT or a hypercar. Then you've got the top of the hill, probably the best overtaking spot on the track into Le Combe, turn 5, 6 and then 7, and then it takes you back down the hill through turn 8, through Pouhon at turn 10, 11, and you get to sector 3. You got Blanchimont turn 17 that leads you towards the final bus stop chicane, another potential overtaking spot today. So I can't wait to see all the action unfold.
The voice of world champion Anthony Davidson here in the booth, a 3-time winner on this track in 2 different classes, 2 of the 5 that we've had racing here over the years. Also delighted to be joined in the booth by Graham Goodwin, sports car ace. And Graham, in our LMGT3 category, as always, expecting a hugely tight battle. This is the crew that line up in 9th place, with Manthey having a good success rate on this track.
They do, but they're looking for a turnaround. Huge Shonak there on the grid with Canizzo and Coletta, the head of the Ferrari program, Alex Wirtz. As always here, advising, and Philippe Senior. What dramas lie ahead in this race during this season and beyond for Philippe? Esteban Masson also there, a star of today and certainly of tomorrow. All sorts of names and faces, and the Belgian national flag presented in flags in the grandstand on the start-finish straight. 8th on the grid, though, Martin, this Iron Lynx Mercedes-AMG.
Yeah, Martin Berry, the Australian, will start that car, sharing with Rui Andrade, who spent the last several years racing in Corvettes. He's still adapting to the nature of this Mercedes, but like Martin Berry when he first arrived, he said it's a very forgiving driver's car.
Yeah, he put some good laps in, didn't he, did Rui Andrade, but it wasn't enough in the AMG. Looks like he hasn't quite got the speed this weekend, at least in qualifying, but obviously the race is a very different thing. Sean Gallel always enjoys his time at any racetrack.
Excellent stuff with Darren Young there. Great to say. Ben Keating here again this weekend. He was here in Imola, still recovering from that elbow injury.
Winning team last time out in LMGT3, the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. They start in 7th place. François Heriot, Simon Mann and Alessio Relfera, their 3rd driver. We've been upgrading our pronunciation of Alessio's name. So, yeah, this is a car very much to watch out for. They were really off the boil in Imola. It just is not a track, ironically, being the closest one to Ferrari that doesn't suit them. But this one does suit them much better. The BMWs, Darren Leung, Sean Gallel and Augusto Farfus there. Darren Leung runs Augusto Farfus's daughter in Ginetta Juniors, so they're not just teammates, they are also working together with Augusto's young daughter Vicky to build her racing career in the UK, and like everybody here and at BMW, remembering Alex Zanardi, who we lost a few days ago. Well, let's hear from Akkodis ASP's Adrien David.
record for Hadrian David. Qualifying here at Spa, it seems to be a speciality of yours. Race winning goes well here too. What was it like to put your car on pole yesterday?
It felt great, honestly. I'm very happy with the lap. I'm very happy with the job that we did as a team. My teammates were good in free practices. I learned a lot from Esteban, who is the gold driver this weekend. And yeah, we did a great job in qualifying. We know it's going to be tough today with the tire degradation, especially because it has never been so warm since we came here. So yeah, we will try to stay in the lead as long as possible and hope that the day will be less than expected.
Since Imola didn't go as planned as far as the championship is concerned, the goal here this weekend is to only win, yes?
Definitely, but like every weekend, in Imola we unfortunately couldn't fight for the win as we had an early mechanical issue. This weekend we hope it will be fine, and if it is, we will fight until the end for the win. We have our chance, definitely. The car is fast. We have a great top speed on the paper. Let's see if it's the same in the race.
Only good luck for you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, they need reliability in those cars because they definitely have speed. Jackie Ickx, the Le Mans legend and the ambassador for Genesis Magma Racing, thoroughly enjoying being back home here on the grid in Belgium. Fifth in our LMGT3 qualifying order, Sebastian Gattuso and Gianmarco Leverata. They share this car with ex-F1 driver Logan Sargent, who's bringing himself up to endurance racing speed. Graham, ready for Ford's Hypercar program to arrive.
And yeah, we had Dan Sayers from the Hypercar group in the booth for FP3 yesterday. That is ramping up nicely. We're told to expect more news on the program at Le Mans, and then the car will hit the track for the first time in testing in August.
Stefano Gattuso is the driver who will start that car. Almost all of these cars will be started by their bronze-graded driver, Petro Umbrarescu, the Romanian driver, in 87. Now, the other car, Hadrian David's car, didn't leave the pit lane after the first stop. Theirs did, but stopped out on track. And they were telling me this morning, in fact, it had ripped the centre out of the clutch. So a very unusual failure, which they think they have addressed. So both the Codis ASP Lexuses have got the pace. Not everybody who's at the sharp end of the grid necessarily reflects the pace in their car. Sebastian Bourdais looking as focused as ever, as some of our other drivers are getting ready to take the start. Is this going to be another day for Cadillac, another win outright for the Hertz Team Jota? Third on the grid, another of the Ford Mustangs. Eric Powell, the bronze driver, shares with Ben Tuck and Seb Prio, whose mum and dad are here. So Andy Prio,
absolutely,
former Ford driver as well.
Eric Powell putting the car into hyperpole. Ben Tuck getting the business done and getting the Ford right up at the sharp end here. We'll hope to be keeping it out of trouble.
And Robert Kubica busy chewing the fat with some of his hypercar rivals at the pointy end of the grid as we get to the front of our LMGT3 field. And this is Heart of Racing's Aston Martin, the better of the two Astons on the outside, the front row of the grid. Ian James, Zach Robichon, the Canadian, and the British-born US domiciled team boss of Heart of Racing. So close to pole position, but just denied in the final stages of qualifying by Tom van Rompuy, not this year in a Corvette as he has been for the previous two seasons, but in the number 78 Lexus. So they, again, hoping for some luck here.
Yeah, I mean, Tom was in that drop zone on the bubble, wasn't he, for half the session, but they couldn't get it done behind him. I think he was probably more surprised than anybody to find himself still in it at the end. But Lexus here on pole after disaster at Imola. They're going to be looking to do what they can do to put yet more success under the wheels of the old lady, the RCF GT3.
And that is the first point for the team this season. Well, there is the man who was quickest of all in qualifying, Marty Jakobsen. But Anthony Davidson, that car actually has a little bit of a handicap going into this race.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later on. We're talking tyres. You've got the Goodyear branded tyre here for the LMGT3s, and it's just the one compound. You've got the wet tyre, of course. I mean, we are in Spa at the end of the day, so maybe we will see the blue liveried wet weather tyres, but I doubt it. All signs so far point to the fact it'll be on the dries. And we can hear from Malte Jakobsen now in the car 94.
It's hard to believe that it's taken this long in the World Endurance Championship for a Danish driver to claim the overall pole position, but it was Malte Jakobsen who got it done. Malte, yesterday, the spin to the pole position, you became the Cinderella story. What was that flying lap like behind the wheel of the Peugeot?
It was unbelievable, and I think, first of all, I want to thank a lot the team and obviously Loic and Theo also for giving me the opportunity to do this qualifying. I think as a driver competing in the World Championship, there is a lot of very exciting tracks, obviously, that we go to visit around the year, but this one, probably a part of Le Mans, is probably the qualifying of the year that you really want to do, because to drive this hypercar with the low fuel, the new tires, it's one of the best feelings you can get in a race car.
You've got your family here for the race this weekend as well, but now the conditions are warmer than it's been. How do you think the car is going to hold up over the entirety of a stint as opposed to just one lap?
It's going to be very interesting to see the whole field, you know, what tire strategy people will decide to go for, because obviously, yes, I agree, right now it's the hottest it's been during the whole week, but also the race is going to finish at 8 o'clock tonight, close to sunset, so it's also going to be very demanding the last 2 hours to have a car that's quick, so it's going to be very interesting to see what people will plan out, but we will stay focused, and, you know, Loic is going to take the start from the best possible position, so we hope he can stay here for a couple of laps, and then we'll see after that when the race settles down.
He's already got a win at Spa in the European Le Mans Series. Let's see if Malte Jakobsen can add his name to the 41 other drivers who have gotten their first World Endurance Championship win here at Spa.
Shea Stato Adam with yet another humdinger. Well, there you can see Peugeot preparing after Graham Good and what has been a really strong qualifying for the French team and also for their French rivals Alpine.
Yeah, well, it is, as we look at images from earlier in the paddock and beyond, it is the first pole position for Peugeot in a World Championship since 1992, and for it to be done by their young gun, Malte Jakobsen, a real product, by the way, of the sports car racing ladder, that marks another bit of progress in this modern era of the sports. And with Theo Porsche, pretty much identical age to Malte, it's a really young team at the moment at Peugeot. Great to see young talent coming through as well as established stars from all around the motorsport firmament.
Peugeot's young lions. See what I did there? So the tyre choices this weekend from Michelin for Hypercar are the soft and the medium. Temperatures now over 11 or 12 degrees, Anthony Davidson, higher than at any other time that these cars have been on track. So it seems unlikely anybody's going to dive into the soft pile. I imagine everybody will start on a medium.
And maybe you've got car 51 here. They didn't make it through to the top 10, that all-critical Hyperpole session. So real surprise to see them not make it through. You had 2 out of the 3 Works Ferraris not make it through to Hyperpole. So that was a real turn up for the books. The 2 Toyotas not in there either. Will these hotter conditions favour the likes of Toyota and Ferrari, though? That's yet to be seen in these temperatures.
Well, the Genesis Magma Racing boys were relatively happy this morning. They felt they got quite a lot of the performance out of the car during qualifying. Danny Hunkadea saying we're in a little bit of a better place than we expected to be with the car early on. It has shown promise. They had a technical issue with the 17 car for a couple of laps when we were in Imola on their debut. But since then, the cars have run very nicely. And the new car waiting for the chance to really fulfill its promise. So drivers lined up on the grid with their cars as we continue with our pre-race ceremony. And we will, in a moment or two, have the Belgian national anthem.
Belge qui sera chanté par Alia Lukunku.
Noble Belgique, ô mère chérie, à toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, ô patrie. Nous le jurons tous, tu vivras toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté, aura pour devise immortelle le roi, Gesetz zum König und die Freiheit hoch. Le roi, la loi, la liberté. Le roi, la loi, la liberté.
Vos applaudissements et les drapeaux, s'il vous plaît.
Fabulous rendition of the Belgian national anthem. Clear as a bell. Absolutely gorgeous. What a day to be in Spa-Francorchamps. When we arrived on at the beginning of the week, it was raining cats and dogs, fog, cold, and even this morning it was 4 degrees leaving our hotel, Anthony Davidson. But now the temperatures 33 degrees and climbing, nearly 34 degrees of track temperature, still a relatively clear blue sky. That track temperature is going to definitely affect how these cars are handling. You talked about the 51 Ferrari not making it through into Hyperpole. Neither did last year's Le Mans winners, the 83 car. So neither Toyota, neither Ferrari having a good qualifying run.
Yeah, it was probably the surprise of qualifying, wasn't it? It's great to see Peugeot take their first pole position, of course, but I think no one was prepared for the works Ferrari as well. 2 out of the 3, like you say, not making it through into Hyperpole, along with the 2 Toyotas. We got the Alpine crew there, just briefly saw on screen. What can they do today? Mike Conway gets a shake of the hand by his teammate, Ryo Hirakawa. And yeah, Conway sits in car number 7. Another one of those cars that, you know, they were so competitive in Imola, but at the moment, this weekend, nowhere to be seen.
Last year they qualified really poorly here. They had a much better race. I'm not quite sensing the same confidence in the Toyota team. It is an updated car. It's got a new aerodynamic package. It looks very different. The 20 BMW, again, upgraded from last year. Neither BMW made much of an impression in qualifying. These guys only 11th place on the grid. René Rast will start. It could be a tough race for them. Their teammates only just in front in 10th spot. And again, a little thought for the late, great Alex Zanardi, a BMW driver for so many years, part of the family for a long while. 5-minute ball being shown on the grid, so cars must be no longer worked on. All your tyres on the car must be on the road at this stage. That's not an issue since the tyre trolleys are all being wheeled away now. And we're into the top 10 of our hypercar field. And this is the second best placed of the Peugeots. And again, Paul de Resta will start from Stoffel van Dorn, for Stoffel van Dorn. And de Resta with the opportunity, but in the middle of the pack, it's quite an awkward place to be starting, isn't it?
It's over half a second away from that of their teammate car, the sister car of 94, Malte Jakobsen's impressive pole position. So they've got a bit of work to do today, but the car definitely has the speed in it. Be interesting to see what de Resta can do, particularly in the opening laps of this race.
The 50 Ferrari, the only one of the trio of 499Ps that made it through into Hyperpole. Miguel Molina will start that. Antonio Fuoco did the qualifying laps, but even he wasn't entirely happy with the speed he'd got out of the car.
Louis Delatraz is a bit of a super sub this weekend, but the good news is that you are back in a familiar place. Cadillac, Spa, does it get any better than this?
It's awesome to be here. I'm super happy. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota has always been an amazing team. I've raced against them often, and to be part of it together with Will and Norman, I mean, it's great. I think we had a good show at it today, and I'm really enjoying myself on track this weekend. So yeah, super happy.
Good luck and have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think he will definitely have fun enjoying himself there. And Alex Lynn, the team are hopeful, will be back fit and ready for Le Mans. 7th, both of the Aston Martin Valkyrie hypercars making it into Hyperpole. Harry Tincknell shares this car with Tom Gamble. And again, only 2 drivers in the Aston Martins. They're the only hypercar team who have a 2-driver lineup, Anthony.
Yeah, they could be even more competitive, we're hearing, in race trim compared to quali. So watch out for them.
And they'll be easy to spot with their bright green Aston Martin livery, and easy to hear as well, the normally aspirated Cosworth-designed V12 engine. Marco Sorensen starts from 6th position in the 009 Aston. And both he and Harry Tincknell really got to hurry up in qualifying, but it's their race pace that could be the revelation here. Into the top 5 then, and Hertz Team Jota. The Cadillac of Earl Bamber, Sebastian Bourdais and Jack Aitken. This will be part of their Le Mans lineup, and they're going for a 3-driver crew again, having just raced with 2 in Imola in both of the Caddies. So trying to get that full Le Mans team feel working here before you actually get to France next month.
Here's an interesting one. Another team to look out for, very much so. They could be potential winners. This could be the winning car that you're looking at today. They were quick last year, finished 3rd place overall, fought the Ferraris all the way to the end. I'm really intrigued to see what both Alpines can do here this time. They've been well inside the top 5 every single session we've had so far this weekend. But another one to look at there, Will Stevens in the number 12. We'll get to him later on, because here's number 35 in 3rd place. So the 2 Alpines looking very racy. If they can stay out of trouble in their opening laps, I really expect great things from them today.
Yeah, they've locked out row 2 of the grid, the only all-team lockout in Hyperpole, in a hypercar. So the Alpines will start 3rd and 4th. And in front of them will be the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota entry, started by Will Stevens. Norminato Louis Delatraz, super sub, joining the lineup here this weekend. And alongside them at the front of the field, for the first time in World Championship history since the 90s, it is Peugeot. Paul Di Resta starting their 2nd car, but Loic Duval starts their 1st car. And if you watched the race in Imola last year, you'll know that Loic Duval does not like being overtaken.
So something very special for the green flag here. There's going to be a lot of people very jealous indeed. You see exactly what that is.
Cars on the grid here at Spa-Francorchamps, waiting to be waved away on the first of 2 formation laps before the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And waving the flag is
a lucky fan.
It's
a fan selected from the grandstand for this purpose. That's our event director, Cedric Viat. This young lady was expected to watch the start of this race from the stands.
Instead of which, she will be watching it from the best position possible, right amongst the officials. That's a really nice idea. I love that little bit of coordination. Nobody knew, it's not a lottery. Nobody knew coming in who was going to be chosen.
I've never seen him look so jealous.
You came 2nd in the poll, that's the problem.
I come 2nd in every poll. Not even the best voted Martin in my house. So the cars weaving their way away. 17 hypercars, 18 LMGT3 machines.
A little bit of a splutter there from the 32 BMW getting away, but it's got away fine now.
So it is Peugeot and Cadillac on row 1 of the grid, Loic Duval starting ahead of Will Stevens, and then the Alpines, Ferdy Habsburg and Fred Makovici. Earl Bamber and Marco Sorensen on row 3 of the grid. On row 4, 7th and 8th, Harry Tincknell and Miguel Molina. The 2nd of the Peugeots ahead of the 2 BMWs, Paul Di Resta from Kevin Magnussen, and then René Rast ahead of the better Toyota of Mike Conway. Phil Hansen's 83, the yellow Ferrari with Danny Cadea and the Genesis Magna car beside him. And then we have the 2nd of the factory Ferraris, Antonio Giovinazzi, as we get into our Acodis ASP pole sitter in LMGT3. It starts ahead at the heart of racing, Aston Martin. Behind is the best of the Fords. And then the best of the BMWs, Darren Leung in 23rd position, ahead of last year's winner in 24th spot, the 21 Ferrari. Moving on down the order, the better of the Corvettes is the Racing Team Turkey car, McLaren's Garage 59 entries, not featuring as strongly in qualifying as they had done in free practice. There is more pace in those McLarens than they showed in qualifying, and a disappointing 34th on the grid for the BMW, with the 35th car being that of Thomas Floor, the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. So everybody has safely left the grid, and Anthony Davidson, 2 formation laps, which we've had now for 3 seasons, so that everybody has the chance to heat their tyres.
Yeah, you don't have any tyre warmers, of course, in the World Endurance Championship for either category, Hypercar or LMGT3, so you'll see them weaving around a lot, desperately trying to get any kind of surface temperature, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem here today with the warmer temperatures. We're in uncharted territory now, because so far this week we haven't had anywhere near these kind of conditions, so I like that. Throws a bit of jeopardy into the mix, because they haven't had the chance to tune their cars around the inevitable balance change that you're going to get with warmer temperatures.
And there's been no morning warm-up, so they've had no chance to feel what's happened to the track. As an experienced prototype driver, where do you go now? The track temperature is higher. Do you start to look at just playing with tyre pressures?
There's a lot of driver input that can come into this. You've got to be aware of where the balances migrate into as you get deeper into your stint. And you've got to be on top of it very quickly with the controls that you have, the tools that play on the wheel that you can make adjustments to. Things like your brake bias, for example, the traction control that the cars have, can actually have quite a big impact on your balance as you go through into the stint. As your fuel depletes, you will also get a change of balance, and quite often when the track starts to rubber in more, it'll go from being more rear limited to a bit more neutral based, or even front limited by the end of the race. And there's a lot that you can do behind the wheel to influence that, and you've got to be on top of it to not overdrive your car, especially in the opening laps of the race, because the tyres have a memory and they will remember if you hurt them.
This is very true. This is very true. Loic Duval leads the field then for Peugeot ahead of Will Stevens, and this is a great view on board if you are an Aston Martin fan. Marco Sorensen and Harry Tingle 6th and 7th. There's the man who set pole position. What a confidence booster it is for Malte Jakobsen. He was Peugeot's reserve driver, then he was put into the team last season, and now he has outpaced everybody in his squad.
There is a but, though, isn't there? You touched on this earlier on. We didn't have enough time to talk about it when they were on the grid because we were racing through the cars, but Jakobsen had a spin. Looked fairly innocent. He didn't touch anything. It was a bit of a half spin, actually, on the top of the hill at Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and they changed that set of tyres because he had flat spotted them. And he went on to get pole position. All good. No. You are allocated a certain amount of tyres in the World Endurance Championship, and you have to use those same tyres that you qualified on into the race. Hyperpole is different. That's an extra set of tyres on board, on top of everything. So forget those ones. But that set in qualifying on the knockout round where he spun, that is part of his allocation, and therefore the 94 Peugeot's allocation for this 6-hour race today, where you only get 18 individual tyres to see you through it. They're now at least one down out of that 4 that he had, or maybe 3 or 4 down, I don't know, but
okay, well,
a lot were damaged.
Looking good. We have a good car today, so let's have a good race, please. Let's have a good race.
That was Will Stevens, engineer. Will is looking very focused. We saw him on the grid. Would expect the guys to be pretty much in race mode, but something about his demeanour.
And don't forget that Will is the driver that put that car second on the grid. It wasn't Loic Duval that got pole position yesterday, so I'm really intrigued to see how Will's natural speed round here. He's been so quick all weekend. Didn't quite topple Malte Jakobsen's pole position, but it was very close. So he is properly fired up to try and get past Loic Duval, I'm sure, as soon as he can.
2 or 3 of these manufacturers at the sharp end, certainly looking racy. And then we've got the story that is both Ferrari and Toyota, not where we would have expected them to be. But Martin coming to the end of the second formation lap. And it's about to get very real very quickly.
Lights are off on the safety car, so the drivers have been asked to form up in side-by-side formation to close the gaps between the rows. This is a great view from the roof of Loic Duval's pole-sitting Peugeot. There's the Cadillac alongside it, as we ride third on the grid with Ferdi Habsburg, his own teammate Fred Makovici alongside him. And for the Alpines, this is perhaps the most potentially difficult bit of the race. They're both going for the same bit of tarmac. They're both going to try and inveigle their way through into the lead. They must avoid hitting each other as much as anybody else. So 17 hypercars, behind them 18 LMGT3s, with Peugeot on pole for the first time since 1992 for a World Championship race. We are getting ready to go green here in Spa-Francorchamps. The 6 hours, round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. As the lights, it's a long hold. Away we go green, and Loic Duval makes a good start from Will Stevens. The two Alpines side by side, door handle to door handle. Then Earl Bamber inside Marco Sorensen. Bamber coming alongside the second of the Alpines. He's looking for fourth place beside Fred Makovici. Mako's on the inside, down to Eau Rouge. The better of the Aston Martins is there, but the second car, Marco Sorensen, dropped back a couple of spots. He's been jumped by the BMWs. It's side by side for the lead. Will Stevens, with the added advantage of the slipstreaming Ferdi Habsburg behind him, takes the lead up to Les Combes. It is Will Stevens in the Hertz Team Cadillac ahead of Loic Duval. We ride on board with Ferdi Habsburg in third, and still cars weaving around, twitching under braking and under full throttle. The tyres still not quite where they need to be on this opening lap.
Yeah, Di Resta in the number 93 Peugeot getting stuck in there in between the Valkyries. It was a pretty poor getaway for 007 and gets overtaken by the number 83 Ferrari through turn 9 as well. Cannot get the temperature into the tyres, it looks like, for poor old Harry Tincknell. He's really in the thick of it here, and then loses another position into Pouhon by the BMW that slips by.
Yeah, that was René Rast going past him in car number 20. Ahead of him before that was Phil Hansen, so Tincknell maybe got a little bit of dirt on the tyres offline, trying to defend, but he has dropped back 1, 2, 3, 4 positions. And look at the Toyotas making no headway at all. Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari has yet to get by the Genesis Magna racing car of Danny Hunkadea. And in LMGT3, it was a clean start, Graham.
It was a clean start. There might have been a little bit of rubbing, and there's on the Lexus, second Lexus in through the gravel, loses a position to the 88 Ford, the 87 Lexus RCF, but maybe a little bit of elbows out on the exit of La Source. But other than that, a good clean start in both classes.
Tom Van Rompuy leads in the 78 Lexus from the blue Ford of Eric Powell and the Harter Racing, the blue Aston of Ian James, as the leaders are already across the line for the first time. And Andy Davidson, Will Stevens has to make the most of this. He's got one more lap after this, and then they're in traffic for the rest of the 6 hours.
He's got a longer circuit. Takes a little bit longer to catch the slower cars. That won't be on their mind just yet, but it was a good, clean getaway, as Graham said. The Aston Martin, though, really got a bit bulked behind some other cars on the run down towards Eau Rouge and Rayon. And that's where they lost a few positions and lost momentum, more critically, up the hill towards Les Combes. And that's where Will Stevens judged it brilliantly well versus Loic Duval's number 94 Peugeot and slipped through. Here we are now, back at the front of the pack.
Can't shake off Loic Duval, can he? He's got clear air, Will Stevens, but the cars behind him are slowing him down. They're sucking up the draft behind him, and they're towing up behind him, which slows him down as well.
Well, now that Will has gained that track position, he's now gone into that tyre management mode that I was talking about before. So he's going to manage this gap. He probably realizes he hasn't quite got the car speed just to naturally pull away from the gaggle behind them. They've been too competitive all week, but I think they're really evenly matched. So he's got to play this wisely right now, and you don't want to go doing unnecessary damage while your tyres are still a bit on the cold side. We understand that this could be as well the Valkyrie's Achilles heel. It's very kind on its tyres, and therefore naturally will inevitably lose perhaps a few positions on the opening lap. It's a bitter pill to swallow now, but it will pay dividends later on.
It also carries more fuel to the grid, so it starts as a heavier car.
Non-hybrid, yeah.
Yeah.
Watching this 34 Corvette of Saliolic, the silver, of course, he's the only silver to have started the race, up to 5th from 10th. It was the one car I had a question about in terms of qualifying position, Did he stay within the grid hatchings? We'll see soon enough, but it's been a blinding start in terms of positions gained from Sally. 5 position gain on the very first lap.
It was in very good form this morning in the autograph session. It was sunny, the pit lane was absolutely rammed with humanity. Why wouldn't you be? Will Stevens leading from Loic Duval, and Stevens with the fastest final sector on that lap. Earl Bamber, his teammate, fastest middle sector. Fastest first sector of the lap was from the 9th place Peugeot of Paul Di Resta. So it's not just the 94 car in second place that has got paced. Paul Di Resta's 93 car has as well. And the gaps are starting to grow a fraction. Stevens back to Duval, then the first of the Alpines, Habsburg. Fred Makovici in the second has got a little bit of company, as has Phil Hansen in the yellow Ferrari, because René Rast is right with him. Here's our lead battle in LMGT3. Tom van Rompuy with Eric Powell right in his tow. And for Powell, this is great news, because he's got nobody in the mirrors, Graham.
He's got nobody in the mirrors, and he's brand new to the FIA World Endurance Championship this year. He's, I think, believed on one test here before this race weekend, and this is an absolutely storming run from him at the beginning of this race.
Now, what he didn't tell us yesterday is that it snowed on the day of the test here, so everybody, it was pretty much a write-off. But yeah, this is a very new track to him, still new to the championship, new to the car, so excellent work from here. There's the 27 Harter Racing Aston Martin.
That car, by the way, with Francois Heriot having made a great start. He's looking for a way by the Aston Martin, bottled up behind as these two cars in the lead of the class get away and get away quickly.
And that's what Francois Heriot is seeing. Beyond the Aston Martin of Ian James in third place, he can see clear air. The leaders are getting away. Either hurry up or let me through. Obviously, Ian James is trying to hurry up, and he really doesn't want to let the Ferrari through. Leaders are back at the bus stop again for the third time. Will Stevens ahead of Loic Duval, Ferdy Habsburg and Fred Makovici in the 2 blue Alpines, then the second gold car of Earl Bamber, then the better of the BMWs, car number 15, that's Kevin Magnussen, always aggressive, likes this circuit. Magnussen loves an overtake. I'm surprised we haven't seen his nose inside Bamber's car already.
But Bamber's looking pretty fast himself, isn't he? And got his eyes firmly set on the Alpine in front. So, yeah, one of the Jotas out in front, leading the race with Stevens. And that number 38 caddy, Jota, is looks like could definitely match the speed of the Alpine. So that's good news. I think, yeah, at the moment, Cadillac look like they might just about have the quickest car. But intrigued to see what Duval can do later on in this stint.
This might be the biggest lead I think we've ever seen in an LMGT3 race in WEC. These two pulling away quite quickly now from Ian James in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, 3 seconds up now, this pair. Let's have a look at the start and watch Sally Jonic from 10th position. As he came past me, he'd gone to the inside. He didn't do it, did he? He didn't do it before the start line. He did it straight after. So clean start from the Turkish driver.
Yeah, that red and black Corvette right in the middle, little red Corvette. Well, he didn't pick up anything at the apex. The Manthey Bend Porsche. Oh, that's the 21 Ferrari of Francois Heriot.
On the 88 Ford.
Yeah.
It's like a butterfly hitting a block of flats, isn't it, really? And then that's encounter.
And that was Sally Jolic's view. He actually gained on the 91 DK Engineering Porsche and then lost to it on board with Fingersitz, Ferdy, Benji Goethe and...
That's Alex West, I believe,
Alex West's car, yeah, the second in the McLarens, the one with the blue highlights. The two McLarens still quite a long way back down the order.
Oof, we didn't see that, did we, in the early part of the race? That was the 91 car running wide.
Brave move to try and go around the outside there, but you were never really going to be given the room, but he was definitely had the door slammed firmly in his face.
That was James Cottingham in the 91 car. So leaders again at the line. And Will Stevens just 6/10 ahead of Loic Duval. A car lengthened a little bit. There's really not much in it. No spreading out of the field yet. And then to your right, as they come out of La Source, the LMGT3 cars are heading down through Pouhon, so they're still half a lap away.
So here is riding on board with the number 38, Jota Cadillac, up through Eau Rouge. Gets a good run there, now firmly in the slipstream, but the problem is you're in this train of cars, so the car in front of you is also in the slipstream of the one in front of him, so a little bit of lift and coast going on in towards Le Com as well, for good measure. But the Cadillac, to me, just riding on board here, looks like it's got a nice balance. It's doing exactly what Bamber wants.
Okay, we are happy with tire temperatures as they are, so to keep them where they are.
The incident, by the way, we just saw that attack on from Eric Powell on Van Rompuy. Now we got a drag race in front of the main stand by the pits. Powell just nose ahead, but the wrong line for La Source.
But if he sits back and lets Van Rompuy dive in deep, he can try and cut back underneath him, Anthony.
Van Rompuy got that one pretty well judged, and he wasn't allowing the switchback. But look at the straight line speed of that Mustang down towards Eau Rouge, and Radion, I think he's got the job done here, and he's through.
Oh, fantastic stuff. First ever race for Eric Powell at Spa. You could hear the grandstand responding to that. Door handle to door handle into Eau Rouge. What a good move. And you're right, I think the Ford, who was showing all the way from the start, it's the quicker of the two cars, and this is how it all happened.
He just had that momentum, didn't he? And a slightly better straight line speed saw him through. Van Rompuy judged that one perfectly in La Source. Nothing more he could have done. Well, look at that for a bit of bravery.
Fantastic stuff from Eric Powell, and Van Rompuy's now dropped back from the Mustang almost into the clutches of the Aston Martin behind. This field, by the way, in Hypercar, 2 gaps in the entire field over a second, and the ones that aren't as much as 1.1.
No. Now, the real question after qualifying was, what are the Ferraris that are out of position and the Toyotas that we think are out of position going to be able to do about it? And the answer is really not very much, because nobody's got speed in hand over anybody else. Look at this. They're all effectively within 1% of each other in terms of pace.
It's incredibly close on pace at the moment, isn't it? Okay, this is the early part of the race. Lots still to come as the cars get lighter as the track rubbers in. But this is spellbinding stuff.
That was quite interesting. Sorry, Mark. That was quite interesting, riding on board with car number 20 there, the BMWs. He rode up the hill on the Kemmel Straight, catching the Ferrari in straight line speed. So that's something to watch out for later on. If they get a bit like we saw the Ford there in GTs versus the Lexus, something to watch out for later.
In terms of tire energies compared to 50, you are equal on the rear. You're using a bit more on the front right.
So this is the kind of information that the teams can see on the pit wall, and that kind of info back to the drivers critical, because it helps the driver know what to do with corner entry speed, how much steering angle you use. We saw Rast there in the car number 20 just fighting the rear a little bit more through turn 12, and it's all those moments that you want to try to avoid, because it, like I said before, the tyres do remember what you do to them.
René Rast in that 20 BMW started 11th, is 11th. Kevin Magnussen started 10th, is 6th. He made up 4 places in the opening couple of laps. Sally Jolic under pressure from the 88 Ford Mustang now of Stefano Gattuso. So Gattuso, a bronze-graded driver, Jolic a silver-graded driver, and the Ford clearly has the pace to hunt the Corvette.
It's a classic battle, isn't it, side by side between the Ferrari and the second Cadillac now.
Yeah, so this is Miguel Molina on Earl Bamber. He's on the outside, Bamber with the inside line, and hangs on to 6th position for now. But now look who's in hunter-killer mode right behind. Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston. You can see it in the mirror.
And he's not there just because of this scrap between, and that's what happened. Ooh, a bit of contact between the number 38 and Kevin Magnussen and the number 15 BMW.
And that was Magnussen moving up to 5th from 10th on the grid. I told you he's got his elbows out. K-Mag now distancing himself from Bamber, who's now got to deal with the Ferrari, and also potentially the Aston Martin.
But I was going to say, before that scrap, the Aston Martin of Sorensen, who you picked out, Martin, he's just hanging on to the back of car number 50 the whole time. So he was there anyway. He wasn't, he didn't benefit from the fight going on in front of him. It just drew him a little bit closer than he already was.
Well, let's hear from the 50 Ferrari team.
We try to stay in his toe. It helps us with the energy to stay in his toe.
These are all the things, Anthony. Nursing the tyres, saving the energy. That's the race leader.
Trouble for the race leader, Eric Powell in the gravel. Now, what has happened there?
Well, that is down at Campus.
He was clear of
Van Rompuy.
Van Rompuy. So what has happened there?
He's... Oh.
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Leader, please slow down. We are under safety car. Leader, slow down. We're under safety car.
Yeah, safety car, because we're going to need to rescue him out of the gravel. He's gone a long way in, hasn't he?
Ben Tuck there, looking as you might expect.
Yeah, that is properly beach, not coming out from that one. Right, what happened here then? Oh no, just turned in on the gravel. He had a weird left side of the car.
Please cool down a little bit. I need some air to put the safety car between you and car 54.
Yeah, he just had a little bit of left-hand side of the tyre on the gravel when he turned in. And it's as easy done as that.
So that was Eduardo Freitas, we heard, by the way, just talking to the lead cars team to ask them to just ease off.
Because they were...
54, please overtake the safety car. Car 54, please overtake the safety car.
Yeah, they were almost on Thomas Floor's 54 Ferrari, the last car in LMGT3.
You may pick up the pace to grab the safety car. Leader, you may catch the safety car.
And what that saves us, by the way, with Eduardo doing that at this stage, is there'll be no reason for a pass around. So smart stuff from race control.
Be advised, we are sending heavy equipment at T15-16 to recover the car. We are sending heavy vehicles on the gravel track to remove that car.
Well, there you see a nice clean start from the field. Everybody running through their grid marks up to the start-finish line, and that's really important to keep that separation. Where's Kevin Magnussen around the outside, the red, white and blue of the BMW? So he made up, I think he made up a row.
Manager car 77, team manager car 77, please let us know if your car can rejoin.
Well, again, as we ride on board with 51 Ferrari, just trying to stay out of harm's reach and not pick up any yellow paint from Phil Hansen's car.
And that's the bit I saw. See the Aston losing momentum there, so it just got squeezed by the Ferrari.
All LMGT3 cars, once clear at T15, please pick up the pace.
And Magnussen continuing to pick up spots, but you're right.
All LMGT3 cars, once clear of T15, please pick up the pace.
And here's Will Stevens up the Kemmel Straight for the very first time of asking, going by Loic Duval.
Car 78, pick up the pace. Car 78, pick up the pace. All cars to follow car 78, please.
78 is our current LMGT3 race leader, Tom Van Rompuy, who started from pole.
Such a nice run that Will Stevens got up through Eau Rouge. And this was the view from the car behind those two, the Alpine. Just, you see the Cadillac, as soon as he got in front, moves over immediately to the right-hand side to protect the position.
Now, all of the cars in World Endurance, whether they're hypercars or LMGT3s, have to have lifting fixings in the roof. So we have a standard frame that all of these cranes use to lift them up. And the question there from Eduardo Freitas, the team manager, is if we put you back on the track, is it okay to start, or has he got a mechanical problem? What they're going to do is put him onto terra firma, so hopefully he'll be able to start up and drive back into the race. But unfortunately, Eric Powell has lost, or will have lost, probably a couple of laps by that stage.
Yeah, really, really unlucky. One of those marginal errors, isn't it? He is still a pretty inexperienced driver, but the plus side for Proton and for Ford, and for Eric Powell for that matter, boy, has he got some pace.
Well, there he's out of the car now, and that might be standard practice. He runs out a little wide, Anthony, and just two wheels on the gravel.
Yeah, probably flat-spotted a few of those tyres as well in the process. You saw it leave all those dark lines. They come from somewhere and create a few flat spots. So the car will be healthy enough to get going again if you can restart it, that is. And this is him desperately getting out under Marshall's orders. You've got to respect what they order you to do, and some drivers would argue it's safer to actually stay in the car, but under safety car conditions.
LMGT3 cars, well done so far at T15. That needs to slow down. We're still working there with the money too. We have a car, a driver, and the marshals there.
And the lights remain on the safety car, so we're definitely still going to be under safety car for next lap at least. And of course, during the safety car period, Anthony, for the first couple of laps, the pits remain closed.
Team manager car 77, your driver has left the car now. It seems that he's not interested in continuing.
Oh dear, yeah, there's a rule there. If you leave the car, if you walk away too far...
Okay, Will, you did a very good job on the energy, very good job on the tires. So yeah, all looking good.
Yeah, it's just pressure. I'm slightly concerned with how high.
Yeah, but they're going to drop in the second stint.
Couple of things. First of all, if he was told to get out by the marshals...
LMGT3s, once clear of T15, you're free to go and pick up the pack. LMGT3s, once you are clear of T15, you may increase the pace and pick up the pack.
The other factor is it's a certain distance away from the car.
30 metres, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it has changed over the years, so that might be one for the rule book. So safety car remains out, and as our leaders come across the line, you do see the LMGT3 field now joining up.
They have a little bit too much of compression in
safety car
Rédillon.
Picking up the pace.
They're coming there a little bit, and we have some kickback also on the power steering.
Kickback on the power steering in the compression at Eau Rouge Rédillon. Rédillon is the top of the hill, not top of the hill, top of the rise there, corner 4, where they always have problems cutting on the inside. Whereas Eau Rouge is the compression here. This named after a stream that runs underneath, and it's called Eau Rouge, red water, because it's got iron oxide rocks in it, and so the water does run a little red.
So a few things to pick up then, if we're not interrupted by radios and Eduardo
endlessly.
Yeah, endlessly. So obviously the driver has to follow the marshal's orders. If they did tell him to move to X spot, then he's still within reason to, he's listened to them, he wants to continue, but if he's helmet off and walked away from the car and he's making his way back to the pits, then yeah, then you're not allowed to rejoin, but the car is going, at least we can see on our circuit map.
Instructed to pick up the pace even more. Safety car instructed to pick up the pace even more.
All right, so they're trying to make sure that nobody drops tyre temperature dangerously low. So this is one of the jobs of safety car driver. It's not just swanning around in a nice car. You've actually really got to lean that Porsche on the door handles to get up to anything like an acceptable pace for a hypercar. And yeah, Eric Powell has got back into the car. I mean, he hadn't walked away, hadn't taken his helmet off. He's just come past us now, but he will be a good half a lap behind the field.
And 2 laps down.
Yeah, and 2 laps down. So a lot of work still to do in the afternoon to even get close to scoring a point for the 77 Proton competition car. But again, the heartening side of that coin is, boy, it's quick.
Wow.
And Eric Powell not afeared of having a lunge either, so
safety car lights are still on into the 3rd sector.
Safety car instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed.
Yeah, so the safety car is told by the race director, who we're hearing there, Eduardo Freitas, so they're not always just driving flat out, and some drivers will moan that the safety car is not being driven quickly enough. That's sometimes so that you can create a bigger gap. It's sometimes to help a wave around, a pass around. So the safety car can and should vary its speed under the orders of the race director as well. So right now, being told to drive full speed because we're gearing up to get going again. And that helps. We heard from Loic Devel saying my tyre temperatures feel low, the car's compressing a lot, I'm feeling that come through the steering, it's sort of bottoming out when I go through Eau Rouge particularly. So there are concerns to not let these temperatures drop too far, hence the safety car gets asked to speed up.
Don't forget, while we're under safety car, worth reminding you about our new platform for the FIA World Endurance Championship, FIA WEC Plus. You can Google it, of course, or you can go to plus.fiawec.com. You can sign up for a free account, and you can watch all sorts of streaming content, not just FP3, qualifying, hyperpole, and all of the races ad-free and uninterrupted, but lots of onboards, detailed telemetry as well. You can see the sort of timing screens that the teams will be watching on the pit walls, and a whole host of of other features. And for a subscription, you can watch every race of the championship in its entirety, live or on demand, ad-free. Still get me, I'm afraid, but there we go. So safety car remains out, and I would imagine that we are possibly close to going back to green. Everything in the recovery zone down at turn 15 should be back in position. And we have just one straggler, the 77 Ford, not in touch with the safety car queue. Everybody else in these fine weather conditions, hopefully keeping tyre temperature up nicely.
Okay, Will, I think there will be safety car in this lap. I will keep you updated, but think about your restart. Think about your restart.
Well, the good thing is that he doesn't have another Cadillac right with him. If you think back to Qatar last year in a safety car restart. There is the 77 Ford.
Gentle reminder, no overtaking before crossing the line.
So Will Stevens from Loic Duval, Cadillac and Peugeot. Then still the two blue Alpine of Ferdy Habsburg and Fred Makovic ahead of Earl Bamber and Miguel Molina. 009, the first of the green Valkyries, is Marco Sorensen, and he has Paul de Resta's Peugeot behind him. Then the yellow Peril, Phil Hansen in the 83 Ferrari, ahead of René Rast in the 20 BMW.
You mentioned Paul de Resta in the car 93. He sits directly behind.
Safety car is in the pit lane. Safety car is in the pit lane.
I think he's spoken more than we have this race so far.
I'm not giving him any of my fee.
You can talk us through the restart here as well if you want. So keep an eye on the Peugeot of 93, Paul de Resta behind the first of the Valkyries. We've seen the Valkyrie a little bit kinder on its tyres, maybe therefore slower to get temperature into them. De Resta will know that, so I'm keeping a check on him, and the Ferrari as well, car 50, right up there behind the Cadillac that it was fighting earlier on.
Well, it was, but look at the way that Earl Bamber has raced away down the hill away from the Ferrari, trying to latch onto the back of Kevin Magnussen's fifth place BMW.
But sometimes it's intentional. You build yourself a gap to then get into a better run through Rouge, but it's Bamber's on the move here. Watch out, he's going to go to the inside, perhaps on the BMW. No, he's got that covered.
Well, Magnussen half covers it off because he knows that Bamber is dangerously close there. Oh, Bamber could have had a good lunge for a top 5 spot. We ride on board with the Kiwi.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-car battle for this position. Will Stevens, though, a cracking restart from him, almost a full second up as he cleared the first timing sector.
Yeah, so it's both Cadillacs look pretty mighty on the restart, and from cold tyres, that's where they're really at their strongest. The McLaren gets very close, having to think about going on the inside through turn 7 there.
33 Corvette, that is the bronze car in 8th place now, and around the outside goes the 91 car of James Cottingham, trying to get by the McLaren of Antares Al. That's on our right-hand side, and he's completed the move. So Cottingham moves up to 10th, to 11th place in LMGT3, and behind the other McLaren is trying to go by.
Not over yet.
No, Antares Al back down the inside. There's contact. Look for the BMW to try and squeeze through. Johannes Ziegler. There's Elger, rather.
The problem is that the McLaren backed out of it a little bit too late, so there was the contact, so I don't think the stewards are going to look at that one too kindly.
It was Tony McIntosh in the 69 car. One other change, by the way, bad news, of course, for the 77 Ford, but the 88 has made a position up. Stefano Gattuso passing Sally Jolic. Possible debris at turn 5, we're hearing, Lekon.
Ooh, OK. That might have been a touch a little further back in the hypercar field. They're already coming past us and into La Source, the hairpin at the top of the hill.
Yeah, it was a great move by Cottingham around the outside of turn 8. That was really well judged and gave him the inside line for the following corner. But unfortunately, the touch in turn 10, that was a bit too tight, and like I say, a bit too late by, was it McIntosh in the McLaren.
Battle for 3rd place. You're just seeing the silver Ferrari of François Hériot ahead of the 88 Ford of Stefano Gattuso. Darren Leung just a couple of cars behind them. He's chasing Petru Umbrurescu, the grey and red of Lexus.
This is very close in both classes, isn't it? very even pace.
And so it should be. They've only just been released from behind the safety car.
But not a slow pace is the point. It was the same before we went to safety car. The gaps really had not come out other than, rather ironically, Eric Powell.
Here comes Gattuso in the 88 Ford, towing up behind Francois Heriot. Two bronze-graded drivers looking up the inside and sending the move nice and early, Anthony, trying to make sure it's not contested.
Exactly, that was a nice clean move, but once again, seeing a lot of pace in a straight line from the Mustang. The Ferrari's back there on the inside of turn 7. And I think just as we pulled away, no, he was able to hang on to that one.
Yeah, just letting it go round the outside. The Ferrari couldn't chase the throttle quite as early on the exit of the corner as the Ford. And Stefano Gattuso hangs on. Now we are receiving messages of an incident between Kevin Magnussen and Miguel Molina and Harry Tinknell.
That was the very start of the race. We saw that. That was the touch between the 50 and the 007. The run down to a Rouge on that one.
On board with Francois Heriot, he is losing ground quite quickly, isn't he, to the Ford? So the Ferrari down to 4th place. Here's our hypercar lead group then, Will Stevens, Loic Duval and Ferdi Habsburg. So there's clear air between the second of the first and the second of the Alpines, because Fred Makoviki's dropped back a little bit, maybe just to allow Habsburg the freedom to attack without him behind. Kevin Magnussen still in 5th place, ahead of Earl Bamber and behind that second Alpine. So there is a gap between Habsburg and Mako, and that will be good news for Ferdi. He won't have to worry about the rear view mirror. He's got his teammate there. So Loic Duval chasing Will Stevens up the hill. Has Habsburg got enough pace to get close enough to the Peugeot, or is he going to have to be patient and see how tyre life plays a part in this?
Well, I think the Alpines have definitely got the speed in terms of lap time. Or as we see the Ferrari versus Toyota into turn 5 round the outside. That's a brave move, but he just about gets through at turn 6. Brilliant move there.
And you can see from the side panels that was for 13th. So there was Antonio Giovinazzi going by Mike Conway, and Conway now under pressure from his own teammate Brendan Hartley for 13th. This is a team that's won here more than anyone else. This is not where we expect to see Toyota, and may not be where we see them in 5 hours and 28 minutes either.
Let's see, that's how Brendan Hartley watched his teammate get overtaken. So at this point in the race, at least, it looks like the Ferrari's definitely got the speed over the Toyota, and these two battled each other all the way to the wire in Imola. Equal pace between the two cars there, but doesn't look to be the case here.
We're getting behind the safety car. I could have overtaken them.
At this stage, probably wise to keep his powder dry, because it would have been a bit of a late lunge, and Mike Conway already had plenty on his plate. Now, looking further back, this is Sally Jolic in the grey and red car, ahead of the other grey and red car, Petra Umbrarescu, and the grey and red car behind him of Darren Leung, and then the gold car of Blake McDonald.
Yeah, at the moment, Sally's a bit of a stopper in the bottle here, and it is the Lexus looking for a way around the Racing Team Turkey Corvette. Then the number 32 BMW and the 33 Corvette all right in contact there. One tiny stumble, 2 or 3 places could be gone, but Sally keeping it on the island at the moment. You have that great start up to, I think, as high as 4th, dropped back to 5th at the restarts. And Brescu right there. It is still Tom Van Rompuy leads the race, but a second clear of Ian James now in the heart of racing. Aston Martin on board here with James Cottingham tracking Tony McIntosh. Those two were in close quarters a lap or 2 ago. These Alpines, though, and Davidson, do look very convincing today.
Yeah, I was going to say they've got the lap time. They can do it. We've seen that all the way through free practice, but the straight line speed of the Peugeot might be a problem on the run up the hill towards Le Combe. That's usually a best place for overtaking. In the dirty air, hard to hang on to.
So Ferdi, we might be able to trigger one more lap if we save a bit more than what you are doing. I don't want to be vulnerable. That would be your call, I would say.
So the driver being told to save fuel, but it's kind of at your discretion how much you do it.
If you can. At the moment, you sense actually that Habsburg is more likely to make a successful move in Loic Duval than less likely, so maybe track position might be the thing. Meanwhile, Sally Jolic under pressure. This is for 5th place.
Yeah, the tyres are done already.
Copy that, mate. Do your best.
Yeah, Jolic doing his best, but going by him there. Petru Umbra rescue, and Darren Leung trying to make it 3 wide. Down into Beau Rivage. Corvette on the outside. Actually, it's going to be difficult to pick up the throttle efficiently enough in that Lexus there on the tight line to try and make the advantage.
Yeah, but it was lucky that Leung didn't try and send it round the outside like Cottingham did before, because usually when it's you got 2 cars fighting, you can go round the outside of the one being overtaken and join them before the next corner coming up, but Leung decided to back out of that one. Oh, we got the Alpine through.
Yeah,
we made his way through the number 94, and now the next one, number 36, is on the attack as well with Makawiki. Now, how was it done?
Up to the bus stop and down the inside, late on the brakes. 430 Habsburg goes by Loic Duval, covers it off nicely on the exit.
So when he was asked by his engineer to leave it up to you whether you want to save fuel or not, yeah, I won't.
Yeah, no.
But I was thinking actually they could see Duval. He was kind of like becoming the weaker one in the pack, and the pack will sense that vulnerability and you have to jump on it. So I think Habsburg played that one brilliantly well there, because he didn't want the Jota Cadillac to get away too far, because that's the car I think they're racing today.
Talking of packs, we're back in LMGT3, and it's pretty much 2/3 of the field in line of stern now behind Sally Jolic. We've heard he's struggling on his tyres. That pack is 5th down to 16th.
Yeah, all the points in the whole bunch who aren't even closer at the moment. Looking back from Johannes Selger in the 79 Iron Lynx car. This is the dark car with the orange flames on the front of it. That car currently running in 15th place. There is the Antares Au McLaren with the pale blue added to the papaya and black livery.
And that's the one
Selger behind him.
And that's the one that had the contact with the Porsche in front of him just a few laps before, wasn't it? So they might get a bit close again later on. They've got to try and keep their nose clean. This time, that's a bit of a chop, but survived it.
That's the other McLaren, actually. That is Alex West's car getting onto terms with James Cottingham, a bit further back in the queue than we would have expected.
Loic Duval in the white Peugeot under pressure from Fred Makaviki, but Will Stevens has got 30 Habsburg's Alpine closing up on him. The gap is just 0.6 of a second, and our first pit caller is Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota.
That's very early.
It's extremely early.
Yeah, well out of schedule for that stop.
All right, but he has stopped. He hasn't driven through the pit lane. There's the view from above.
There was some debris on the right-hand side of that windscreen. They are cleaning the screen, quite early to do that, but just where the lighting system is on the screen, just as he came down pit lane, there looked to be something on the windscreen.
But that is on the passenger side, not the driver's side, so it does seem that they are at a loss at what to do in terms of pace, and so you then start to do something different in terms of strategy, maybe. That might be the outlier that we're talking about in a couple of hours. And there's Brendan Hartley. Is he up to speed? Didn't look particularly quick down the hill. Meanwhile, Will Stevens from 30 Habsburg, and then Loic Duval and Fred Makaviki. That's the battle for 3rd. Ahead of K-Mag, Kevin Magnussen, Earl Bamber, Miguel Molina, Marco Sorensen, Uncle Tom Cobley and all. It's a long queue behind this 2-car battle for 1st and 2-car battle for 3rd.
So Makawiki will be thinking, right, how did my teammate do this? How did he manage to get out of this corner here to get himself into a position where he can send a lunge down the inside into the chicane?
Car balance and your feeling on the tire.
All good, all good. All right,
All right, your face. I think that was no radio, please. AI's not always as good as picking things up. I think that was, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
With a French accent.
Yes.
Yeah, away we go, up and over through Radion once again for this trail of GT3 cars. Tom van Rompuy, by the way, still leads. He's about a second and a half clear of Ian James. Lexus versus Aston Martin with Stefano Gattuso right there with Ian James now.
Yeah, it really is. And François Heriot is waiting to pick up the pieces as well, Graham, in the silver Ferrari.
But behind this group, Sally Jolic is now 8.5 seconds back, so he is the cork in the bottle.
And in half a lap, what's going to happen to this nice gaggle of GT cars?
It's going to get... hello, here comes the traffic. And this is another phase. We love it so much in sports car racing, and particularly here in the FIA World Endurance Championship. Traffic now becomes a factor.
Because the leaders are now in LMGT3. They have caught Thomas Floor. In fact, they've just passed him here, but everybody else will catch him, and that tends to close up or open up battles, not just for the faster cars, but for the LMGT3 cars as well. So often as a GT3 driver, the opportunity to make a difference comes because a quicker car has dive-bombed your rival.
Giovinazzi's one to watch here. Car number 51, he's closed in on the back of the sister car number 83, and Robert Kubica at the wheel, so he looks like he's got past the Conway driven car of number 7 and working his way towards his teammate now, number 83. He is the one on the move.
Looks like Will Stevens benefited in traffic there to just jump away from 30 Habsburg, Graham.
Yeah, the other change, by the way, it's the reason why Giovinazzi has closed on Phil Hansen, because René Rast has gone past the yellow Ferrari and now into the top 10. So that's another move. Here comes the traffic. Here comes our leader.
Oh, and this time the Alpine and the Peugeot both close right up on Will Stevens.
Well, 4-car train coming here through at pace.
Well, Will Stevens had to really slow down quite a lot through Blanchemont, which is almost a flat-out corner, or can be taken flat out in a hypercar, so he lost all that momentum. And Habsburg was right back on him before the chicane. That's the closest these two cars have been. And here comes Giovinazzi down the inside of the yellow Ferrari at La Source.
And there's a touch.
Little bit of a shoulder shimmy just to give himself some room. And Phil Hansen going, oh, yeah, OK, you can sit there, mate.
Oh, sorry, it's Hansen, not Kubica. Apologies for that one. But he's through anyway, through. So Giovinazzi is really on the move. He's looking quick. And I don't know what he's been able to do with those tyres in that car. So Hansen would be thinking about that one, but another move potentially coming up here as well before turn 5 at Le Combe.
Yeah, that's Rast on Di Resta just ahead of this little battle as well. So René Rast, I don't know if he got through on the Peugeot, but this is the view side by side into Eau Rouge.
The completely full grandstand. We'll have a literal grandstand view of that. Brilliant stuff.
So there is the Ferrari battle. Giovi in 11th, Hansen in the yellow car in 12th as they carve their way through traffic. This is Kevin Magnussen still in 5th. Oh, drat! The DK Porsche gets in the way, or the Ben Porsche gets in the way, and now he's trying to rejoin, but there was contact there. The Cadillac hit the Ben Porsche. There was contact between the two of them. The second Caddy. That's the 38 car of Earl Bamber. That was in 6th position. Was it sitting down on the left rear? Watch his hands. I think he might have a left rear puncture. Cadillac going very slowly as he rejoined. And there is the Benz, the 92 Porsche coming back on. That is Yasser Shahin.
So let's see a replay of this one then. This is riding on board with Bamber. We saw that moment, didn't we, through Pouan. Oh, and he's gotten to the curb there. He's got a free track on the inside. Oh, and then just in a straight line. It wasn't even in the corner that happened. So I need to see the off-board shot of that one again.
Does look a little as though Yasser Shahin was unsighted, didn't see him coming and started to turn into Pouan, but that is for the stewards to decide. We do know, Bamber's been on the radio, it is a left rear puncher. He is heading to the pits.
He also had a bit of a brush with the wall in recovery there, Earl Bamber, as he exited the gravel trap, just a brush with the wall on the left-hand side.
Sometimes when you're making a move like that as the overtaking car, it's easy just to drift over naturally towards the racing line. But yeah, I'd really need to see another off-board shot. We've got the Valkyrie closing onto the back and making a move round the outside of the number 83 into Lecombe. Hansen does not allow it, but both cars momentarily off the circuit at turn 6.
Oh, it's a good move from Harry Tincknell. Shows how quick the car is up the hill. There's that flat left tyre on Earl Bamber's Cadillac. There is a scuff on it as well. So whether it is just a tyre. Now, of course, they have to reset their strategy. Here's Phil Hansen diving down into a rouge.
So that's how Tincknell got the run. Yeah, that's the worst place to overtake. That was completely off the track, actually, for Giovinazzi. I think the stewards might be looking at that one. You're not allowed to overtake cars off track, even if it's a GT car in another category.
He would have, if he hadn't swerved out wide, that would have been a plane crash.
Yeah, well,
no.
What you need to do in that situation is not overtake the car. You have to go at their speed. You cannot overtake a car off the track.
There's another shot of the battle between Hansen and Tincknell.
He went off the track to keep position.
Yeah, copy, we saw.
Yeah, sorry, Martin, there's no excuses for him. We've seen in the past with cars overtaken off the track. Kobayashi springs to mind, and I think he did get a 5 or 10 second penalty that day when he was racing the sister car. So, yeah, that's one that needs to be considered, and I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that one.
Huge variation in fortunes then for the two Cadillacs. Will Stevens is pulling away from Ferdi Habsburg, 1.8 seconds clear in and out after the obviously taken fuel, and also they've changed the tyre for Earl Bamber. He's away and clear now. Warning flag, cars 10 and Terrasau and 69 James Cottingham for the instant turn 9. We saw that one. That put the Porsche through the gravel briefly. We've not yet seen any results of investigation into the Earl Bamber on Yasser Shaheen, or vice versa, contact we saw that caused the damage to the Cadillac.
The next car ahead of our race leader Will Stevens' Cadillac is his delayed teammate Earl Bamber. Meanwhile, with Miguel Molina, this is the battle for 5th place, and Kevin Magnussen's early surge forward, where he picked up 5 places before the safety car, or 4 before the safety car and 1 after. Now Miguel Molina is starting to drag him in. I'm not sure who they've got in that photo of Miguel Molina. That's not who I would recognise from that view, but there we go. So Miguel Molina closing in on the BMW. And we're starting to see now getting down to 1/3 energy remaining in the cars. And of course, some of that in almost all of these cars will be hybrid battery power, not in the Valkyrie. That runs purely on internal combustion engine. Everything else in LMH or LMDH, so the other hypercars will have a hybrid system. Some of that will be state of charge of their battery.
So it's interesting you say that the Valkyrie is a non-hybrid. So how it works with the balance of performance between all those cars, hybrid and non-hybrid, for the weight of the car, they take it at half tanks. So the Valkyrie has to use more energy from petrol, all of its energy from petrol, compared to the hybrid cars. So when it goes beyond half tanks, or under half tanks on its journey from A to B in a stint, it gets lighter than the other cars because they have less depletion of fuel from start to finish than the Valkyrie does.
Car 83, Phil Hansen, is under investigation of track and lasting advantage. That was the brush with Harry Tincknell.
Yeah, that was up at, that's also a problem there for the 33 Corvette. Blake McDonald was having a look at the Iron Lynx car of Martin Berry, and it just didn't work for him, and then looked like he had a box full of neutrals. That was last time round. Martin Berry with the yellow and black Mercedes, and Blake McDonald has dropped behind Antares Au, and there is Antares in that McLaren.
I think with my view on the Hansen move with Tincknell at the top there in Lecombe is that both cars went off track, and although Hansen pulled a bit of a gap, I think if Tincknell had kept the car on track, yeah, absolutely throw the book at Hansen, give him a penalty, but the fact that Tincknell couldn't keep it on the track either in a wheel-to-wheel fight means that he outbraked himself as well, and they both went off the track. So for me, that was a racing incident.
But what we've not seen is an investigation into the incident you were commenting on with Giovinazzi.
No, it might come up.
That might come up because we're still 20 minutes behind on incidents. There's lots of them. This is the battle for third place in LMGT3. The blue Heart of Racing Aston Martin car number 27, Ian James. And here's the other Heart of Racing Aston Martin number 23. This is Gray Newell attacking Johannes Zelger in the Mercedes. This is the battle now for 14th place.
By the way, that's a change in LMGT3 because through on Ian James has gone Stefano Gattuso. So it's the 88 Ford making his way up towards the front of the pack, up to second place, and actually now within a second of Tom Van Rompuy. So it's been a charge forward from the number 88.
The battle, Will Stevens and Ferdy Habsburg. Ferdy with the grit between his teeth, just 8/10 apart at the line. 23% virtual energy. They'll probably stop with somewhere between 5 and 10% remaining in the tank, so another couple of laps perhaps before we start seeing regulation pit stops, although obviously El Bamba had to come for a tyre, so he will go longer on fuel, as will the number 8 Toyota.
Watch this battle for the lead. Fastest lap of the race, meanwhile, goes to Rennie Rast, currently in 9th place, but the BMW is flying a 204.815. Now we've got under investigation car 38 Earl Bamba and the 92 for Yasser Shaheen, and there's clarification, by the way, from race control. The warning flag for the incident between the 69 of Tony McIntosh and the 91 Porsche goes to the Porsche. They saw that against the Porsche. That was the car that went off and into and through the gravel. Side-by-side contact out of Pouhon.
Here's the Ferrari number 21, Francois Heriot, down the inside of Ian James. James has dropped now from 2nd to 4th in LMGT3. And this is the onboard view with Francois.
3-6-3, so quite the same.
Last year's winners in LMGT3. Meanwhile, this is the lead battle. Tom Van Rompuy ahead of Stefano Gattuso. So Van Rompuy in the grey and red 78 Lexus, and the Ford behind, car number 88. Stefano Gattuso right with him. Approaching the end of the first hour, already incident-filled here with a battle for 10th place. James Cossingham and the 91 TK Engineering Manthey Porsche trying to get around Antares Au. Antares moving into the top 10 at the expense of the Porsche driver, who drops back now into the clutches of Tony McIntosh. Our race leader, Tom Van Rompuy, ahead of Stefano Gattuso. And again, talking about development and operation of these cars, neither the Ford nor the Lexus shone at any stage in the first season in LMGT3 3 years ago to 2024. But now look at them. Revised cars and the team really operating them superbly, Anthony.
Just going back to that moment, I was trying to work out, because we saw turn 9 penalty, not Pouhon, which is turn 10.
Oh, right.
Between the, and it was not caught on camera. It just went away from camera. So when Cottingham went round the outside at turn 8, he gave himself the inside of turn 9. And then the McLaren behind him went to repass into Pouhon. But in doing so, on the exit of turn 9, they clashed into each other. It was on the exit, and it was because of Cottingham moving over to the inside. That's what caused it.
This is 007. Yeah.
Tingle going by the yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen, and so Harry Tingle up into 11th place in the 007 Aston Martin. And Anthony, classic Spa, thrown back by the gear shift.
Well, this is the straight line speed of the Valkyrie, and using that to great effect. Number 83 dropping backwards here, Phil Hansen. I wonder, we've heard some drivers complaining about tyre temperatures not there for them and feeling it drifting away. And I wonder if that's what's going on with Hansen at the moment.
Little more moment on board there we saw from the Toyota behind it. Conway just having to take a little reset of the car going into Pouhon. That's not a sign that you're used to seeing there. Looking back from Darren Leung, the 32 BMW.
That's sitting in 7th place. And by the way, this group still behind Sally Yollich, who's now just gapped the second Lexus. Ahead of this group, though, Ian James has now dropped back to 4th behind Francois Heriot, who is beginning to close now on Stefano Gattuso for 2nd in LMGT3. But there's all sorts of shuffling going on in this middle rank pack in LMGT3 right now.
Yeah, Gattuso is making good progress up the order, and having caught the leader, is kind of stuck there.
I bet that Van Rompuy just couldn't believe his luck when he watched his lead disappear, and then the lead car just drop it all by themselves, and effectively now out the race 2 laps down. So he's got the other Mustang behind him, of course, but I think he's going to fight this position even harder.
Well, I have to say, after what happened to both of the Lexus with mechanical failures in Imola, I think they probably think, okay, do you know what? That's a bit of lady luck coming back on our side. So I think they felt pretty hard done by. They had a good car under them, both of the 78 and the 87 Lexus crew, and neither of them completed even half distance in the race.
Hanson's in trouble here, isn't he? He's got Conway bearing down on him now as we're back on board with the car 38, Earl Bamber. You can hear from his team radio.
Do you see anything weird on the master cylinder displacement? It was happening before the contact as well. There's something weird.
Yeah, so he's feeling the brake pedal maybe a bit spongy or something under his left foot, and a little bit, obviously, well, more than just concerning when that happens. So he's asking the team if they can see anything in the data. And he said that it's not because of the contact, and now he's coming in. So, yeah, this isn't due to the contact. He said it was there before the 2 cars touched. So the driver not happy with that one.
He's feeling an inconsistency in the brake pedal, and there is no margin for error here.
Looking at that again, I'm not sure I can blame Bamber for that one. I think he had his car in a dead straight line.
But we didn't really see the Porsche turn to the right either.
I think I might have done. I think the Porsche moved to the right. It was subtle.
Once inside the garage, you can get out the car.
Okay, out of the car means it's not a quick fix. Whatever the issue is, they have spotted something on the data, because of course these cars send data back in real time to the pit lane at all times. So Earl Bamber was not imagining it, and confidence in the brakes, Anthony, is far more important than confidence in the throttle pedal.
So we're seeing the off once again, but the driver saying that this feeling on the brakes is mastered of the problem. It wasn't a result of the clash. So watch the driver's hands as he's turning right the whole time. Well, he turned a little bit left, but from the off-board shot, I think the Porsche moved right more than the Cadillac moved left.
While we're just watching that replay, a new fastest lap of the race goes to Harry Tincknell in the Valkyrie. It's a 2:04.739. Harry now looking to try to close in on Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari to get into the top 10. So cracking pace this deep into the stints from the Valkyrie.
Here are the leaders in traffic once more. The gold Cadillac of Will Stevens and the blue Alpine of Ferdy Habsburg right with him. And they are now over 3 seconds clear of Loic Duval's Peugeot in 3rd place, right at the top of the screen. It was Duval being attacked by Frederick Makovici? Looked like he might have been. There's more going on in the pit lane because the 19 Genesis Magma racing car of Danny Honkadea is in the garage as well. We'll send Shea Adam down to see if we can find out what's going on, both with the 19 and the 38. But car number 12, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, Will Stevens still in front. And don't forget, it was the number 12 team, Callum Eilert then, and Will Stevens, who won in Hypercar 2 years ago here in Spa.
Yeah, see Jota have a fantastic record here, both with that Hypercar win with the Porsche way back when, and in LMP2, including, by the way, years when they were not full-season WC entrants. I think they took 2 wins here when they were running the G-Drive effort at LMP2 back in the day.
And a win with Jackie Chan DC Racing.
Back to live here. And we've got Fred Mako trying to move up on Loic Duval.
Looks like Loic Duval has kind of settled with the pace. And Anthony, when you're behind somebody for so many laps, it starts to become hard to make a difference. Let's hear from Mako's team.
And Ferdy, remember what we said, we keep it cool, no risk to take, you are doing great.
That's looking back at Ferdinand Habsburg, who's got his eyes firmly set on the race leader, Will Stevens. But yeah, his teammate Fred Makawiki, I believe, is probably still in the fuel-saving process, and I think maybe on a slightly different strategy here to what his teammate was able to achieve in getting past the Peugeot of Loic Duval. Duval's dropping back, but it's not as much as we expected to see. Only 2.8 seconds now behind the leading duo.
LMGT3 stops for the Garage 59 McLaren of Alexander West and Sally Jolic.
Yeah, Jolic in and out, and Alex West just makes his way to the end of pit lane right now.
Did Jolic have a drive-through, or was that a fuel stop?
That was a fuel stop.
1 minute 16, yeah. Okay, so here are our leaders, Tom Van Rompuy, VRO, and Stefano Gattuso, GAT, right behind him. Gattuso's been with this Ford programme from day one, but Van Rompuy, 2 years in the Corvette with TF Sport. This year, changed teams and went to Acodis ASP and the Lexus.
His home race, of course, and what was that stat? We've only ever had one Belgian winner.
Yes.
Is that right? And that would be Maxime Martin, who's here. Tom Van Rompuy would love to be number 2 for that statistic.
Yeah, Maxime Martin has won the 6 hours and the 24 hours here. Into the pit lane comes the Ferrari. Aston Martin battle for 6th position. The 50-car Miguel Molina. Marco Sorensen came in right behind him.
Will Stevens.
That is the race leader in as well.
So we've got one more, the 20 BMW also on pit lane. It's the 19 drifts down now, stationary in the garage. We watch the teams go to work.
So the interesting thing here is that Habsburg has continued. He still has 3% energy remaining. So race leader in, and new race leader Ferdinand Habsburg on his in-lap now. This will be interesting on Will Stevens' out-lap as we look back at these slow-mo shots.
Excellent stint for both of them, without a doubt. Lapping closer together, in comes the 15 BMW. That's the 20, my apologies.
Yep, 20 is in, 35 leads, Ferdy Habsburg. Loic Duval second, Fred Makawiki third, so the French cars going longer. Kevin Magnussen up to 4th, because it's only Will Stevens from that top half dozen who has pitted. Everybody else coming in from lower down the order.
And this is the one to watch. It is the 50 and the 009. They can be out very close together. Still ahead of the 83, the Aston Martin and Marco Sorensen.
And Anthony, pit work is so critical. You can lose far more in the pits than a driver's going to make up in terms of pace in a stint, can't you?
Well, depends what the driver does during that stint. If he's heading backwards in a gravel trap, I think I beg to differ. Not that I've ever done that.
No, forwards was more your... Yeah. I'm sorry, Anthony, you pointed the bus out.
Teed it up. I teed it up. Well done.
Which does move, by the way, this little flurry of pit stops does move both Toyotas into the top 10 for the first time. Number 7, Mike Conway, is 8th. And the car that's already stopped, Brendan Hartley, is up to 10th position. So Toyota splitting their strategy, splitting their options. Okay, we've got to do something. Just plodding around where we are isn't working. So they've gone radical with the number 8 car, Brendan Hartley. Let's see what else happens. Looking here at the 32 BMW now, Darren Leung up to 6th position. Make that. Oh no, it wasn't him. It was the Toyota number 7 going into the pit lane. Habsburg in the pits. Leaders are all in now.
Yeah, the only car I think we're going to see go through this time is going to be Brendan Hartley after that switch in strategy. Also going to be interested to see just the recovery in terms of the time delay, if you like, to the 5th place and onwards. With Sally Jolic having pitted, that's the stopper for the bottle gone, and we've got that chasing group speeding up now and trying to close the gap to the lead group in LMGT3.
Yeah, and they are coming out of the bus stop at the moment. The leaders are coming past us now. There they go down the straight in your shot, and that should put Will Stevens, the number 12 Cadillac, where he's already gone around the corner as the Alpine goes out. But the question is now, what has happened to those gaps? Renaud Rast remains the leader from Brendan Hartley, who has stopped. Rast has not in the 20 BMW. This time he goes inside the 92 car of Yasser Shaheen. And so Will Stevens leads the chasing group. Stevens currently 3rd, Habsburg in 4th place, but Here is the battle between René Rast and Brendan Hartley, and Hartley will be the race leader.
This is the battle for the lead right now.
It is,
Oof.
And Hartley does not have to stop immediately, whereas Rast very likely does. René Rast not wanting to give away track position.
René's been for fuel. René's got a 50-second stop on the against that car.
Oh, I beg your pardon, I hadn't noticed that he had stopped. So in that case, that is not just the de facto, that is the actual race lead battle. Will Stevens is in third place, but they have taken on more fuel. They've taken on 16 seconds more fuel than René Rast and Brendan Hartley.
Okay, so update on the driving. Let's brake a little bit earlier at turn 5 and less braking for turn 19.
Here we go, energy graphics on the left-hand side. I did suspect that BMW purposely, with Toyota number 8, under-fueling their car to gain track position.
Well, don't forget, Toyota number 8 came in several laps ago, so they may have, well, they didn't have full fuel, judging by the length of their stop, but I hadn't noticed that the 20 BMW had come in, so they are doing something different, and they do have an advantage. BMW lead from Toyota, the Cadillac only 5 seconds back. What's going to be interesting is how quickly, if he does, Will Stevens catches this duo.
Well, they've oddly put themselves almost, but not quite, on the same strategy as the Toyota. They've actually got an energy advantage over Brendan Hartley. If Toyota have got it right, then BMW have got it more right. Jana Zelga, by the way, in the Iron Lynx number 79, a drive-through pedals with track limits, on board now with Brendan, trying to get onto terms with René Rast, but René has had a very quick BMW all afternoon.
I couldn't work it out for a while why we were seeing the car number 20 BMW in the lead of this race, because under normal circumstances they shouldn't have been, because it was a clean pit stop by both the number 12 Cadillac, who was leading the race, and the number 35 Alpine. I couldn't work it out, so seeing the energy graphics makes complete sense. It was almost like a false fast pit stop, because they put less energy into the car. So they've offset themselves with strategy. Now if we have any kind of safety car intervention or virtual safety car, things get really interesting there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's interesting anyway.
I have to say, cracking race so far. Real pace. Deep into this pack.
So here we got the Valkyrie battle for 7th versus the Alpine of car number 36.
Okay, good job, Marco. Pace looks really good. You can see we're keeping up with everyone in terms of energy.
Yeah, they pitted on the same lap as the other cars around them, and they're running at the same speed. So, and I think this is why BMW have done what they've done. They realised that, well, we can't overtake cars on track. Maybe we feel like we're slightly quicker, though, so we'll give ourselves clear air and see what we can do. So we saw a bit of this going on in Imola as well. And you've got to play to your car's advantages. And if that isn't in straight line speed, you're really going to find it difficult to overtake around this track.
LMGT3 leader is in, Graham. Sorry to jump in. There he is.
Top 3, in fact. So in Tom van Rompuy, leading the race from Stefano Gattuso and Francois Heriot, a Konis ASP Lexus from Proton Competition Mustang, Ford Mustang, and the Vista Air Corsa number 21 Ferrari. They were the lead group. They were, by the way, when they pitted, 18 seconds clear of the chasing pack, now headed by, and in fact at this point he takes the lead, Petru Ambarescu, because the cars that were with him, including Darren Young and Blake McDonald, are pitting. So there's a big gap there, opened up with the drive from Sully Jollich that just bottled up that pack. So this could get very interesting. We should, all things being equal, this new tyres for both. What about the 88? Where is the 88 related? It goes by the Lexus. So on pit lane, fast work from Proton Competition should see, and does see, the 88 car effectively take the virtual lead if this race stays green.
Yeah, so Petru Ambarescu leading in the 87 Lexus, and the 88 ahead of the 78 after their pit stops. So that's a major step forward for them. Now 83 versus 51. Phil Hansen in the yellow 83 Ferrari in 11th place, ahead of Antonio Giovinazzi.
Okay, Phil, we need to try to pick up the pace behind with car 51.
Okay, well, Hansen's been dealing with balance issues. They've been trying to keep the tyre temperatures under control. They've been trying to make sure that everything is sorted out, giving him where to drive and where to brake advice. And the drive-through for car number 23, that's the heart of racing, Aston Martin of Gray Newell. He'd been warned for track limits for the final time and has clearly transgressed once more.
Yeah, running second, but I haven't seen the 23 car down pit lane yet. Same for Petro Umberescu in the leading car. So Lexus still lead. It's the other car now, but that car shortly will be down pit lane.
Meanwhile, here is the 15 BMW, and that sister car of the 20 car that leads with René Rast. Right now, Kevin Magnussen in 9th position with the Peugeot Paul di Resta behind him in 10th. And then the two Ferraris, this is 11th and 12th position. The white flag, by the way, does not necessarily mean a rescue vehicle on track, which is normally what it would mean. A slow-moving vehicle, that's used to indicate to the hypercar drivers and everybody else that somebody may be coming out on new and cold tyres. Oh. The red lights at the pit lane exit appears to have fallen over.
Yeah, I think, no, it was not falling. I think a car hit it.
Right,
yeah,
so somebody's clipped it with the wing going by. So BMW number 20 leads from the number 8 Toyota, then the Cadillac of Will Stevens. The early race leader is in 3rd, ahead of the number 35 Alpine of 30 Habsburg. On board in the 36 car, 7th place now for Fred Makovici. Nobody obviously close in front of him. Mako is 3.2 seconds behind the Peugeot of Loic Duval. So that gap opened up right up during the pit stops. And what is that? Duval's car was only 1 second longer in the pit lane than Mako's. No, it was 4 seconds quicker in the pit lane than Mako's. So something Peugeot have done has given him that bit of space on track. And Makovici with the Aston Martin and Marco Sorensen closing in behind him. So Sorensen at the bottom, 8th place behind Makovici in 7th.
Well, we said we thought René Rast had a quick car underneath him. He's pulled out 3.5 seconds now on Brendan Hartley since the rest of the pack actually pitted. In LMGT3, Stefano Gattuso's certainly got a quick car underneath him. He's 5, now 6 seconds clear of Tom Van Rompuy after Proton competition, managed to leapfrog the Acodius ASP Lexus on pit lane with that first pit stop.
And Graham, it's impressive that René Rast is able to pull away that gap with Brendan Hartley, because Hartley's actually got less fuel on board as well. So he should have the faster car because of that fuel depletion, but Rast is absolutely flying.
Including the fastest lap of the race right now, 2:04, my apologies, 0.606 for René Rast. And it's 4 seconds up the road now, the BMW from the Toyota.
Well, BMW qualified 10th and 11th. And Toyota clearly not with race pace to match them or qualifying pace to match them. The 15th FIA World Endurance Championship race in Spa-Francorchamps. And we are underway here after starting in beautiful sunny conditions with a massive capacity crowd here packing the grandstands. Lots and lots of fans on hand to watch the Peugeot starting from pole position. Loic Duval jumping away from Will Stevens in the Hertz Team Joe to Cadillac. Duval making a really good start. The lights late to go green or to go off, but Duval from the inside line covering off Stevens as Stevens made sure that the two Alpines stayed behind him. His teammate Earl Bamber in the second gold car just creeping ahead of the Aston Martin Valkyrie. In LMGT3, a nice clean start. And it was Tom Van Rompuy in the Lexus who headed the field from the 27 Aston Martin. Two Fords, one of them getting a tap from the 21 Ferrari. Will Stevens wasted no time going by for the lead, getting ahead of Loic Duval's Peugeot at the first time of asking up the Kemmel Straight. And taking the lead for Cadillac. Here's the battle for the lead in LMGT3. The Ford absolutely flying in the hands of Eric Powell, his first race ever in Spa. A bold move through Eau Rouge to take the lead away from Tom van Rompuy, who started from pole, but then two wheels on the gravel, exiting campus and heading up the hill, and dropped the team into the car into the gravel, bringing out the safety car. Marshall's telling him to walk away from the car while they lifted it to safety. But the second Ford, the number 88 machine, working its way up the order. Stefano Gattuso taking the lead for 14th place, 13th place, number 7 Toyota Mike Conway, and the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi battling as Alpine pushed past Peugeot to take that second place and set off after the leaders. The number 20 BMW had pitted a little earlier than much of the field, with a little bit more energy on board. In LMGT3, Stefano Gattuso moving up to second place ahead of Ian James in the Aston Martin, with Francois Heriot close behind, and Gattuso would charge on after Tom van Rompuy, the race leader, as the 92 Bend car and the number 38 Hertz Team Jota Cadillac came together at Piff Paff. Earl Bamber's car then into the garage with brake issues too for the number 19 Genesis car. Will Stevens pitting from the lead of the race, which is now held by René Rast.
So back to live, and maybe with the BMW number 20 leading after 32 laps, 3.7 seconds ahead of the Toyota. Those two cars on a significantly different strategy from the rest of the pack. Previous leading 12 Cadillac in third and just 5 seconds back. LMGT3, meanwhile, is led by that number 88 Mustang ahead of Tom van Rompuy's Lexus. But watch for potential dramas coming for the 36 Alpine. We'll explain that in just a few moments. This is the lead battle for the LMGT3 class. The back of the pack, we've got Eric Powell on pit lane right now. The 38 Cadillac still in the garage and looking to be in real trouble. The 19 Genesis has, though, rejoined in the hands of Danny Ucadella. Is the back of that pack. The theory, though, and Davidson, about the issue for the 36 is quite an extraordinary one. We've got marshals at the moment at pit exit. We know we've got a problem with the exit lights. That the problem of the exit light, we think, may have been caused by the 36.
Yeah, we're hearing that the number 36 actually clocked those lights on the way out from his pit stop. Looking out the commentary box window, I can see the marshals down there desperately trying to repair it. So that's something we've never seen before. I've never seen that before, and we know that the team manager of car 36 has been called to race control. Quite what penalty you impose for that, I've absolutely no idea. We have seen the RFID readers being clouted before, and that came with a substantial penalty.
Not just that issue with the 36 car, Thierry Tassin being called to race control. Shea Adam in the pit lane has more on the travails of Genesis Magna Racing. So Shea, what's going on with their number 19 car?
The 19 car is back out on track. Behind the wheel is still Denny Ucadella, and a bit of good news, and depending on how you look at it, less good news. The car was in the garage for several laps. They were working with an electrical issue. That's the bad news. The good news is it's not the same issue that plagued them at Imola, so baby steps in the right direction for the Genesis Magma Racing team.
Yes, it's not a small village just to the left of Genesis. It's Genesis Magma, not Genesis Magna. I will get that right by the end of their time in Hypercars, possibly not. Meanwhile, back with René Rast, Brendan Hartley R1-2, Will Stevens in third place. This is Paul Di Resta.
A bit fighty through Blanchimont. It's not a flat-out corner these days in Hypercar. There's action in front.
I'm glad that wasn't just me that felt that was a bit of a twitch in the car.
Well, we saw it yesterday in qualifying as well, didn't we, with the Peugeot? Just really hard to hang on to at the high-speed corners, and there's plenty of them on this track. As we see now the Hypercars working their way through the lapped cars, the LMGT3s who are embroiled in their own battle, thank you very much, and the Hypercars weaving left, right, for all they can to get a bit of free air once again and continue their battle.
And at the head of that little queue was Kevin Magnussen, now down to 9th. Started in 10th place, jumped up to 5th at one stage.
Is this the Valkyrie that's got...
Yeah.
Oh,
had got by.
Did the right thing. Yeah, did the right thing. Worth a go, but just outbraked himself into turn 5, did Marco Sorensen. But great that they're up there fighting the Alpines. And we thought that the Alpine, well, may still go on to be right up there battling for the win of this race, to take the lead of this race. At some point, that was wide, wasn't it, from the BMW out of turn 8.
Trying to find his way down the hill past the one of the two Aston Martins, not sure which Harter racing car that is, 27 or 23. Kevin Magnussen, by the way, that little battle, beg your pardon, Marco Sorensen and Fred Macca, that little battle was for 7th place. 33 Corvette with the drive-through penalty for track limits. Alexander West under investigation, a 5th and final public warning for track limits. So LMGT3 running into a few more drive-throughs than they need to.
That's not a warning for track limits, that's under investigation for track limits. But look at this with the Valkyrie.
Yeah, so close for Sorensen. I was sure he had the move done there, but the rear just getting away from him as he turned into turn 5, the calm at the top of the hill. It is the best place on the track for overtaking, and the Valkyrie's clearly got the straight line speed. We've already seen him move towards Eau Rouge earlier in this race, so it can be done. Gives him confidence for later on, but he did the right thing once he went off the track to just immediately give the position back.
So the Aston Martin Valkyrie 009 Marco Sorensen. Great view here of the bus stop chicane. René Rast leading the race, 23% energy, a little more than Brendan Hartley, but both will need to stop before the peloton, the chasing pack. So they're both going to be out of sync. They'll both go longer than the leaders. But the question now is, what will other teams look at that and think, okay, we need to try and counter this because we don't want to be constantly on a different strategy necessarily.
Well, the problem is that I foresee is when he does make the pit stop and come out again, he's going to be well into the heart of the mid-pack, maybe even towards the back end, the slower cars, therefore, from the hypercar field. So that you're going to have a few laps of pain not being able to overtake necessarily that easily the slowest cars in your group. That's the potential downside to this strategy call that they've made here. It's all working well right now, driving around in free air, but sooner or later they're going to be right in the thick of the slower cars again.
All right, back with Will Stevens, Ferdy Habsburg and Miguel Molina. And this is now very much more encouraging for the 50 Ferrari, because at no stage has it been this close to the cars that were and will be, once the Toyota and the 20 BMW stop, the lead duo.
Well, the interesting thing for that 50 car is it's now in that lead group. It's that chasing lead group. It certainly wasn't before we got to this phase of the race. One quick update, by the way, with that issue with the pit exit lights, has been repaired, tested, is back now and up and running. So wait to see whether or not anything comes the way of the Alpine Endurance team for the 36.
I can only imagine they're going to have to pay for that repair.
That sounds like...
Get your checkbook out, guys.
And a weekend call-out fee as well. I mean,
it's a Saturday.
Doesn't come cheap on a weekend.
70 quid an hour and double time, yeah, absolutely. Now, about 2/3 of the energy remaining in Magnussen and Giovinazzi's tank, so they will continue that battle just at the tail of the top 10, right behind the white car, Paul Di Resta, just going around the hairpin at La Source. He's 11th, Phil Hansen behind in 12th. And the 77 car, don't forget, this went into the gravel early on in the hands of Eric Powell, and that, Anthony, as you know, any car that goes in the gravel, it's very unlikely to escape with no further knock-on effects.
Yeah, those stones can go anywhere. You know, they find themselves potentially into the drivetrain, and this was the moment that caused the spin that ended up in the gravel from the lead of the race after a great move to get himself there. Such disappointing scenes.
Further drive-through penalties, car 23. That is the second of the Art Racing LMGT3 cars. The 79, that is another penalty for Johannes Elger, and the 58 of Alex West, all for drive-through. Look, to me, with that Mustang, they couldn't locate the dolly if they got underfloor issues with that car as a result of the contact. We've seen before, for instance, the air jacks deploying with damage on those things.
Well, that looked like the air jack wasn't able to be located, because that's normally what the dolly would race on. The other thing, of course, that's going all the way around the outside there is the exhausts, and so if you've got stones in there, they might start to overheat. So Eric Powell in the garage anyway. Earl Bamber's car has yet to reappear from the garage. Mighty 38 not having the luckiest of runs at Spa this or indeed any other year. LMGT3 hands up at everybody who has not earned a track limits drive-through. That's probably a smaller list at the moment than those that have. Stefano Gattuso still leading. Tom van Rompuy in second place, Francois Heriot in third. And this is just a little further back. Darren Leung, the BMW there on the back of this queue, is 7th. So this is 7th, 6th, 5th. Aston Martin leads Mercedes, leads BMW.
So 4 hours and 35 minutes to go. 38 is back on the pit apron after attention.
Well, let's hear from Shea Adam. We can see the 38 on the pit wall, Shea.
The 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car has just re-emerged onto the pit lane. Earl Bamber once again behind the wheel. Sorry, had to pause for the beautiful V8 engine to speak for itself. But the crew were not entirely sure what the problem was with the car. That's the slightly alarming bit. They did go through, reset the brakes, they added fluid, they tried to see if there was anything weird on the telemetry, but ultimately they could not get an answer. So Earl is going back out to do a shakedown lap. Hopefully he stays out and gives the crew a little bit of time to rest after that, but it's the worst thing in the world when you don't exactly know what's plaguing your car, but you know something is wrong.
Yeah, and of course you take it to the garage and it won't repeat the fault. And they send you away going, well, we can't find anything.
Well, and it's not a insignificant part of the car to go wrong as well. You know, so as the engineers would say, it's a grade A component that if it were to fail can have very damaging consequences for driver and machine. Now, what's going on here?
Darren Leung with a really good run on the Mercedes in front of him, but just couldn't get by Martin Berry until he swapped to the outside, and this time he does. So he goes around the high side at Les Combes of Martin Berry's Mercedes. So Darren Leung now up to 7th place, and Ian James 6th place. Ian James in front of him in 5th position.
Yeah, Darren having a good run at this stage, isn't he? Very comfortable now in this BMW. And gapping Martin Berry immediately straight onto the rear end of the Aston Martin.
Darren, a BMW driver 2 seasons ago, swapped to the McLaren team last year, back to BMW this year, and of course McLaren run by a different team this year, the same car but in the hands of Garage 59, not United Autosports, who are already shaking down McLaren's Hypercar, which is coming next year.
And Darren, by the way, in other racing, owns a team, his own team, Paradine, that runs BMW, so plenty of opportunity for him to race and test in not dissimilar cars to the LMGT3 spec cars we've got here.
So there is the BMW of Tony McIntosh behind, and that's the car that was in green and white Tic Tac livery in homage to an early 90s DTM M3. This is in homage to the BMW original Tyler BMW 635 CSI that won the Spa 24 Hours here 40 years ago. As Thierry Tassan, who's the principal of the Hypercar BMW program, was one of those drivers. He said, I can't believe it's 40 yeast ago.
Yeah, it's an insane story from Thierry. Now, though, focusing on a completely different BMW.
But run by Thierry Tassan.
René Rast has had an absolutely storming run here. Got this car out short, fueling it, we believe. Got the car out not just ahead of the rest of the pack, but also ahead of the also-off strategy Brendan Hartley, and he's driving away from the Tota.
He's the only car at the moment in the 205s, with the exception of Kevin Magnussen in the 15 BMW.
And when they first came out, you can see actually the graphics there, 8% remaining now on René Rast, the race leader. when they first came out after their first round of pit stops, the gap to Will Stevens, who was the race leader before the pit stops, was 9 seconds to this car you're seeing on screen. It's now 18 seconds. That just shows the job that Rast and BMW have been doing.
Also, he's had a weight advantage for all of that time.
Exactly.
Of course, so he's had, let's say, 40 kilos, for argument's sake, less in the car on every one of those laps. But now that's going to come back to bite him, because he's going to be up to full weight, and the chasing pack will be running lighter and, in theory, faster.
Copy, Brendan. Box this lap, pit confirm, box driver change for Rio. Copy, box.
For Rio, not for a duel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well spotted, and you can see on the graphics as there, Brendan's got even less energy remaining than René Rast, but he has lost a lot of time. Yeah, he's lost 9 seconds.
And the BMW will do one more lap.
And in clear air, this revised Toyota doesn't have the pace of the BMW, and that's got to be a worry. Another LMGT3 drive-through, that's Thomas Floor's 54 car, and Floor has earned it himself and will have to serve it himself.
So we kind of justified the speed of, or explained the speed of the BMW versus the number 12 Cadillac, gaining around 9 seconds during this stint on him. But how do you explain against the Toyota that 9 seconds? Because the Toyota had even less fuel on board than the car we see on screen now.
Just the last lap alone, René a 2:05.3. Actually, in the 2:05s last time round, Brendan Hartley a 2:05.8. So on the last lap alone, and they've both been in pretty clear air, the 20 BMW has had half a second in hand.
We spoke about the Alpines, we spoke about the Peugeots in this race today, and the Cadillac of number 12, Will Stevens at least, that was leading. The BMWs were kind of there or thereabouts.
10th, 11th on the grid. I didn't
He was
sell them
11th. They were 11th on the grid, but remember, he was on the move during that phase of the race. He came up to about 8th or 7th. In comes the Toyota.
Yep.
We'll see the BMW go through for another lap while they unwind this part of the strategy at Toyota. At this phase of the race, gentlemen, looking very good for that 20 BMW.
By the way, the 32 BMW I just saw out of our window at La Source, here it is, went by Martin Berry again. So Berry had retaken the position from the 32 car. This was just about 30 seconds ago. Yeah, okay. 32 went for the curves. Martin Berry left his nose hanging. There's quite a lot of nose hanging out there at the front. It's a bit Cruella de Vil, the Mercedes. But now that 32 car, Darren Leon, has raced away up the Kemmel Straight from Martin Berry and closing again on Ian James. So driver change from Brendan Hartley to Grande. Rio Grande.
No further action between the car 38 and 92 for the clash that saw both cars off track, and the Cadillac brushing the wall as well as with the contact with the Porsche. So that's been deemed as being a racing incident by race control. Here's the difference, gentlemen. There was 16 seconds difference in the time on pit lane between the lead BMW and the 12 Cadillac. The BMW now leads by 19 seconds, but at a deficit of something like 10 before they got in. It's been a stellar stint from René Rast.
It has been impressive. Now, how they, and indeed Toyota Racing, juggle that out-of-sync strategy going through the race. I'm immediately withdrawing myself from the race there of trying to figure out where that ends them up. They will do that themselves. But René Rast now flashing the headlights furiously as he goes by Tony McIntosh and around the outside of Antares. Now, he does not want to lose 100th of a second that he doesn't have to on his in-lap, and here he comes from the race lead, making his second pit stop. So Will Stevens already through Blanchimont and up to the top of the hill and into the braking zone at the bus stop. He will take the lead. There is a driver change as well.
Oh, no, that's interesting. If they do the driver change and therefore new tyres as well at the same time, they will come out where the car number 8 is. Where is he? In free air.
Yep.
So he's not going to come in. If they just do fuel here, which I don't think they will, I think they got tyres ready as well, he'll inevitably come out somewhere close to car number 8, who's just going through Pouron now, turn 10 and 11, and that's their strategy. So that's how they're going to avoid coming back out into the back end of the pack here. They are running in free air for a long time in this race.
And what's going to be interesting is to see whether Sheldon van der Linde gets half a set or a full set of fresh tyres. It has been the practice only to change one side at a time, so at least 2 of your car's tyres are warm, but now with the faster warm-up on these new Michelins, they're risking a full set. So, full set of fresh tyres, Sheldon van der Linde bolted into the 20. Let's see where we go. Will Stevens leads from Ferdi Habsburg with Miguel Molina in company, and a drive-through penalty for Anthony West being awarded for exceeding track limits once more. Eric Powell's Ford is the only car still in a garage. Earl Bamber has stayed out. Danny Huncadeo back out in the 19 car. But that's your top 3 with the Peugeot in 4th place. Loic Duval not far away. This is the other Peugeot we're looking at. Paul Di Resta in 9th from Phil Hansen in the yellow Ferrari in 10th.
Even more interesting than that is back to the front, the top 3 you mentioned. Miguel Molina in car 50 has continued to close the gap on Will Stevens and Ferdi Habsburg. So Ferrari reeling themselves into this race, almost out of sight, but we've spotted their work.
They are really good on second stint tyre life, aren't they? They are really good, and the car doesn't just perform well, it nurses its tyres. Here comes Martin Berry again with Darren Leung. They're both going to get out of these cars at the end of 2 hours, sweating and grinning because they've had a great dice. And just in front of them, 27, the Harter racing car, Ian James. Right behind is 91, James Cossingham, that yellow and black Porsche. So he's in touch with this one as well.
Now, Antonio Giovinazzi, by the way, in the second factory Ferrari, he's in 8th. He's only 10 seconds back from Molina. Yes, there's cars in between, but his pace is equally good. That's a penalty, by the way, for Alex West for track limits. Is the 2nd consecutive penalty for the 58 in the hands of Alex.
This is 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th in LMGT3. The car that is 2nd in LMGT3 has been warned for a final time about track limits, Tom Van Rompuy. Meanwhile, here comes the 15 BMW of Kevin Magnussen and Antonio Giovinazzi doing what his teammate Miguel Molina is in the number 50 Ferrari, keeping his tyres alive. But Miguel Molina, did we see him go by Ferdi Habsburg? He is now in 2nd place.
What's the situation with the tyres?
Okay, I mean, just some vibration on the front axle, but yeah, just okay.
All right,
change.
Toby with the issue with the tyres, but Molina is 2nd and closing on Will Stevens. We didn't see him going by Ferdi Habsburg. We were watching the LMGT3 battle. We will pick that up as he goes inside Darren Leung and just gets through. In fact, Darren Leung's gone by Ian James in the blue Aston Martin.
Wow, Molina taking no prisoners in the traffic there, was he? Round the outside of Darren Leung and actually kicked up the dust in the process to give himself the inside of turn 13. That is 100% high-risk stuff there. Molina on a charge.
Yeah, just 2 point seconds back from Will Stevens in 2nd place. Cadillac still lead this phase of the race. Remember, we've got this split strategy as that pair of cars way down the order that will cycle back when we get through to the end of the energy stint for the rest of these hypercars. But right now, Will Stevens back where he started to lead the race, but just 2.5 seconds ahead of the Ferrari.
Okay, here we go.
So he's in traffic. Look at that. He had the momentum. Nothing that the Alpine can do to defend himself, and actually did the right thing not to defend a late notice. That could have been a big crash there with such a high closing speed. So Habsburg using his brain and staying out of trouble, keeping both cars out of trouble. So it wasn't just the fact he was slowing down and losing time. He just lost the momentum, which is so easily done through that part of the track.
And Giovinazzi here right behind the number 15 cars. We cut back to the Peugeot behind, but Giovinazzi looking for 7th place on Magnussen. They were both squeezed in traffic. Giovinazzi with a little bit more speed. K-Mag not really giving him more room than he needs, and just cuts across his bows as they get to Les Combes. But he's looking to go around the outside. He's touched the gravel and gone off and tinged the barrier as well, and comes back on. Dangerous rejoin in the middle of the pack. Everybody survives it, fortunately.
That was always going to happen, trying to go around the outside of Magnussen in turn 6. He was never going to give you the room, never going to give you, and you've got to know your competitor. You've got to know who you're racing. It's like going into a boxing ring. You know you can be prepared for what's going to come your way. Don't drive around the outside of Magnussen in turn 6. He's going to push you out of room, and that's why he went onto the gravel immediately.
What was that Mike Tyson quote from earlier in the week?
Oh yeah,
everybody's got a plan until someone hits you in the face.
Meanwhile, out of all of this, driver change for the yellow 83 Ferrari. Phil Hansen handing over to Ye Yifei.
Poor old Alex West being under investigation. He's on his out lap, track limit 7th. Look at this though, 15 and the 51.
Yep. Jovi and K-Mag again.
So that's how it started, and this is how it ended. So Magnussen got the position there, or held on to it, then Jovi goes round the outside. Oh, was there just enough for the car alongside to... no, I think for me, still a little bit too far behind. Giovinazzi was a little bit too far behind for him to have claimed that corner as his. And this is what it looked like on board. He went for it, but look, you could already see the BMW coming over. Magnussen, of course, knew he was there. Made his life as hard as he could. I'll be intrigued to see how the stewards read into this one, because it was a bit naughty from Magnussen. I think from Giovinazzi, you shouldn't expect anything less.
I want to see the onboard from Darren Leung's BMW, because he was the guy right behind Giovi, and who Giovi rejoined right in front of. So more drive-throughs for the LMGT3 field, the 91 Porsche, that is David Cottingham, James Cottingham, and the 58 car as well. So that's Alexander West. He served a second drive-through. The real problem here for the bronze drivers is you must not pick up penalties.
Yeah, Mike, we are catching the cars ahead, get to the lead just 16 seconds.
A gap to the lead, just 16 seconds from the 10th place car of Mike Conway. 19 seconds it is now, but even so, after an hour and 40 minutes, that's still quite close, and Conway is in 10th place. Yes, the number 8 car, yes, the number 20 car, and yes, the number 83 Ferrari are now out of place as Ye Yifei rejoins in the yellow car, but still grinding away. Conway just creeping up with Antonio Giovinazzi.
Giovinazzi, by the way, though, has lost a position to Paul Di Resta after that scrap and going off the circuit. In turn 6, Di Resta slipped by as well. Around the outside, there was a bit of contact. So Giovinazzi's got even more work to do. The car clearly has the speed, because the sister car's in 2nd place.
Worth saying, by the way, the top 4 in this phase: Will Stevens' Cadillac, Ferrari, number 50 in the hands of Miguel Molina, Ferdi Habsburg's Alpine, and Logan Duval's Peugeot. 4 different mates in the top 4, and we are an hour and 40 minutes into this race.
Here is the view from Darren Leung. Contact with the Ferrari, and then now, okay, here we are. Where's he coming? 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 He came on right beside the BMW. I mean, that's a great view of the action, Anthony.
Now I've seen that other view, and you always have to look at all the views possible available to you, and the stewards will have more. After seeing that view, I think Magnussen might be in trouble. I think he pushed him off the track.
Well, he went to the curb.
I think there was enough car. I think Giovinazzi drove respectfully at all times, and I think Magnussen pushed him off the track.
Paul Di Resta had to go the long way round the outside of Francois Heriot, or the 54, one of the 2 Ferraris, to just get through there. He just got through, but Antonio Giovinazzi right with him.
I'll let the stewards decide, but for me, that view says, it's another off-track overtake. I know it's tough.
Okay,
this is what it looks like on board. Look,
it's on board, yeah.
So if there's a brick wall on the right, what do? You drive into it? Yeah. good luck with that one.
Well, I am in the Toyota garage with Brendan Hartley, driver of the number 8 Toyota. Brendan, can you tell us what is the strategy by stopping early? Did you pull full fuel or not? Take us through this.
Yeah, we had a clean start. We didn't really make up any places. Well, I think I passed the Genesis. Not sure who was driving before we came in. We decided to go off strategy. We spoke about it before the race. If there was a big train of cars and we thought there was no chance to get through, it made sense offset ourselves from the sister car, have clean air. Now we need a little bit of luck. If a VSC or safety car comes at the right time, it's great for us. If it comes at the wrong time, then okay, we filter maybe towards the back, but nothing gained, nothing lost. So we're rolling the dice, giving ourselves some clean air. So far, I would say it's worked well. We've been able to filter through, but we're off strategy. Just depends now how many safety cars and full course yellows there are if we can miss the splash at the end.
Bit of a gamble, but a clever way of trying to make up some big places, basically.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest.
Thanks.
Well, this might be the first of what could be a series of significant penalties. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. Gentlemen of car 83, of course, it's now AFA at the wheel, but this is from an hour ago. And the next pit stop, off-track lasting advantage. Not the only time we've seen that. We've just been commenting on that there with the Peugeot. We also had one, I think, with the 51 at Giovinazzi.
Well, this was I'm trying to think, we saw it in Le Combe, didn't we? With two cars, Ticknell, yeah. And so, yeah, we saw that come up as a car gaining a lasting advantage, and that moment with Magnussen and Giovinazzi is under investigation.
Battle for second in LMGT3, the red and grey Lexus of Tom Van Rompuy, who has the sort of Damocles hanging over him in terms of track limits. He can't infringe again in this stint. Francois Heriot right behind him, and as you can see, not only balanced in terms of energy remaining, but also absolutely in terms of pace.
Literally, as you said it, Tom Van Rompuy is now under investigation for a 5th track limits infringement, so almost inevitably a penalty will follow. And he's not going to have quite the defence he otherwise would do from a charging Francois Heriot. Stefano Gattuso leads now by 7.3 seconds. You've got to ask yourself, had we not had that incident for Eric Powell, could this have been a 4-1-2 at this stage?
Well, they've both been going very strongly indeed. Van Rompuy in second, Heriot in third. In the background, the silver Ferrari is a lap back. That's the 54 car of Thomas Floor, still doing a double stint to start the race, as are most of these bronze-graded drivers, like Van Rompuy, like Heriot. So you start your bronze driver in the beginning of the race. Now, don't forget, if you want to see more replays, more action, more behind the scenes, and if you want to use all of the data the engineers get with our live timing pro, then you can go online to WEC Plus, FIA WEC Plus, the new streaming platform for the FIA World Endurance Championship. The address, plus.fiawec.com. You can watch full access from Imola, and you can watch every TV session live, uninterrupted, ad-free, streamed either live or on demand. So you can look at the archive, you can join us live throughout the rest of the season. Signing up is free. You can pay for a subscription to be able to watch all the all the races ad-free, all the sessions ad-free for the season. And back to the action as Tom Van Rompuy hangs on in front of Francois Heriot. Such different concepts in these two cars, Graham, and yet the way the GT3 platform works, they are so closely balanced in terms of pace.
Yeah, the Lexus so quick in a straight line. You can see there Francois closing right up through Eau Rouge Radion, but now away it goes again. He puts some more coal on the fire and away goes the old chuffer, and it's great to see it. This is now a more than decade-old car, but it is going to be a drive-through, as I said a lap ago at this very point. Unfortunately, it's been the mistakes that Thomas made that's going to cost him that position, not the performance of the car.
Yeah, and probably half the field now in LMGT3 have had drive-through penalties. A second stop for the 77 Ford Mustang of Eric Powell. Now we are with an hour and 47 run, the bronze drivers have completed their minimum drive time. So Powell has been in the car that long, maybe getting out now. Meanwhile, this is the other Lexus. This is Petru Umbrarescu on his outside, and Tyrese Au at La Source, the number 10 car.
Well, these two were together at the start of the race, of course, at Imola. Didn't go the way of either of these teams by the end of it. Drama for both of the Lexus at the same time on the very early stages, and drama in the closing stages. The number 10 car went leading convincingly.
But here's our race leader, Will Stevens now. Last lap, 2:06.8. Miguel Molina, just 2.8 seconds behind him.
BMW M Team WRT. Rene, you've won here in P2, you've won the 24-hour. Winning overall, though, for this team, what would that mean and how would that be different?
Would be very nice, obviously. I mean, I've been already on the overall podium with an LMP2 here on 3rd place. You know, it's our home race. It's a Belgium team, and would mean a lot to the whole project, not only to the team, but also to BMW. Would be the first victory. But obviously, it's a very long race still. It's 4 hours to go. We are a bit offset with our strategy, so a lot of things need to go right to pan out in the end for us to win. But, you know, we will try, and let's see where we end up.
Does it almost feel like it was more elbows out than normal out there on the track today?
Yeah, it was a bit more chaotic, to be honest. Obviously, there's a bit of stones everywhere, because obviously the GTs are cutting quite a lot. And at the start, obviously there's always a bit of chaos when you come the first time hitting the GT traffic. But so far I had no contact, so I'm quite happy with that.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
That's a really strong performance so far from that number 20 BMW. They have cycled back down to 13th place as we see the Lexus taking a penalty, and now the Ford leading. This is the other Ford. No, it's not. It is the 88 car going through past Alexander West.
Well, that's
there is the 20 BMW behind.
That's the cost of those penalties for Alexander West. He's now lapped 3 consecutive drive-through penalties for track limits for Alex, and that's the cost of it. Leader goes through. He gives him a bit of a helpful nudge to see him on his way.
Meanwhile, with our hypercar field and in the pit lane is the number 50 Ferrari from 2nd place, and Mike Conway in the number 7 car, also driver change there. So the Cadillac of Will Stevens still leads from Ferdy Habsburg, Loic Duval, Fred Makovici, Marco Sorensen and Kevin Magnussen. So much remains the same, but the 8 and the 51, 8 and 50 rather, on pit road.
Yeah, so that's a driver change. Got Nicholas Nielsen in now at car 50. Miguel Molina out. We've got a full set probably going on this Ferrari, because that's what BMW did earlier on with the Rene Rast car when he came in.
Now it's got...
Hang on. They've got a problem on the left front.
Yeah, left front.
Disaster. They can't get it off.
Gun is not going on the nut. Yeah, it hadn't come off. You're absolutely spot on.
Dear, oh dear, that is hemorrhage time there. The Toyota's got by in the pits as well of car 7. Absolute disaster for car 50.
And don't forget, the number 50 car came in from 2nd place.
Hunting down the leader, wasn't he? So, yeah. Absolute disaster.
Cost them 20 seconds, that problem. 1 minute and 40. Watch it again. It's a somewhat spirited takeoff from the Toyota. Another car under investigation for overtaking off track. It's Paul de Rest with the 93 Peugeot, but that was just 10 minutes ago.
Now, cycling back in, the number 8 Toyota of Ryo Hirakawa came out behind the 83 Ferrari of Ye Yifei, which stopped a handful of laps ago. And don't forget, the number 8 Toyota out of sync with the number 20 car, but the number 7 Toyota was on the same strategy as everybody else. Now then, we should see fairly wholesale LMGT3 pit stops, because everybody is now running out of fuel, but also because they are completing their bronze driver minimum time. There was a quick question: does time spent in the garage include in your drive time, Graham, as 51 stops?
My belief is that time spent on pit lane does not.
So,
if you're in the garage, you're on pit lane.
Okay, even a pit stop doesn't count as your drive time.
No.
Okay, so you have to be cautious with that. Okay, so he might have a little further to go, Eric Powell. He's still in the car anyway. Antonio Giovinazzi handing over to James Calado. These are the reigning world champions, don't forget, the 51 Ferrari team.
It must be high nerves now and pressure for the Ferrari crew, just having had that front left wheel gun, not failure, but problem. So let's keep an eye on that when that comes around. There they go. And it looks like it's come off okay.
I was just wondering whether the left set of tyres looked like they didn't have the dinosaur skin pattern. Maybe they had been used in qualifying. The right set, though, did look like they still had the pattern on, which is part of what marks these tyres out as a faster warming up tyre. So back with our race leader, Will Stevens, by 2 seconds now from 30 Habsburg. Loic Duval in third, and then this is the battle for fourth. Fred Makovici ahead of Marco Sorensen. Sorensen with 1% energy, and that probably means that as he gets off the brakes here, he's going to head into the pit lane. He does indeed.
Yeah, it's been a strong run by Marco Sorensen.
Well, both Valkyries in the top 10. They were 5th and 8th at the end of that lap. Marco Sorensen pits first.
Look down on the number 12 Caddy, that was in the lead, and they've done a driver change now. So Will Stevens jumps out of that one. That was a great drive, a great couple of stints there by Stevens.
With Delatraz, I think that is aboard the car now. This is where we start to see the alternative storyline of this race beginning to emerge again. If you are joining us late, what we've got is the majority of the competitive field in Hypercar on very similar strategies, with the exception of the number 7 Toyota and the number 20, so it's the 8 Toyota, isn't it, and the 20 BMW. And you're going to see those cars rise back up the order because they chose to pit early, and in the case of BMW, they short-fueled it for track position and are still ahead of the number...
the number 12 Cadillac is Louis Delatraz. It is Ferdy Habsburg who leads the race for Alpine.
Well, I'm in the Lexus Acadis Team ASP with Tom Van Rompuy. Just drove the car. You did a very good job, kept the car in the top 3, which was your mission, I heard. But there's a drive-through penalty. How is that going to affect you?
Well, let's see. I hope not too bad. I really tried my best to keep it between the lines. And when I know in my first stint already I was on for it, I know it's going to be a tough job. Because at some point the tires are starting to fade, so you will need at some point one. And that's what happens. I really paid attention, but I'm sorry for the team, because it's a stupid mistake actually, but I'd hope it doesn't affect us too much on the race and hope we can recover.
I think most of the cars have gone offline a little bit, so it might be the same for everyone.
Let's hope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, Classy accepting of the inevitable blame game that's going to come this way, and he's probably right. It was his mistake, and therefore it's cost them dearly in a race which is so close in LMGT3.
Yeah, you just can't afford to make mistakes in endurance racing. Something always ends up happening to your competitors. You just got to make sure that it's not you that falls foul of silly mistakes like that, but way easier said than done. Especially for the bronze driver. Sorry, Mark.
Sorry, out to the pits, the battle for 11th. Alex Riberas now in the Valkyrie, right behind him Nick Cassidy, and behind him up to speed is the number 7 car, Nick De Vries. So he took over from Mike Conway. He's got hot tyres. These guys are on their outlaps. They won't have that grip. Prime time for the Toyota and the Ferrari behind to make that strike. The Ferrari is Nick Nielsen in the delayed 50 car. While that happens, let's hear from Will Stevens.
Will Stevens, you wasted no time getting Cadillac to the lead of this race and then held on to it for much of your stints. What was it like out there battling in the traffic behind you and then having to deal with lapping cars?
Yeah, I mean, the start went exactly as I hoped. Obviously, starting second here, it's nice to get the toe down to T5, which is exactly what we managed to do. So, from that point of view, it went perfectly. And then it's just about trying to manage tyre deg. Obviously, it's a lot hotter here today. Conditions we've not driven in yet this week. It's our first long run this week for us on the medium compound as well. So, a little bit into the unknown, but it's where we felt comfortable, and we just needed to manage the gaps that we had. Always at Spa, it's tricky managing traffic, especially if you're catching GTs into Eau Rouge. To not lose too much time there is tough to manage, but we did a good job with it. Hopefully we can stay out front and keep momentum going.
Thanks for talking to us before you even had a chance to debrief with the guys on the wall.
Thanks, no worries. All good. Thanks.
Shea first, engineers later. That's the right way round. Well done. Battle here between Peugeot and Alpine, right behind the Cadillac. And again, these guys up to temperature. Théo Pourchaire taking over the 94 car. Just ahead of him, Antonio Felix da Costa. These are on their outlap as well. Fresh into the 35 car. But Louis Delatraz, the number 12 Cadillac ahead of them, is already a lap into his stint. So he's just got that little bit more in hand. Phil Hansen, don't forget, the yellow Ferrari stopped completely out of sync. A couple of laps for everybody else. Yefei in that car, now up to 6th position. Now, this all looks really encouraging at this stage, but we're only at 1/3 distance. 4 hours still to go. And that is Delatraz just about keeping it on the island as he makes the pass.
That's great battle between these two here, and he was given the room. That was really fair racing. That's how it should be done. He put a lot of trust in his opposition there, and I think, like I was saying earlier on, you got to know who you're racing against, and that was very well judged by both of them. Brilliant racing.
Well, in the Alpine, Antonio Felix da Costa, so you know you can put your trust in him. And down the inside, the 83 Ferrari, Yefei going by Théo Pourchaire in that Peugeot, and again, with that little bit of extra heat in the tyres of the Ferrari. Pourchaire not having any of that, and off has gone which of the Fords, 88 or 77? It is the 77 car that is running last in the field. Eric Powell on the grass at the bus stop.
Yeah, Eric, remember, having had that problem, is not quite into the end of his drive time yet.
Change for 13th place. It's all going off here, isn't it? And that is Nick de Vries being passed by Nick Nielsen in the Ferrari, car number 50.
Yeah, that Ferrari, car number 50, obviously recovering from that incredibly slow and painful pit stop where that left front wouldn't come off. So Nick de Vries watches the Ferrari shoot past and pull away into the distance, and I'm sure that Nick Nielsen's going to be pretty rapid in this stint and work his way through the other cars in front. He's got the Peugeot directly in front now of Nick Cassidy.
This is for 13th and 12th place now.
Well, let's hear from de Vries' team.
The tire energies are good in turn 3. You can save less your tires in turn 3.
Okay, how much can you save a tyre in Eau Rouge? Don't you have to get through it?
Well, no, it's not flat out anyway, so you might as well lift and coast a little bit before it. And actually, it's the very high-speed content on this track, like corners like Eau Rouge, especially under compression, which does the most damage structurally to your tyre. So in doing that, it can serve you well later on in the race. So you look at, they call them high corner energy corners, and yeah, ones like Eau Rouge, a typical kind of corner where you'd lift a little bit to save it. Whoa, that was a big old moment there, wasn't it?
This was the early moment for Eric Powell.
That's running out a little wide of Blanchimont. That's flat in top. That is not lift and coast.
No, well, I mean, they're having to lift anyway because you're grip limited. So it's not like a straight line lift and coast. You're doing just a little bit more to save the tyre because you're going to be doing it anyway.
As we're watching Haven Cam here, down on the start-finish straight, just a quick word for the overall lead battle. Sheldon van der Linden out the wheel of the number 20 car and has pulled out a 15-second gap on Ryo Hirakawa. That BMW is still absolutely rapid.
And for the same reason that his teammate René Rast was previously over the number 8 car, they are just lapping quicker. there's no two ways about it.
And
the BMW is the faster car.
You remember when it was this way around before, when we had the car 20 in the lead, and I said it was a 19-second gap to Will Stevens at the time. It is now 45.
Yeah. That is monstrous, isn't it? I mean, that's
what a new tyre does, because obviously they were running around on these new medium tyres on that car on 20 a long time before we've got to this pit stop here. So that's where this gap is opening up.
Let's pair it together again.
8th place, Raffaele Marcello holding off James Collado. Let's hear from Alpine.
Well, I'm next to Ferdinand Habsburg, driver of the 35 Alpine, who had a really strong start of a race, managing to find your way around the 94 Peugeot. And you looked pretty sweaty. How hot is it out there?
Well, first of all, I want to say, if my mom is watching, Happy Mother's Day. I know it's tomorrow in Austria, so all the mothers, Happy Mother's Day. That stint was for you guys. Yeah, I'm always a bit of a sweaty guy. I like to pour my heart out on track, and it was such a nice high adrenaline start. Starting at the front with this car is amazing, especially here in Spa with Eau Rouge. The car was dancing, and to fight with the Peugeot, being able to overtake him was really satisfying. Then I had a bit of more deg than I wanted on the tires because I was trying to get through traffic quicker to try to get the lead. In the end, I came out of the car in third, but with a fuel advantage, so I think we were the longest on fuel. So that might hopefully point in our way in strategy in some way, so always good to have more fuel in the tank.
Excellent. Just one question. You were told by your engineer, try to save a little bit of fuel to your discretion, but then you decided to overtake. So you didn't really follow the order there.
Yeah, no, I followed the fuel targets, but I knew if the Peugeot makes a mistake for one lap, I can take advantage of a bit more fuel. And he had a big slide in sector 2, and I was right behind him, and I knew I had to make the move in the chicane, so I didn't slip the course there, you're right. But then I was able to still make that extra lap count, so being able to do both is kind of what we were targeting, not changing tires. So well, strategically, I think we're in the best possible place, and now you just got to see how the race pans out. Antonio's in the car, and he's doing amazing this weekend, so I know him and Charles will do a great job.
Okay, we'll keep watching. Thank you so much.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day, and oh, here we go. This is the 50 Ferrari under pressure from Nick de Vries. Nick Nielsen is the number 7 Toyota right behind. Had a little closing up of that battle in traffic going by the silver LMGT3 Ferrari. That's the 54 car, and on board with Nick de Vries.
I wonder if something happened with a slower car potentially through Eau Rouge. It looked a bit uncharacteristic how close de Vries was able to get there in a straight line. And yeah, you see Nick Nielsen starting to pull away once again through this sector. I think he may have caught a car in a really difficult position.
Yeah, just at the top of the shot, there's a Ford and somebody else nose to tail, so sounds likely.
While we were listening to Ferdy Habsburg, there was a pit stop cycle for the lead group in LMGT3. So the moment Tony McIntosh cycles round into the lead of the class, with Yasser Shaheen in the 92 car coming through in second place. Simon Mann now aboard the number 21 car. That's bronze time done for Francois Heriot, and Gianmarco Leverato is aboard the 88. So that's a switch in position between the Ferrari and the previously leading Mustang.
Meanwhile, Hypercar 5th, 6th and 7th. The yellow Ferrari is in 5th. Right ahead of us is Théo Pourchaire in the 94 Peugeot as we ride on board with Victor Martin. Martin making his second Hypercar start, new to the Alpine team this year as he goes by Tony McIntosh in that 86 Spa 24-hour winning BMW tribute livery.
Car number 83 has turned things around, haven't they, since the last pit stop, in fact.
Well, that was stopping early, out of sync with the rest of the field. So again, they did their pit stop, but put less fuel in and shorter time in the pit lane. And so they have sort of gained time because they spent less time stationary, basically.
Yeah, Yafei, who's driving now car 83, he's done 14 laps in this stint. They put on a set of qualified medium tyres that just obviously did the one push lap, and then you look at the others around him, say for example Antonio Felix da Costa in car number 35, who's just in front. He's on lap 5 of his stint.
Change here, Tom Fleming has just gone by Sean Gallale, so the 59 Garage 59 car, number 10. Tom Fleming just gone by this 32 BMW. Gelael in that BMW have not had, or Gelael has not had much luck here in the 32 BMW 2 years ago. Was involved in somebody else's accident on the Kemmel Straight. Last year involved in somebody else's accident on the Kemmel Straight as well. So having a better run here, but Tom Fleming has gone by him. Not GT Open star Tom Fleming, I'm contractually obliged to say. Next target for him will be Peter Dempsey, who's taken over from Racing Team Turkey's Corvette. There's Fleming up the inside and the Corvette just in front of them. So this is the battle with the McLaren. The BMW actually cut back under him at La Source.
Yeah, but didn't quite have the straight line speed to see it through to towards Eau Rouge, so had to back out of it, think better of it, and then try and carry momentum here to then re-attack perhaps up towards Le Combe. So you've got to judge, especially in the GT3 category, judge where you've got the speed in your car. But yeah, the McLaren continues to pull away, and we knew the McLaren had great speed, topping many timesheets all the way through the free practice sessions, and then didn't make it out of the elimination zone with both drivers, both bronze drivers didn't make it through the elimination zone. So when we said watch out for McLarens today at Garage 59 who run them, they're going to be fun to watch.
By the way, back in the lead group for Hypercar, one to watch certainly at the moment, Antonio Felix da Costa. He's been in the 204s pretty consistently in the last few laps and is closing the gap again to Louis Delatraz.
Some action in front of him actually as we talk about car 35. Where do you go? Where do you go? Roadblock.
Nowhere to go there. Antonio Felix Costa somehow wriggles his way through that battle, and the 92, the Bend Manthey Porsche of Ricardo Pera, just squeezing through there. So, yeah, they were 3 wide, and Antonio Felix Costa having to breathe in and pull both door handles, I think, to try and get the car through that gap. This is Ferrari and Ford action. Simon Mann, who's taken over from Francois Heriot in last year's winning car.
Also, just to comment, the top of the leaderboard at the moment, Sheldon van der Linde, another bit of a spurt on here, but this pair, Simon Mann and Gianmarco Lavorato, pushing on. These were the cars that, remember, switched in the pit lane. It was a much quicker stop from Vista AF Corsa. They picked up 11 seconds rather. Sorry, no, my apologies, right the first time. 9 seconds on pit lane. That's what led to the switch of positions.
So Vista AF Corsa, last year's LMGT3 winners, the leaders. There's Francois Heriot. And the Proton Mustang of Gianmarco Lavorato in second place. Adrian David in the 78 Lexus still in third, but Peter Dempsey, remember Racing Team Turkey struggling a little bit in terms of track limits and penalties. Up to fourth place, Tom Fleming in fifth and Sean Gelael in sixth position in the number 32 BMW.
This is where it switches around with Parker Thompson now climbing aboard the Team WRT 69 car, and Eric Powell on pit lane for what will be the end of his drive time, I believe. Yes, it is. Sam Prio aboard, side by side, the 69 and 92. It will be Peter Dempsey, who is the bronze driver, remember, now in that car for 2 hours.
And that is the BMW that came in last of all in LMGT3 from the lead, just being cycled back down the order. So Parker Thompson taking that car over. That was on his outlap. Back in our hypercar field, a little bit of love for Genesis Magma Racing. This is car number 17. As another penalty for track limits being handed out to another of our LMGT3 cars. That's the second Heart of Racing car, and Dudo Barrichello is aboard that car at the moment.
A second penalty for that car. Greg Newell had a drive-through earlier in the race, of course.
Mathis Chaubert aboard the number 17, and Nick de Vries right in front of him. Chaubert, the only silver-graded driver in the entire hypercar field. Everybody else is gold or platinum. Most are platinum, there are some golds, but he's the only silver-graded driver. And silver is really a kind of an up-and-coming star benchmark, Anthony, and that's very much how they see him, as a big name for the future.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're slow in pace, it just means you're inexperienced, as we see a good battle here in towards La Source. Porsche slips through on the inside of the BMW. Nice work there.
Yeah, Parker Thompson just having left the pits to get aboard that car up against Timo Boguslavski, and it is Russian that comes out ahead there.
Change for 12th place in LMGT3. Yeah, Parker Thompson, this is his first flying lap effectively, because he only just jumped into the car at the beginning of the previous lap. Eduardo Barrichello picking up a penalty. I don't think he earned it. I think he's serving it. But Timo Boguslavski up to 12th place. Parker Thompson back to 13th on board.
So it all started here. This is where the move began to play out. Look, it unfolds from this moment, given the room round the outside, unbelievably. And maybe a potential mistake there by the BMW driver. Maybe a bit too kind, I would say. Needs to go to the Kevin Magnussen school of thought on how to defend your position.
Right, now hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
If you don't get a penalty, that is.
Malad, yes. One BMW goes all the way to the curb, and that's wrong. This one doesn't go all the way to the curb, and that's wrong too. Well, somewhere there's a happy medium where you're almost all the way to the curb.
If he had acted faster and just, you know, moved out before you allow the car to go alongside you, that is absolutely what you should do.
In fairness, Parker Thompson, the Canadian, very inexperienced here and in his first lap in the car, so we'll give him that. Louis Delatraz, meanwhile, with a caddy, and Antonio Felix da Costa in company, and this is the change for 4th place. Tom Fleming cuts back to the inside.
We know they got the straight line speed in that McLaren. Look at that. That was beautifully done. Well judged move on the switchback and giving himself the run into a Rouge. Really nice, precise driving there.
Now, this is silver driver Tom Fleming and bronze driver in the Corvette. So that's Peter Dempsey putting up a solid defence here, Anthony.
Yeah, and perfect. You know, had the defensive line on the inside, no more that he could have done, but then went a little bit deep into, as predicted by the McLaren driver, to do the switchback. And, you know, you always got to be thinking about the next step in this high-speed game of chess. It's great stuff.
Desperate to try and come over and not quite able to. He judged that well. Now then, 3rd place battle. This is the Cadillac, car number 12, Louis Delatraz. Antonio Felix da Costa just dropped back a fraction, taking a little bit, maybe too much of a tight line there through Radion as he bounced over the brow.
Yeah, as predicted, catching the Cadillac, and seems to have the quicker car at the moment, but can he get by? EFA is right there as well, less than 2 seconds back. Théo Pourchaire, less than 2 seconds back. Victor Martins, less than half a second back.
EFA much closer now to the back of that battle for 3rd place, but of course, having stopped earlier, Anthony, he's carrying less watts.
Yeah, he's got less, exactly, but will be on slightly older tyres. So now it starts to have a slightly different, it plays out slightly differently. But the gap between the BMW 20, and you see on the left-hand side of your screen on the graphics there, BMW 20 and car number 8 Toyota, they were very close together at one stage, and they're on exactly the same strategy, tyres and fuel-wise. The gap's now 21 seconds.
And 29 back to the Cadillac, so the Toyota is plummeting back down the order towards the Cadillac and staying nowhere near the 20 BMW.
The 20 BMW is also pulling away from the Cadillac. The gap was 42, 43 seconds. It's now 50 seconds. So the pace at this moment in the race seems to be with Sheldon van der Linde leading the race, and with Antonio Felix da Costa trying to find a way past the Cadillac.
Which must be frustrating the 15 crew, because Kevin Magnussen started so strong and got them up to 4th place. Now they're hovering around the bottom of the top 10 because everybody else is playing jiggery-pokery with different strategies.
Well, the problem with the car 15 is that, with Magnussen's car, is that they've stayed on the same strategy as the majority. And that wasn't working for the car 20, so they realised that, and they split the strategy for both to get that number 20 that could do the lap time, but not when you're in traffic. They couldn't overtake. The car is fast in all the wrong places to get track position. So in realising that, they've let that car 20 go in free air, and it's working wonders. Meanwhile, Magnussen's still stuck in the pack, and despite his best efforts to be decisive in traffic making position, there's only a limit what you can do when you're in the turbulence.
I just saw the Racing Team Turkey Corvette, Peter Dempsey kicking up the gravel. Antonio Felix da Costa, Louis Delatraz, both under investigation for overtaking off track. That may well have been going around the outside at Radion.
That's half an hour ago. That's at 15:42, so that is, what, 35 minutes ago in this race.
Strange that they picked that one up and not the other ones with the GT cars. Maybe they turn a blind eye to that, but
maybe it wasn't a GT car. Maybe they both passed.
No, this was the moment.
Another hypercar.
This was the moment when we saw them having what I said was a really nice, clean race, and I thought the Delatraz stayed on track there in turn 4. Anyway, I thought that was great racing, and they respected the fact each other was there, and I thought they stayed within track limits.
Some fantastic close racing in both categories. LMGT3 could hardly be closer, just a car length or 2 in it, and in hypercar as well. The balance of power, I don't know where it sits right now. The 20 BMW's got bags of pace, so has the number 12 Cadillac, so have both of the Alpines. Have Peugeot faded badly enough, or are they just on the same strategy as most of the rest of the field? And hang on a minute, what about the Aston Martins down in 10th and 11th? We were expecting them to be more top 6.
Yes, let's try to save a bit more entry of turn 10 and turn 5. Let's save a bit more turn 10, turn 5.
So yeah, that's Pouon, that's turn 10, and then Lecombe in turn 5. So obviously Pouon, a very high-speed corner left-hander. So that's the right-hand side of your tyres that take the brunt of the force there. And then yeah, turn 5's an interesting one. Slightly, it's medium speed.
Sebastian Bourdais taking over the 38 Cadillac from Earl Bamber. This car, of course, spent time in the pit lane, Graham Goodwin, like 6 laps in the pit lane with what we believe is a brake issue.
Yeah, and that seems to have been cleared now. System resets, fluid top-up, they weren't really sure, but the car seems to be back up to speed. You're saying about the kind of balance of power here. Looking beyond that top two cars on the alternative strategy, it is remarkably close. Second through to James Collado in 8th place is only 6-7 seconds. And then beyond that, there was another 6-second gap that separates a further 5 cars. It is remarkably close. And if this strategy battle works out, then you see there the change with the 50 and the 93. If this strategy battle works out in favour of the 2 cars that are currently leading, what a move that was early in the race, Davidson.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some great moves, and this was one of them as well, from Nick Nielsen, just recovering still from that incredibly slow pit stop when the left front didn't come off properly. So he's worked his way past Nick Cassidy in the number 93 Peugeot, and we're saying this, that, you know, the power of players. We see a replay of this overtaking move, very decisive, round the outside, late on the brakes, knew he could make the move. Nick Nielsen's absolutely flying, and it's such a shame for that pit stop. It's robbed us what could have been an even better race right at the sharp end, because I think car 50 may have just had the ultimate speed there, and that is a replay through Blanchimont. Whoa, we've said all weekend, haven't we, what a white knuckle ride this Peugeot is to hang on to in high-speed corners, and that's a very graphic demonstration of exactly what we're talking about.
They don't come much more high-speed either than Blanchimont, do they?
I will take more margin, but randomly I lose the steering in the middle of the corner.
Okay, now that's a worry, because he's not the first Peugeot driver to complain about losing the steering. We heard exactly the same from, I think, Loïc Duval in the beginning of the race. In terms of the number 50 Ferrari, their last pit stop was 1 minute 40. The 51 car, 1 minute 21. The 83 car, 1 minute 18. So they basically lost, the 50 car, 20 seconds to anybody else on an equivalent pit stop, and that is that's very nearly a drive-through.
Yeah, that's almost impossible to make up, even if you're in the fastest car out there, and even in a 6-hour endurance race. That's a bitter blow.
Sheldon van der Linde, the race leader, but let's hear what's going on at Peugeot.
Let us know if it's getting worse. We get ready in case.
So it's been the same since the start of the stint, but it just feels dangerous and I don't know what to do.
Well, as a layman, Anthony, and you can poo-poo this as you like, I feel that brakes, Cadillac, and steering are things that you can't question as a racing driver, right?
You can't afford for them to go wrong. Like, say, a grade A part of the car that can potentially go wrong and have a massive consequence. So Cassidy's right to question it. He's asked the team to look into it. We've heard other drivers within the same team, but obviously a different car. The car number 94 that Duval was driving at the start of the race, through the compression in Eau Rouge, I seem to remember, was complaining about the steering either flatlining, running out of power steering, saturating in that moment. That can happen. I don't know if that's what Cassidy's experiencing. He said that the steering's dropping out. I don't know if he means the power steering's dropping out or the steering's actually going light on him. I should imagine it's the former, and that can happen if the power steering's not powerful enough to cope with those excessive loads under load. And therefore, I would say that's safe. You've just got to be aware of that compression. Yeah. I've driven cars in the past that do that and haven't failed. It's literally just you're forcing the fluid through the system because it's just ran out of assistance.
The other thing I thought we were going to hear about was actually when we saw that shot of the Peugeot garage, they were wheeling an entire rear section back behind the partition to where all the spare parts are. And having just seen that big snap in Blanchimont, I wonder whether they were looking at, you're only allowed one adjustable aerodynamic device on the car, front wing or rear wing. In the Peugeot's case, it's the rear wing. I wondered if they were going to bring one that's got a little bit more drag to just give them that grip in the... It gives away lots of speed, but might be a bit less code brown going through Blanchimont.
Meanwhile, an investigation underway into the other Peugeot, Loic Duval at the wheel at the time of what they're saying was a potential unsafe release. That would have been just about half an hour ago.
So that'd be the last round of pit stops. I thought, by the way, that the way the Toyota slid sideways and just cleared the team in front of it off the pit apron might have been interesting to the stewards, but that's for them to decide.
A bit sketchy. Meantime, look at the energy now. We're getting the right at the end. Ryo Hirakawa will be on pit lane immediately.
You would hope so.
Otherwise, he's got a big problem. Here he comes. But this is the end of the fuel cycle for those two cars on an alternative strategy.
But again, Sheldon van der Linde, not one but probably 2 laps further on. So actually, they're off sync with the Toyota, but they might have saved themselves another lap on that.
I think you're absolutely right, Martin. It was 3% the difference the last time around. It's now 6. So he's been able to deal with that pace at the lead of the race, and by the look of things, fuel save as well.
This will chop the number 8 Toyota right back down out of the points. Where they come out, behind maybe Nick de Vries in car number 7, we'll have to wait and see. But this track, because it's 7 kilometres rather than sort of 5 that most Grand Prix circuits are, you lose a bit less than a full lap, but it's still a fairly sizable chunk of time, about 1 minute and 20 for its stop.
Yeah, Hirakawa's average lap time during that 25-lap stint was a 2:06.37. Meanwhile, the race leader, van der Linde, he's on lap 25 now, and his average was a 2:05.6.
Exactly what we saw from the previous drivers in those cars in the last stint, René Rast and Brendan Hartley, is that the number 8 Toyota can't match the pace, or it seems the economy of the number 20 BMW. So be more abstemious or be faster, but don't be slower and thirstier.
So he continues on for another lap here, as we see on screen. So yeah, I said before he had done 25 laps, so this is him starting his 26th lap, something that the car 8 couldn't achieve.
Yeah. So René Rast watching on. I think they quietly feel going off strategy is not a bad thing for them now. Of course, if safety cars happen or full course yellows, everything, well, virtual safety car, then that sort of mixes everything up again and we start once more from not quite level playing field, but that's the way it is. Here's the number 12 Cadillac, though, Louis Delatraz, his first stint in the car in this race, and then Antonio Felix da Costa chasing him, and you can see just about 2.5 seconds behind him.
Worryingly for car number 12, they're now 52.8 seconds behind the race leader. It was 45 the last time we mentioned it.
On the rate of departure, if you like, at the head of this grid for the 20 car. We're about a fuel cycle away from the 20 car rejoining in the other pack. At the moment, it will still cycle round to the back of the field, just ahead if all things go well with the 8 Toyota. But if it continues at this pace, next time it will not be dropping to 14th place. It'll be somewhere in the middle of the chasing pack.
And at some stage, you are going to have to be in hypercar traffic. You can't spend 6 hours in clear air. You just can't. So into the pit lane comes the number 50 Ferrari.
That seems oddly out of kilter. That can't be the right...
Again, they lost that 20 seconds with the sticky left front. You've got to do something different. Just plodding around isn't getting it done. 20 BMW, by the way, we believe should be in this lap, and that tallies with what we're seeing on the energy, and that will cycle the number 12 Cadillac back to the front of the field.
Yeah, Nick Nielsen in that last stint only achieved 17 laps, so we know that you can do 25 or 26, and here he is on the 26th lap.
Yeah.
Sheldon van der Linde comes in, was race leader. He's going to lose out that position, of course. It will only be fuel this time, keeping all 4 of those medium Michelins.
It was fuel only for Nick Nielsen as well. Shea Adam reports from the pit lane. Little drink for Sheldon van der Linde as well.
And while you're watching that, can tell you cars 15, the other BMW, Raffaele Marciello, Alex Riberas, the 009, Aston Martin, the Valkyrie, under investigation off track, turn 5, 16-17, 10-12 minutes ago.
All right, so 16-17, that is up at... Oh, no, that's not turn 16-17. Okay, yeah. Doesn't say where. So this will be...
Turn 5 it was. It was down at Lecom.
Just fuel and a windscreen.
So you can see the lead pack top right of your screen, the circuit map there, and that is the yellow dot of the number 12 Cadillac. Comes past out. You hear it as well. Comes past. I think you can hear it the whole way around the track, can't you, Graham?
You most certainly can.
Getting close. And there behind is Antonio Felix da Costa in the blue Alpine. Then Ye Yifei in the 83 Ferrari. How's that got there if you haven't seen the beginning of the race, but know where they qualified? Because they too have done a bit of a funky fuel strategy.
And well spotted, by the way, Graham, because they didn't change tyres this time and because of their rapid speed. Now the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde comes out right at the back of this lead pack.
It actually comes out ahead of its team car.
In 7th place. Yeah. He's behind the 51 Ferrari of James Collado by not very much. This is your race leader, though, Louis Delatraz.
You should mark, by the way, that was a remarkable stint from Sheldon van der Linde aboard that car, taking time out of pretty much the entire field. And at the moment, he's playing very well.
Here we back on the lead, back on the lead. Good job, Louis, good job. Let's keep it up.
Louis Delatraz, of course, in the car, replacing injured Alex Lynn. Alex due to be back aboard the number 12 for Le Mans, where, of course, he set pole position, a famous pole for Cadillac in Hyperpole last season.
Sheldon van der Linde, by the way, cycles back in just 10 seconds behind the leader. That is some mighty work by the pit wall and behind the steering wheel. There's Vincent Boss, the boss of WRT. They are almost literally a stone's throw from the track here. This is very, very much home territory for the Belgian crew.
And you know he's, sorry Graham, you know he's getting serious when the tweed cap is off as well.
Yeah, he's in shiny
business.
mode. He's in Vincent Boss mode now.
Meanwhile, on the Pratt perch, on the hypercar wall, Thierry Tassin, who runs the hypercar program, he will still have the hat on.
100%.
Never hatless.
No.
Here's Felix da Costa.
Yeah, with Antonio Felix da Costa for the lead of the race. And we've been here 3 times before, haven't we, with the Cadillac in front and the Alpine knocking on the back door.
We talked about Sheldon van der Linde's stint just finished. We should also talk about Antonio Felix da Costa's stint still underway. That's been another remarkably pacey crack at this. Also on pit lane by now, AFA. Is that one on course?
Yeah,
I think is.
Just about. Looking here at the battle in LMGT3 for 3rd place, looking at that number 10 car, Tom Fleming in the Garage 59 McLaren, in fourth, all over the back of Adrian David. And this is the pace that we were seeing from the McLaren in free practice. Once the bronze drivers have completed their drive time, there is more pace in the car compared to their rivals. And Tom Fleming is showing exactly that now, shaping up for a move for the top three.
Yeah, Adrian David, it was putting some cracking stuff too. Tom Fleming was a bit of a star, change there between the 92 and the 33. How did that pan out to when it got down to Eau Rouge? The answer is the Porsche to the outside takes the position. That is Ricardo Pera ahead of Johnny Edgar.
And in the battle we were just watching, Tom Fleming did not get by Adrian David at the bus stop. Here is our lead group, though. This is Louis Delatraz from Antonio Felix da Costa.
Felix da Costa has been on average 3/10 quicker than Delatraz this stint that they've been out there together. So he's really homing in now on the number 12 Caddy, and he's in the slipstream on the run up towards Blanchimont. He's thinking about doing it here. He shouldn't do it there. He needs to wait until the chicane, but he loses out in the turbulent air. Didn't quite have the stability in the car, and that's why he had to think about doing it through Blanchimont. But the turbulence was a bit too strong.
It's great to have Louis Delatraz in a hypercar in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and it's great to have Antonio Felix da Costa back in a hypercar in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
He's been champing at the bit to get back, Antonio, hasn't he? I mean, your former teammate at Jota Sport in LMP2, and he was denied a chance to stay with the Penske Porsche team and race in hypercar. No, just focus on Formula E. That nearly killed him watching it and not being able to participate. He is so keen to get back, and it just shows he loves this stuff so much. He's such a good endurance racer.
He absolutely is. He ticks all the boxes, does Antonio Felix da Costa. Having been his teammate in the past in LMP2, it ticks all the boxes for what it takes to be an endurance racer. He's feisty when he needs to be, thinks of the bigger picture. He's an intelligent racer, and he's a great team player. He's just, he compromises car setup for the greater good of the trio or duo of the team. And here we go. He's seen that there's traffic in front and can't do anything down towards Pouin because Delatraz is through, but I feel like it's just a matter of time before da Costa sees that opportunity.
And Delatraz half got round that Porsche and then couldn't, and that really backed him up to Antonio. He's just managed to get himself away and clear again, though. But the danger is not over, is it?
It isn't. Also keep an eye, by the way, in these battles for the cars in 4th and 5th place, because Victor Martins in the other Alpine is going very quickly, as is James Collado at the moment in this phase of the race, just putting a little bit of time on Sheldon van der Linde. That may just switch back a little later in the stint, but this is going to be a remarkably close race. Top, what is that? 6 cars, 10.4 seconds.
And here is Tom Fleming once more battling for 3rd place with Adrian David. Fleming with the orange of McLaren, and through he goes into Eau Rouge. Had to cut the corner a bit at Rédillon, and that will give the Lexus a bit more momentum up the straight. Anthony, the straight's long enough here that you can pass and repass. Yeah, the McLaren just went in a little bit deep into Eau Rouge, and that was a great repass and well calculated by David there. Did a great job in qualifying, didn't he, in that number 78 Lexus? But yeah, the McLaren, I feel like it is just a matter of time before Fleming gets past, but it just carried a bit too much momentum through Eau Rouge. 2 remarkable young talents, these 2 young men. We saw Tom Fleming do remarkable things in this McLaren on a run that looked all day like it was going to be a winning run for the number 10 Garage 59 car on debut at Imola, but an alternator failure robbed them. Side by side, this is Peugeot, this is Victor Martins, isn't it, in the 36 car. He'd got by Porsche and will have to give that place back. Has to do that, but look behind at James Collado. 3 cars battling here for 3rd place overall. We are, what is that, 2 hours and 35 minutes. It's a touch there between the Alpine and the Ferrari. Collado turns inside as they come out of Beau Rivage. Yeah, Collado is close right up in this battle as they've been squabbling. Porsche still in third, Martin in fourth, flashing the headlights in the red Ferrari. Collado in fifth position. Let's hear what it feels like in the middle of the sandwich.
Yeah, we have 2% more than the Peugeot, but more we save and more energy we have and better chance we have to overtake in the pit.
All right, however, courtesy of that is, look out for the Ferrari, and he's gone through. Collado straight through on the inside in fifth path. So he makes up the place, pushes Victor Martin down to fifth position. Collado up to fourth place in the 51 Ferrari.
What can he now do about Théo Pourchaire in this Peugeot, Cadillac, Alpine, Peugeot, Ferrari, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the gap between those four, under 9 seconds with 4 different makes.
Yeah, 6 different makes in the top 10. Both BMWs, both Alpine, and both of the Aston Martins in the top 10. And you sense that James Collado is the quickest of this trio. What did they do last time round? 2:06.7 for Porsche, 2:07.1 for Collado, but he was behind Martin. So Louis Delatraz, the race leader, back with Tom Fleming. Under pressure from Hadjian David coming up the Kemmel Straight to Les Combes.
That's a change, isn't it? Because it was David ahead after winning that battle this time around. So somewhere Tom Fleming's got ahead of the Lexus. This is going to be a cracker.
It already is, isn't it? But they're absolutely keeping us on the edge of our seats. Still leading Simon Mann in the number 21 Ferrari that won last year by 10 seconds from the Ford of Gianmarco Leverato. That battle we were just watching in third and fourth. This is fifth and sixth. The 32 BMW, Sean Galel, and Peter Dempsey, the bronze driver in the Racing Team Turkey car.
With the 54 car laps down, I think, between the two.
In between the two of them,
but remember, the key thing here is Peter Dempsey is the bronze driver. The only bronze driver still with time to do, we think.
Well, he didn't get in until they double stinted the car with Sally Jolic, and this is the Peugeot Alpine Battle 4.
This is a couple of laps ago, isn't it? This is where the momentum was lost by Victor Martin that allowed James Collado to get onto terms with the Alpine. So Théo Pourchaire defending vigorously and briefly airborne there, the 36 car. But Collado it was that manages to get by with the loss of momentum from the Alpine, and he's now...
Yeah, and this was the pass. Collado going the long way round the outside of Martin into Pif Paf. I tell you, it's still dusty and dirty there, isn't it? Even after nearly 3 hours of racing.
There's the lead battle. 3 hours and 21 minutes to go. The gap across the line, 0.4 of a second. Louis Delatraz from Antonio Felix da Costa. Théo Pourchaire, by the way, leading that little trio. In fact, the quartet now 7 seconds further back.
Delatraz being pinged for infringing track limits on the last lap. Gold-graded driver versus platinum of Antonio Felix da Costa. Effectively, sort of essentially the same kind of driving ability, but perhaps just fewer championship results in their favour. But the Cadillac just creeping away in traffic there from the Alpine. Second Cadillac, Sebastian Bourdais has taken that over. That is currently the last car in Hypercar after losing a dozen minutes in the pit lane and nearly a dozen laps.
Two battles we've been tracking intersect. Tom Fleming has broken the toe from Adrian David, LMGT3. We're busy watching what can Antonio Felix da Costa do about Louis Delatraz. He can catch him, but he's not yet challenging for the overtake for the lead.
Well, it's like we saw with the BMW, isn't it? It's a quick car on lap time if it's in free air. Getting past cars in front is more difficult because they don't have the straight line speed necessarily. So do you get the feeling if the Alpine could run in some free air, it could match the car number 20 at least, that will obviously and inevitably spring back into the lead once it all plays out.
2 hours 40 minutes into the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and carving through traffic, James Calado in the 51 Ferrari, currently lying in 4th place. He's just disposed of the Alpine of Victor Martin. Was closing in on the Peugeot ahead, tail Porsche, but traffic broke that battle up on the last lap. Now he's got to do all that hard work again. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson watching the action with you. And Anthony, frustration always inevitable for a driver when you get gapped back by traffic, but you just know that's part of the game and you just have to grind it out again.
It's, in some ways, it's how you manage the traffic, but most of the time it is really just down to luck and where you catch it. And you try to, as best you can, to almost wheel on the car in front to catch the traffic in the place where you know you can capitalise, like the approach to Eau Rouge, for example. And if it works in your favour, then you've got to be there ready to pounce. But yeah, it's a lot of the time it can obviously happen to you as well elsewhere on the circuit, but it's keeping cool, not picking up unnecessary marbles by driving offline in the wrong place, and there is a lot that you can do to manage the situation.
14th place battle in LMGT3. And
bodywork flying.
Well, that's a bit of a dive plane off the Aston Martin.
That explains the we may have debris on track at T12 and T4. There will come a point where race control will make a determination as to whether or not they want some form of intervention to get that sorted. Are we close to that? We'll wait and see.
Well, it rather depends who runs over it and flicks it out of the way as well. That was Dudo Barrichello in the heart of racing, Aston Martin, and Matteo Crisoni in the Iron Lynx Mercedes. Back with Victor Martin, and actually James Calado not getting away from him quite as quickly as it looked early on that he might have done. This is 4th and 5th. Martin only a second back. 32 BMW here. And this is a little further down the order in LMGT3 than it was earlier. This is Sean Galel in 5th place. Peter Dempsey again clinging tenaciously to the back of this car. Galel, a silver graded driver. Dempsey is the bronze in this car. They started their silver driver, Turkish driver Salih Yoluç, and he did the double stint, and now the bronze driver is in against everybody else's more pro silvers. So, but we saw in the season opener in Imola that Dempsey is in the super bronze category. He is a very quick bronze driver, so almost as quick as the silvers around him.
Back to the front here, and you've got Felix Acosta on the charge once again and homing in on Louis Delatraz in the car number 12, Cadillac. I think maybe Delatraz been a little bit more on the unlucky side through traffic that last lap. And Acosta looks like he's in the comfort zone in this car. Didn't take him long, did it? Just his second race behind the wheel of the Alpine. And when you see the lead of the race in front of you, it just somehow spurs you on tenfold. Let's hear from his radio.
Repeat when you can, repeat when you can.
Alarm P water. Water pressure.
Copy, copy.
P-water. Okay, so we saw overheating with one of the Alpines in free practice 3. That's a little bit of a worry. Now then, if you're enjoying this, pit entry is closed. Why?
15 seconds to deploy full Corsiado.
Okay, that might be an issue for
10, 9,
Antonio Felix Acosta. He's going to have to stay out
6,
now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full Corsiado deployed. Full Corsiado deployed.
In the pits is Toyota number 7. So they were in, you assume, before the pit lane closed. They can leave. And it is this little bit of bodywork.
Entering the track from driver's left at T4 exit. Will be entering the track from driver's left at T4 exit.
Well, that bit of debris is down at Pif-Paf, not T4.
At T12, marshals will be entering from the left. We will have double waved at T4 and double waved at T12.
And if you are enjoying this race and think, oh, I should have gone to Spa, yes, you should have, but 101,606 people have come to Spa. What an enormous number. Last year we were up to 98,000. We thought, surely we've got to get to the 100,000 this year, and we have. And what a race in fabulous weather they've been treated to. This is the maybe the source of the debris at T4. This is Peter Dempsey and Sean Gallale.
Yeah, I think one of the cars lost a little bit of bodywork there. Not much, but it doesn't take much, and you don't want to mess around with that corner and getting punctures through there. So, yeah, they've done the right thing. I think is you don't want too much debris around the circuit. Full course yellow is perfect for that. And, yeah, hopefully we can get back to green running soon. But that was a bit of a lucky pit stop, wasn't it? Just in time for car number 7.
Full course yellow will be removed at 16:48.
It's about 35 seconds from now.
30 seconds to remove full course yellow.
So everybody remains on the limiter at 80 kilometers an hour. The gaps should remain static.
"15 seconds to remove full course yellow. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
Anthony, that broke really well for Louis Delatraz. If he'd started going up the hill.
Watch this, watch this. You got the GTs in front. This could be a big loss. No, what are we doing? We should be watching the lead. We can see a turnaround.
That's Van der Linde going by.
Going by Victor Martin, and behind is the 15 BMW, so it's all starting to come alive here.
They were catching slower cars. Someone was going to lose momentum there. I'm sure it was going to be Delatraz.
It's still Delatraz in front as they get to the top of the hill at Les Combes. We're following the gap behind. And that is the number 20 car, Sheldon van der Linde, up to 4th place. Delatraz still just in front, but there is traffic there, and that is Tom Fleming. And this is...
okay. Well, it's been allowed the whole way through the race, so nothing to see here.
Much slower LMGT3 cars. The problem is when you're coming up the hill, you're going so much faster, and you can be unsighted as to what they're doing over the brow.
So it's totally fine then to just send it on the extra bit of tarmac and overtake cars.
He has gained an advantage. However, he's down to 3% energy. Felix da Costa, Porsche behind, might have one more lap to go.
Be interesting to see now, because da Costa's such an experienced racer and he knows what's fair and what isn't. I wonder if he's going to be on the blower to his engineer to say, I saw what happened there, and I'm not sure that was odd.
Yeah, da Costa managed to make it up the inside.
Well, he was further back, so like I said, I could see it playing out, and that's why I wanted to stick with the pictures. And yeah, let's see what happens this time.
Now, of course, da Costa has to make sure that he's clean on the inside and didn't get all 4 wheels off on the inside.
I can tell you now, if that was me in da Costa's position, I would be screaming at the race director. You see the car number 12 in now, but I would be screaming at that one. Did you see that overtaking off track? Yeah, but luckily he's now got that track position that he so desperately has been looking for, well, what, more than 20 laps.
Victor Martin and Nick Cassidy both warned on this lap about track limits. Seems that Antonio Felix da Costa moves through into lead, may wait one more lap before coming in, potentially maybe 2. Porsche will have to follow him in as well, and that will cycle the number 20 BMW of Sheldon van der Linde back to the top. Now, we do have, and I know this is frustrating for fans, we do have 3 drivers whose 3-letter acronym is VAN. Vantor, Dries Vantor, Sheldon van der Linde, and...
Not telling you.
Stoffel van Dorn. So we probably need to have a word with our graphics people about that, just to make life a little easier for doofuses like me. Away goes the Cadillac.
Out-lap critical for the Cadillac, in-lap critical for the Alpine.
The Peugeot on pit road there is the number 93 car of Nick Cassidy. Alex Riberas in 009 Aston as well.
Good news for the Alpine, clear track ahead of him on this in-lap, and that could be absolutely critical for Antonio Felix da Costa and friends.
He might catch one GT car. It's Parker Thompson in the 69 BMW, but that would be potentially right at the bus stop.
Driver versus driver, team versus team. May the best team and driver combination win in this one. I'm sure they're on exactly the same strategy when it comes to the fuel. Tyres will be kept on, and yeah, this is all about in-lap versus out-lap. Obviously, Delatraz got to get those tyres back up to temperature again after trundling through the pit stop, through the pit lane, and we're going to see Da Costa dive to the right here.
As you watch this car come in, just a moment to talk about Sheldon van der Linde versus the other car on the alternative strategy. That's the 8 Toyota. There are 4 positions between the two, and what is that? A better part of 50 seconds.
Yeah, number 8 Toyota, the strategy is not helping them against the number 20 BMW. Whether it helps them against the rest of the field remains to be seen. The Alpine stops. Antonio Felix Costa hits his marks. There is a driver waiting at the next garage upstream to get in. Delatraz under investigation for going off track. Whether they're listening to the team radio or the commentary, I'm not entirely sure, but one or the other. Or perhaps they just use the Mark 1 human eyeball to spot him flagrantly going around the outside.
The thing is, he could argue that, well, it's nothing different to what we've seen on screen multiple times already through the race. So you're penalising me, but no other driver that we've seen do the same thing. Right, we're watching this Alpine pit stop.
Double stacking the Alpines.
There are 2 investigations for Louis Delatraz for off-track. One at 16:38, one at 16:48.
Here is the Alpine. Where is the Cadillac? There's the number 20 BMW, our current leader. And the Alpine comes out in front of the Cadillac. 35 is already heading down into Eau Rouge, and the Cadillac is behind him. So number 20 BMW is the race leader. That's not it. That's the second place number 15 car due in this lap. So everybody still on the Michelin tyre. There is the number 20 car. So Sheldon van der Linde, the leader from Raffaele Marcello. Rear Hirokawa is up to 3rd, but Antonio Felix da Costa cycles back into 4th ahead of Louis Delatraz. Now, don't forget, what did da Costa say just before the pit stop? Not he went off track just before that bit. He's got an overheating water pressure alarm in the car, so it may not all be plain sailing.
But they've achieved the main thing. They've got track position on Louis Delatraz car number 12. They did the job in the pit stop. Da Costa did the job on the in-lap. So he couldn't get it done on track. They've got it done in the pit stop.
And they were only 2 seconds, I think they were 2 seconds quicker in the pit stop than Hertz Team Jota. So that wasn't all pit stop. Much of that was driver in-lap.
Stint de Vries all over the back of the Alpine at the moment. In fact, 2 other things being sorted by race control and stewards. The incident between Magnussen and Giovinazzi we saw up at the exit of Les Combes some time ago, that has been called no further action, and the rejoin from Antonio Giovinazzi after that incident also no further action. So it's been called as a racing incident. We just continue. We are 5 minutes away from, remarkably, the halfway point in this race.
I mean, the rejoin I understand more clearly, because there's nothing that Giovinazzi could. He was on stones. He couldn't slow the car down when he came back onto the track. He could argue that one, and that's how I saw it unfold with the wheel-to-wheel stuff through turn 5 and 6. Yeah, I think it just depends on the angle that you're looking at, but stewards decide that it's that was all good racing.
Another one as well. It's we were talking a little bit about the off-track and lasting advantage. Well, one of those investigations is also done. It's the Paul di Resta, as we see coming out of the pits, the 15, under pressure from the Ferrari.
Dries Vanthoor's taken over from Raffaele Marcello. He was desperately trying to get out in front of James Collado. It just about worked, but Collado right behind him, and Vanthoor may have warm tyres, he may have changed tyres. We haven't yet seen that. Well, pit strategy, Anthony, starting to become more and more of a factor in these races, because not only are the cars so close in potential, but the operation is so accurate from all the teams that you have to make a difference some other way.
Yeah, 2 evenly matched on lap time. The cars are stronger, slightly weaker in different areas on the track. Makes it really hard to overtake, and they're so good at getting through the traffic as well. So it's very hard to overtake in this category of racing. And it means that it boils down to more the strategy and the pit stops. And very interesting how we're seeing now cars run out of sync with each other, like the car number 20 that leads the way again. 22.5 seconds the gap over car number 8 in second place.
Now, there was a while, not so very long ago, when the two Alpines were third and fourth. Antonio Felix Costa is third. Gilles Gounon in the second Alpine is trying to hang on to 10th ahead of Nick de Vries and the number 7 Toyota.
And interestingly, with the number 35 Alpine, is now 42 seconds only behind.
So these two, are they out of sequence with each other? Did the number 8 Toyota went for the funky sequence. I thought number 7 was in with the rest of the pack. Either way, still a tight battle on track. And at this stage, anything that resembles a point might be worth trying to grab for Toyota. Only 10 places in the field will get a point at the end of the race, or any points at the end of the race. So they really have to make sure that they're coming up strongly from their disappointing qualifying positions.
Manufacturer's point, that's important. It's less important with this one, the 83 being further back, but it's the manufacturer's points, the top 10. What are we watching here? Replay of the Peugeot pit stop.
Oh, it still had the earth attached to it.
Now, normally that comes unclipped the moment the car moves, but it didn't seem that it did. Drive-through penalty being awarded to the driver of the number 88 Ford, second place car in LMGT3, Gianmarco Lavorato.
That's going to be costly.
Too many track limits. Well, Tom Van Rompuy in the 78 car picked one up as well, and that dropped the Lexus off the front of the field. And so that's going to happen with the 88 car as well. Everybody is trying to hand the race to the 21 Ferrari. Meanwhile, this battle continues, the Alpine 36 and the Toyota number 7 right behind it. So this is the battle for 10th position, just half a second apart. Another little battle shaping up between the 009 Heart of Racing Aston Martin of Alex Riberas and the 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen. He's now just a second behind the Aston for 5th position. So after that 20 seconds lost with a jammed wheel nut in the previous but one pit stop for the number 50 car, they are starting to gain ground once more. Got another pit caller, number 19 from the Genesis Magma Racing team. Mathieu Jaminet is in. Is this going to be a standard pit stop?
I think so. They've had a quiet race, Genesis, haven't they? It's what they've been looking for. They did have the problem earlier on for that car. Has recovered, by the way, up above all the GT3s in the order. They've been looking for solid mileage here. The sister car, the 17, the Hansa Matisse Gilbert, running in 13th. Mileage and learning is what it's about before they hit the biggest challenge of the season in a few weeks' time at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
They're going to get some learning there, aren't they? Definitely. I mean, it's a brand new team, a brand new car, a brand new power unit, which is essentially two Hyundai Rally engines on a common crankshaft, two 4-cylinder engines on one crankshaft, making an 8-cylinder twin turbo. Here is our battle for 5th position. Clement Schmidt dives into the pit lane, and through goes the 61 machine of Rui Andrade. So Clement Schmidt, the better of the two Lexi.
Yeah, there's a cycle here of the lead group coming through that will coincide with that drive-through penalty for Gianmarco Lavorato. Simon Mann, meanwhile, has carried on through in the lead.
Except while everybody stops, he'll also have to do the drive-through. Seb Prio in the 77 Ford under investigation for full course yellow infringement. So lots of mistakes in LMGT3. 3 hours in, 3 hours to go at Spa-Francorchamps, round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Beautiful conditions from the start of the race and frantic action both in Hypercar and in LMGT3. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin, Anthony Davidson in the booth, Shea Adam and Bruce Ioane in the pit lane. BMW number 20 leads in Hypercar. It is Vista AF Corsa car number 21, the Ferrari, that leads in LMGT3. The race started, the 15th World Endurance race here at Spa-Francorchamps, with Peugeot on pole position and Loic Duval making no mistakes at the green light ahead of Will Stevens in the Cadillac, taking the lead down into the hairpin at La Source. Stevens making sure that he was middle and leg to keep the two blue Alpines right behind him, as a good start in the Hypercar field was replicated by a nice clean start in LMGT3 as well. 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide into La Source. A little bit of contact, but nobody lost anything. A couple of positions going astray, including the lead very early on. Will Stevens coming around the outside of Loic Duval. The Cadillac clearly had the pace and came around up the Kemmel Straights to take the lead. And from there on, that number 12 car has not looked back. The leader in LMGT3, Eric Powell, touching the gravel in the Ford and spinning out from the lead early on, bringing out a safety car in the first 20 minutes. His car was rescued. We went back to green flag racing, and the Alpines that had looked strong in qualifying moved up into second position. Great move from Ferdi Habsburg. The number 20 BMW, meanwhile, hanging around at the bottom of the top 10 until moving on to a different fuel strategy. In LMGT3, the 88 Ford moving itself firmly up the order, followed by the 21 Ferrari, the Vista AF Corsa car of Francois Heriot, again doing a sterling job. Contact in traffic and a puncture, the legacy for Earl Bamber in the 38 Cadillac after a touch with the Porsche. An ensuing brake problem as well, and issues for the number 19 Genesis Magma Hypercar saw them both in the garage for a few laps. At the front of the field, recovering the number 50 Ferrari, climbing up the order after a slightly disappointing qualifying, but taking the race to the number 15 BMW and looking for a position in the top 3. 51 car eased out onto the gravel though, and coming back on without anybody hitting anybody else, which is not easy in that pack. The 50 Ferrari though, with that jammed left wheel nut, losing over 20 seconds in the pit lane. In LMGT3, it is Ferrari that leads from the Ford Mustang, and continuing with its recovery, the 51 Ferrari moving up the order. Number 20 BMW is our race leader, Sheldon van der Linde, and it is Vista AF Corsa Ferrari that leads in LMGT3. So it's BMW number 20 and Toyota number 8 on a different fuel strategy to the rest, but the Alpine 35, Antonio Felix da Costa, has jumped the erstwhile leader Louis Delatraz in the number 12 Cadillac. Aston Martin's Valkyrie, the lead car 009, is in 5th position. And in LMGT3, last year's race winners here, the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari has just stopped in the pits, but it led from the Proton competition Mustang a couple of minutes ago. The Mustang, though, with a drive-through penalty to serve, as well as having just fueled, and that is going to bring the Iron Lynx Mercedes and the 92 Band Manthey Porsche very firmly into contention. So far, no retirements, a couple of technical issues for the Cadillac and for the number 17 Genesis Magna Hypercar. In comes the number 88 car, and in is 21 as well. So these are the top 2 in LMGT3. And Graham Goodwin, this has been a fascinating race throughout.
It's been a bit of a chess game, not quite the second top 2, because he'd just taken Leverato on the previous lap, his drive-through penalty. Trouble for the 19 down at turn 5-6.
Now this is Mathieu Jaminet at the wheel, and it's not an out lap, so he has been out on track.
Yeah, he's been out there. This is 3rd lap.
Yeah.
So Mathieu will be working the problem if he can. It's just gone straight on at Lecom. So we'll look and see how that happened up through.
I wonder if something clearly happened in the compression through Eau Rouge, and and then didn't feel comfortable to get back on power properly, and has decided to park. So he's still got drive, but he's decided to stop the car.
Steering?
We're hearing hearing he's lost power steering.
Yeah. Not the first time we've seen that. You'll recall Ant's dramas, and he's back underway for Renger van der Zande in the then Ganassi run. Cadillac losing the steering in the compression, and that's a somewhat more dramatic circumstance.
And a few years before that, Pietro Fittipaldi as well.
The BR, the Dragon Speed car.
Yeah. Same electric power steering issues, and maybe that is the issue for the number 19 car as well. Riding on board with Yafei, just taking very late, avoiding action as he ran up behind the 77 Ford Mustang of Seb Priaulx.
Yeah, that was well avoided, but was just caught by surprise by Priaulx seeming to brake more or earlier than he was expecting. But hopefully he's got away with that one, because the underneath of the car took an awful hit.
Yeah, Priaulx not in a battle with anybody there. The car in front of him was not for position, but it might be that Priaulx was actually catching him a little bit quicker than he expected as well. It's not impossible to fall over somebody at the bus stop. Back with Aston Martin action, and this is which of the two? Behind the Toyota, this is Tom Gamble behind Nick de Vries.
It's all sorts of things about the FIA World Endurance Championship that are completely remarkable. I've worked for a lot of bosses that waffle on. I've very seldom worked for a boss that brings me a waffle.
You've nicked my waffle gag. Is there not enough waffle in this booth already? Tom Gamble with the Aston Martin. 007 and 009 were both up in the top half dozen early in the race, certainly in the top 8 early in the race. 009 still is. It's got a Cadillac and
well, hang a minute.
a Ferrari right behind.
009's got in front of car 12.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? And
so,
the Ferrari is ready to go as well. So does Delatraz have an issue?
Maybe he has traffic going through Eau Rouge, but wow, we're going to see. Straight line. Outbraked, what a great move down the inside into turn 5 at Le Combe by Alex Riberas. Brilliant stuff. There is a GT Mercedes back there. Did he keep it all 4 wheels within the white lines? Yes, I think he did. Yeah, great move by Riberas, and very opportunistic if that GT car was involved, but he's got in front, and it looks like he's starting to make a bit of a gap.
I'm not sure if it was that Mercedes, if there's another car further back that maybe hindered him coming over Redillon. Norman Nato getting ready to take over the Cadillac, and the number 12 car, which should by rights now be 3rd, is down to 5th. 88 drive-through for again, or is he not served?
No, it's a second penalty. It's a second penalty for he served it just before his last routine pit stop. He's come out and done track limits again. This is going from bad to worse for the 88. Previous leader in LMGT3 emerged from that pit stop outside the top 10 and will again have to come down pit lane.
Proton Ford are snatching defeat from the jaws of victory here, aren't they? 77 led and went off into the gravel. 88 led, not 1 but 2 drive-through penalties. Meanwhile, 009 has done one and left.
And it's absolutely flying so far through this stint is Alex Riberas. He's been at wheel now for 10 laps. His average lap time, 207.0. Compare that to De Costa in the 35 car, 207.1.
Don't forget, we were having this conversation this morning with one of the Aston Martin team that the car is really good on the second stint on the tyre, and that's what we're seeing. You just saw the Ferrari in the pit lane receiving service. Meanwhile, here is another Ferrari looking to try and lever its way past the Cadillac. Nick Nielsen all over the back of Louis Delatraz, and the Aston Martin is clear.
And if you're wondering,
can't get through past the McLaren.
And if you're wondering how it stacks up average lap time for the race leader of Van der Linde, I can't do that because he obviously includes the full course yellow as part of his stint that he's been on, whereas the others have pitted, doesn't include the full course yellow. So that's why I'm comparing against Da Costa's 207.1. It is desperate stuff getting through the lapped cars here.
Well, let's give a clue. Van der Linde last lap 206.5, Da Costa 207.2, Riberas 207.3, 209.6 for Delatraz in that Cadillac. Yeah, so he's 3 seconds on that lap lost to Van der Linde.
Yeah, it's so ebb and flow with traffic, though. Sheldon Van der Linde, in terms of the gaps, he's pulling out a gap gradually on the second place Toyota. We've seen it already through the last couple of stints. He's sort of holding station, maybe losing the odd 10th to Felix da Costa, and that means he's doing the same pretty much to Alex Riberas. So it's not a lot of ebb and flow between those two.
As this battle comes across the line, the leader is down at the Jackie X curve, half a lap ahead.
This isn't over for car 50, is it? Nick Nielsen down in 6th place. It sounds bad. Obviously, they lost a lot of time in that pit stop, but we just saw briefly Antonio Fuoco, who can't wait to get into that car later on, and yeah, he was the only Ferrari driver to make it through into Hyperpole, don't forget. So Fuoco is very rapid himself. So it's not all over though for Nick Nielsen at this point. They do have the speed. We've seen it already in this race. Before that bad pit stop, he just needs to clear the Cadillac.
That was our race leader, the 92, the Bend Manthey Porsche, Ricardo Pera, bringing it in to hand over to Richie Leeds.
He gets back onto the pit cycle for everybody else, but to that point about the pace of Nick Nielsen, he's a minute off the lead overall, but remember those first two cars on a completely different cycle. Where he is in terms of Antonio Felix da Costa is 18 seconds back, so closer than the gap that they lost in the pit lane, but he's very close indeed to Alex Riberas and Louis Delatraz. There's 5 seconds between the three.
Name me a team that has had to make up more places after problems than the number 50 Ferrari. 18% energy, and they will go longer than Ria Hirakawa, probably not quite as long as our race leader Sheldon Van der Linde, but they are in the same window.
Delatraz obviously has 56% remaining versus the car he's fending off.
So Alpha 12, 7.5. Alpha 12, 7.5.
We're not joking, no?
No, it's to help you pass.
To help you pass.
I don't know what Alpha 12.75 is, but I wonder if that means.
But it surprised Nick Nielsen. But no, it's to help you pass. So
maybe it's use more fuel.
Yeah, not telling him to save more. It does sound like they were telling him, okay, normally they say you are free to use overtake. Fascinating battle shaping up here for 5th position. Louis Delatraz in the Cadillac that led for quite a lot of the race, and behind after a 20-second penalty, problem rather, 20 seconds lost with a problem with the wheel nut, is the number 50 Ferrari. And Nick Nielsen does sound as though he's been told he can try and use a bit more fuel to get by this Cadillac.
Fascinating graphic there with the energy. Remember, we went from a 3% difference on the stint between the top two to a 6% difference, and we're now up to a 9% difference between Sheldon Van der Linde and Rio Hirakawa. He is not only outpacing him, he's outdoing him in terms of fuel economy and efficiency as well.
Outpacing the gap has stayed at around 20 to 23 seconds the whole time. That is currently sitting at 22 seconds. So since Hirakawa got behind the wheel, it has stayed around 22, but Toyota using more fuel, like you say, to achieve that.
He's now at a point where he's got a 3-lap gap, and here we go, the 92 on the 61. This is for 8th place.
Ooh, 61 just happened to bail there. Rui Andrade, and give that place back. Yes, you do.
Richie Leeds in the Porsche on his outlap as that happened.
While we're watching that, Ben Tucker on outlap in the Proton competition car is going to get an immediate drive-through penalty for a full course yellow infringement. Still fending off the Ferrari is the number 12 Cadillac, but Alex Riberas has taken 5 seconds out of this pair since managing to find his way past the Cadillac.
So Nielsen on similar age tyres, they're both in their second stint on this set of medium tyres that went on, but Nielsen has been out there longer, hence having used more fuel. But yeah, so he doesn't have a tyre advantage, and that's why he's struggling to get by.
Yeah, Norminato waiting to get aboard here as the fuel load comes down. But I'm not quite sure why he's waiting to get aboard, though.
Yeah, because the number 12 car's still got 50% energy left, so it's only, in theory, midway through its stint. However, maybe Delatraz is saying, okay, I need something, because Nick Nielsen is piling the pressure on him.
Yeah, so Hirakawa will be in first, and just 7% remaining, and then it will be, obviously, the car 20. But intrigued to see how car 50, they're going to play this with their energy. So it'd be Nielsen, of course, in before car 20.
Yeah, well, Nielsen and the rest of that 50 crew have got no option but to go absolutely hell for leather. They had that 20-second time loss with the wheel nut, and whatever else happens, they can only just give it whatever they've got. They can't necessarily try and be smart with the strategy. In terms of positions on track, Nick Cassidy down in 15th place behind Ye Yifei, as we look again at the better or the best of the Ferraris. Nick Nielsen in 6th. Sheldon van der Linde continues to lead here with 3¼ hours in, 2 3/4 remaining in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, with all sorts of intrigue. Number 20 BMW in clear air, but here comes the Ferrari with a real chance around the outside. Anthony, just a bit too late to capitalise.
Yeah, too late there, but it's going to have a great run down towards La Source. And look at that, the traction was on his side as well. He's lined himself up beautifully as Nielsen. Is he going to dive to the inside? No, he tries to do the switchback on the exit instead. I'm not sure he's going to achieve that. No, he's got that covered, has Delatraz. But there was a bit too close for comfort. I thought that Nielsen was going to try it around the outside through turn 18 and that bus stop chicane.
Yeah, that would have been fun, wouldn't it?
He's on full attack mode, isn't he, as Nielsen? They've got to make up for lost time in that pit stop.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do now. And this is Imola earlier this year. This is Imola last year as well, when they kept coming back and getting problems and coming back again. So it's not something that they're unfamiliar with, and Nielsen will never give this up.
It's a shame.
A dog with a bone.
Oh, here we go.
Here's a chance again. The Cadillac, ironically, held up by the Corvette. Nielsen's on the inside. The Cadillac on the dirt, runs out wide. And in the end, it was a lot easier than Nielsen probably anticipated.
He just got onto the marbles and didn't anticipate that. And with the GT car in front, that was the opportunity that Nielsen needed. He saw the gap open up initially down the inside and thought, yeah, I'll give that a go. And Delatraz, I was sure he was going to hang on to it around the outside, but just got onto the marbles. That's why I jumped in. Sorry for that one.
No.
He just couldn't get it back onto the circuit.
Now, I'm hearing from team radio that Louis Delatraz has been asked to save energy. So Nick Nielsen was freed up, and he went, what? At least that's what it seems. However, long and short of it is Nielsen's up to 5th, Delatraz is back down to 6th, which means that how far is Alex Riberas ahead of Nick Nielsen now? It's over 6 seconds to the Aston Martin, as down the pit road comes the number 8 Toyota. Well, Toyota didn't qualify strongly last year with their then car. The new car doesn't seem to have improved either. So how far down the order does the number 8 car come? Sebastian Buemi, 2 hours and 40 minutes. That's going to be his stint.
Well, if they change all 4 tyres here, which I'm sure they will, being a driver change at the same time, I think it's going to come out in free air again, like we saw before, because they're out of sync, obviously, with not just the fuel, but the tyres as well, when they come to do the driver. Around half a stint out of sync they are, so they're going to come out. So the lead group of cars, the Hypercar, all pretty much past pit lane and now commentary box window. Now they get to work on the tyres. That's going to be another, what, 20 to 30 seconds worth, and that will drop car 8 back into completely free air.
James Collado just ahead of Sheldon van der Linde. No, Lawrence Vantor rather. Dries Vantor even. Jiminy Vantor around the outside, contact! And a half spin for the BMW. He was going around the outside of the Ferrari, just got touched in the left rear quarter. Right rear quarter.
That's cost him time. Big time.
At first look, it looked like a racing incident to me. Both drivers going in hot. But you'll wait to see the replay of that one. Yeah, so a great slipstream, ducks to the outside, both very late in the brakes, tries to go around the outside. There is contact. I'd love to see it from the Ferraris on board. And it was the contact that resulted in the spin. Here we go. So, yeah, he locked up. Yep, he locked up, and that's why there was contact.
So Collado on the curb on the inside, he was trying to give himself enough room to slide, but
he didn't quite make the curb because he locked up. Yeah. He didn't make the curb on the inside, and I think that's the usual line, and that's what Dries Vantor was anticipating, that he would have the room. He didn't have the room.
There's Collado. Let's hear from Vantor.
Yeah, there was a contact between both. We try and carry on. I am monitoring the tires.
Confirmation, Jesus obviously being on the radio. He hit me, yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's hard racing and a lock-up can easily happen. It wasn't malicious from Collado, it's just that lock-up just meant that he understeers his way into the BMW, who had given enough room on the inside. He knew he was there. And that's what it looked like. Oh, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stones as well, isn't there, on the outside of turn 5. I question whether he would have been able to actually hang it out around the outside even without the contact, but we'll never know, and he'll never know.
And if they're on the outside, I wonder how many are on the inside by the gravel trap as well.
Nick Nielsen on pit lane was part, of course, of that battle, the sharp end.
Yeah, Fuoco jumps in, so this will be all 4 tyres inevitably going on here.
Well, we're going to see now what performance is available in this Ferrari, aren't we? Drops all the way down to the back of the field.
Look at the tension in that team member's body. Just they are absolutely like a coiled spring, ready to go, because any one of these pit stops can be the difference between success and disaster, and they know it. Nicely done.
Yeah, that's how it should be done.
Full service stop for Ferrari, and that was done in 1 minute and 20 seconds on the nose.
Yeah, it's a kind of like a classic stop, you'd have to say. Exactly how you want it to go for car 50 this time around. And I'd be wishing that could have happened 2 pit stops ago.
Dries Vantor's dropped into the clutches of AFA. This is now the battle for 11th place. That cost him a lot of time and track position. Sheldon van der Linde still leads, by the way, now 46 seconds ahead, but he should be on pit lane, I think, on the next lap. He had a 9% fuel advantage, or energy advantage. He's I think, into it now.
Yeah, 2% left, and he's coming in this lap.
For position is Dries Vantor, double stint tires.
So yeah, we'll be watching our race leader, Sheldon van der Linde, come into the pits this time around. The 1% remaining.
4% for Yefei as well in this yellow Ferrari. So is this his pit stop? Or yes, it is.
Well, it looked like he was a little bit undecided there whether he was going to come in at the last minute or not. And it seemed the cone seemed to surprise him.
He had been told earlier in the lap, so he is in with 4% aboard. So they're just trying to undercut a little bit, maybe. Again, so many different strategies going on here. And of course, all of these could work or might not work if it goes green or if it doesn't go green, if we have a safety car, a forecourse yellow, I mean, anything can yet happen. We've got 2.5 hours. There's no question. At the moment, we just have to go. Sheldon van der Linden is the leader. He's in the pit lane. That puts Antonio Felix da Costa back in front.
So, yeah, that was 26 laps once again completed for the number 20 BMW. Not many others can seem to achieve that. They're all on 25 maximum. It was 24 laps only for the number 83 that we saw just pitted.
And this is what the previous version, this is a sort of evolution of the BMW Hypercar. Previously, in the last couple of years, they've gone long on fuel compared to the rest of the field as well.
So Robin Frijns gets aboard the car. Remember, dropped back to 6th on rotation last time around. 46 seconds to the good, ahead of the number 35 car, which is not yet past the pit lane. In the bus stop now is Antonio Felix da Costa. Now he'll take the lead, but it's not going to be a huge one.
Yeah, so he was 42 seconds behind. The gap at its biggest was 53. So da Costa did manage to whittle it down a bit, but I was probably expecting a little bit more, actually. Oh, a few sparks coming out the left rear and didn't go on cleanly, so they've lost a bit of time here for the effective race leader when it comes round again. Yeah, that was a pretty slow stop by their standards.
But remember, 1 minute 20 we said for that picture perfect stop from Ferrari. Of course, that 20 car will clear pit lane very shortly, and it will be.
It sort of felt like 5 seconds extra.
24. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And we'll cycle back round to where? Well, it'll cycle back round to 5th place this time, not 6th. 009 Aston Martin on pit lane now with Alex Riberas.
You just can't afford to. We saw a car 50. It's too close. You can't afford to make mistakes as a driver. You can't afford to throw away, what, 20-odd seconds just then in the pit stop.
Well, to put into context the 4 seconds that likely cost, that would be Robin Frijns emerging in 4th place had they not lost that, ahead of James Calado.
Sorry, 4 seconds. Not 20. I heard you say 24 seconds at one point, but you meant a 1 minute 24 pit stop.
Yeah. And if the 4 seconds there is going to cost them a couple of places, 20 seconds lost for the 50 car cost them so much more. Back on board with the 51 of James Calado, and this car now up to 4th place. Théo Pourchaire just in front, and a penalty for the number 12 Cadillac. 5 seconds added to its next pit stop for being grassed up by Anthony Davidson, overtaking off track at Rédillon.
I didn't grasp it. I just said it was fine because everyone else has been doing it.
That was 40 minutes ago, so there's clearly a bit of a backlog. There is a fixed camera there, so there's no question it just has to be dealt with.
So there is another investigation, same car, 10 minutes earlier. No further action off track, elastic advantage, turn 5.
Yeah.
This is going to be the one that has attracted the attention of the stewards.
I mean, what you're looking for is consistency. I don't disagree with that penalty, but you need consistency in stewarding, and I've seen it happen 2 other times during this race with no action. So that's my issue, but I'll get off my soapbox.
I don't disagree.
Still, Norman Nato, halfway through the stint, what's he doing in the garage, helmeted, suited and booted? Now he's been told, OK, stand down, stand easy. Were Hertz Team Jota looking at changing their thinking on that Cadillac? I mean, well, let's hear a little bit more from Shea Adams. Shea, what do you know?
It could be a track limits violation issue, that if Louis had been getting the attention of the stewards for violating track limits too many times, they might have needed to put Norman into the car sooner. Maybe they told Louis what he'd been doing, where he'd been going off and attracting the attentions of the stewards, and he was able to correct his line through that corner. But I know this is something that the team dealt with last year with Jenson Button. In his stint, he got in the car, and 4 times in his first 5 laps he violated track limits. That resulted in him doing a much shorter drive time in the 38 Jota. Maybe it's the same with the sister car this year.
World champions, what are you going to do? Thank you, Shea Adam. Well, OK, so it looks like everything's settled down there. Let's get down to the Ferrari garage. The number 50 car battling with adversity. Let's hear from Nick Nielsen.
And we are down in the Ferrari garage with Nick Nielsen, driver of the 50 Ferrari. You produced a very strong stint towards the end, making up some places. How is the degradation going, and what can we expect for the end of the race with the strategy at the moment?
Yeah, it seemed to be quite okay, to be honest, a bit better than we expected with these temperatures that we have today, I would say. Yeah, to be honest now, from our point of view, I mean, we had a slow pit stop that pretty much offset us compared to everyone. We decided to offset ourselves after that pit stop. So now, yeah, we wait and see what's gonna happen in the race. We need to be lucky with the safety car to come back in the game, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes it happens, and it's a part of race. And the guys have been doing a fantastic job so far. So a shame that it happened, but better now than in Le Mans. So of course, focus is on to try and finish on a high here. But now I'm looking forward to Le Mans as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and congrats.
Thank you.
Looking forward to Le Mans. I mean, that starts on the Monday morning after Le Mans, doesn't it? I mean, that's where the planning, in fact, the planning begins for next year's Le Mans before this year's Le Mans. It's an ongoing wheel that the hamster never gets off. Here is the number 20 BMW. Down in 5th position, Robin Freins with Jules Gounon right behind him, and just behind them, Nick de Vries in Toyota number 7. Again, just under 2.5 hours to go. So all these different fuel strategies, tyre strategies and everything else are rolling on. We're not going to know until we get into the final half hour, or maybe less, of the race remaining, where we actually are. So for now, it is the Alpine number 35 that leads from the Cadillac, but this is the battle for 5th.
Yeah, 2 other issues to deal with. Peugeot TotalEnergies number 94, Lanza Porsche sits 3rd, but under investigation for, I think it was a pit stop infringement, but also in that queue, you're absolutely right, the Tota's there, so too is the Valkyrie 007, so the car's 5th through 8th in wide astern right now.
Stewards, unsurprisingly, Anthony, looking at that incident between the 15 BMW of Raffaele Marcello and the 51 Ferrari of James Collado, where they made contact 3 or 4 laps ago. Collado still in 4th place.
Yeah, I don't think the stewards will look at that one kindly. I know it was just a small error that had bigger consequences than you'd initially think it would have, but that slight lock-up, spinning that BMW around, was rather unfortunate for Collado, but we'll wait to see what the stewards say. Meanwhile, the 009 Aston Martin from Riberas that was right up there making headway, suddenly I saw tumble right down. They're now in 12th place. I wondered what went on. Apparently they had a bit of a sticky wheel nut. Again, we've seen that a few times, haven't we, this race? So they lost a lot of time and positions there during their last stop. Such a shame for them.
Also suddenly lose another position, by the way, on the outlap on cold tyres to the number 50 car in the hands of Antonio Fuoco. His pace is good. It's not exceptional, but it's good. He's in the 2.6 this time around. That puts him as the fastest car in the race on that lap at least. It is Felix da Costa, 21 seconds ahead now of Louis Delatraz. Teo Porcher a further 12 seconds back, and under pressure from behind by James Collado right with him. Robin Freins leads this little group, separated by about a paper bag.
This is entertaining stuff, isn't it? Nick de Vries in the top 10, not necessarily a position Toyota expected to find themselves in with this car the way it's working. Tom Gamble right behind him in 007. The Aston Martins have both been sort of up and back down the order. That issue for 009 dropping them potentially out of contention, but who knows where this is all going to end up. We are not done yet. In terms of energy potential, the outlier here is Robin Freins, a little behind this battle because he's got 85% energy remaining. Then Sebastian Buemi in the number 8, Fuoco in 50 and so on. They will come back up the order because most of the cars in front of them, as you can see, with energy in the teens or low 20s, will have to stop earlier. So we've almost got 2 packs now intermingling, but the amount of fuel they've got on board is going to take some of them out and then bring the others back into play. So it's going to be this flip-flop of cars. See the karting circuit down there on the inside, nice and busy. I wonder how many they've had round there today. Probably not 101,000, but lots of fans here enjoying that, as well as all of the other festivities around the track.
We've not talked about LMGT3 for a little wee while, with the fun and games at the sharp end. There's the 91 Porsche in the hands of Timo Boguslavski. He's dropped back somewhat out the top 10.
Wants a rally crosser, almost a rally crosser. Yeah, just out of the top 10, unfortunately. But it is Simon Mann's 21 Ferrari that still leads in LMGT3. Back with this battle, Jules Gounon just ahead of Nick de Vries, and not too far in front of them, Robin Freins going up the hill, but Gounon in the 36 Alpine, de Vries behind in the red and white Toyota, back with that sort of classic Toyota racing livery as they change their name back from Toyota Gazoo Racing to Toyota Racing. And then Tom Gamble, and then the number 15 car not too far behind, and that's Dries van Toor.
That's LMGT3 battle while we're watching this. Tom Fleming is catching the leader, Simon Mann. That gap is now 7.4 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that. Adrian David, 23 seconds back with a little bit of a queue behind him. Zach Robichon leads the fight there in the 27. On board, the number 7 with Nick de Vries chasing Jules Gounon. He's got Tom Gamble right behind him in that 007 Aston Martin, and Dries van Toor recovering a further 0.8 of a second back there. So this is a 4-car train for 6th place.
Yeah, Nick de Vries has driven a really good stint and a bit here, because putting pressure, continuous pressure on Jules Gounon in that car number 36. And when you think the other Alpine is leading the race overall by 20.5 seconds now, I think de Vries really, like I say, really got the best out of his equipment during this race today. Yeah, actually, de Vries coming up to the end of his second stint. He's done 24 laps.
Oh, and having a little look down the inside as the Alpine got a fraction hooked up in traffic. Everybody's still on the medium tyre, despite the fact there's more cloud cover than there was 3.5 hours ago. Track temperature still in the mid-30s, so no sign yet of anybody going for a softer option in the cooler part of the afternoon. De Vries remains in 7th place, just lost a little bit in traffic to the Alpine there, the blue car in front of Jules Gounon. And Tom Gamble didn't quite get close to him either. Look at the body language of that number 20 BMW, Robin Freins. So much fuller of fuel than the cars behind him that you could really see it moving around on its suspension through the compression in Eau Rouge and over Rédillon. And that car still in 5th place ahead of this 4-way battle. This is where patience in traffic can be so important.
Nick, box this lap, press pit confirm, driver change to Kamui.
So box this lap, press pit confirm. That means that the team know that he's heard it. And also, Anthony, does that then initiate sequences in the car?
No, it doesn't. It's just literally to let the team know that you've heard the radio message and warn them all that you are definitely coming in. Now, if you're told to press the pit confirm button too early in the lap, however, some drivers it's very easy to forget or remember the fact that you have pressed the button and just continue on. Le Mans is the classic one. You see drivers just forget, they press it too early in the lap. Such a long lap, you forget.
Antonio Felix da Costa leading the race here with 2 hours and 20 minutes still to go in Spa-Francorchamps. It is Alpine out front, Cadillac in 2nd, Peugeot 3rd, Ferrari 4th, BMW 5th, and then Alpine, Toyota, Aston Martin, BMW and Toyota in the top 10. Number 4, Peugeot, for a pit stop infringement, has 5 seconds added to its next pit stop time, and that is the car that is in 3rd place.
That effectively is going to drop it out of a podium position at this stage of the race, because you can see how close the 51 Ferrari is, and these cars are getting very close now. Ferrari will pit first from this lead 4, then the 2 leading cars, the Alpine 35, the 12 Caddy, then the Peugeot, and again with that sense of inevitability, through to the lead will come the off-sequence number 20 BMW, which, by the way, is doing exactly what it's done throughout this race and is gaining in terms of the energy gap to the other car on the same broad sequence, which is the number 8 Toyota. The difference now, 11%.
And also that 20 car, despite the fact it's not 100% in clear air, is lapping as quickly as anything else, despite the fact that, as you can see on the graphic, it's got 3/4 full tanks compared to everybody else who's not quite running on fumes, but getting closer. In trouble for the last car in the field. That's Sebastian Bourdais in the 38 Jota. He's spun coming into, or has he stopped coming into the chicane? He's not due to stop yet. He's got 38% energy. I think he may be coming into the pit lane. This is the car that Earl Bamber complained of an issue with the brakes with.
So Seb's got the car in. It's red. No, it's not.
Well, while he comes in, let's have a quick word with the Aston Martin Hypercar team. Alex Riberas in the garage with Shea Adam.
Alex Riberas, that was quite a stint in the Aston Martin Valkyrie out on the track. You guys are here, you're competing a year into this program. How much have things improved your second time back at Spa?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, what a pleasure to race in such a great track like Spa-Francorchamps, in such a special car like the Valkyrie, and 1 year in our backs to come back here 12 months later, and it's a completely different experience, really. We went from last year being P last, P second last, and then a big gap between us and the rest, and now we are in the mix, fighting, defending, trying strategies, going for it. It's so much fun. It's such a great environment here in the team, and we're just so happy and so motivated to be here.
The goal for the harder racing today, guys, double points finish. They can do it.
And how close to the podium can they get? 51 Ferrari stops in from 8th position. Alessandro Pierguidi will take over for the last 2 hours and 20 odd minutes. And don't forget, if you're enjoying the action, then you can catch up with the full weekend at Imola and the full access program and everything else throughout the course of the season on our new home, the FIA WEC Plus. Now, not only can you watch the full access program, WC Originals, documentaries, and a whole host of others, but you can watch every session live and uninterrupted if you subscribe for free and sign up for...
Okay, Seb, so yeah, explain us a bit more the problem you've had here.
I just went 5 to 6, and it went no drive, and quite a horrible sound in the gearbox.
Wow. 5th to 6th, and there was nothing at home, and the car is back in the garage, and you sort of sense maybe that might be the end of the road. 38 has been more trouble than it's worth, waiting for driver changes. And Louis Delatraz threading his way through field. Delatraz in second place for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. Théo Pourchaire third in the 94 Peugeot, but will serve a 5-second longer stop than the cars around him when he does stop. Leaders in, and this is Antonio Felix da Costa. They might have to wriggle him out with dynamite to get him out of the car. He's been having so much fun.
Great stint from him. Now on pit lane, Louis Delatraz, 21 seconds back at that point. Théo Pourchaire, remember, he will have how much longer? Another lap, I think, for Théo Pourchaire, but with a penalty, a 5-second penalty to be added to that pit stop. That will cycle Robin Rines through to the lead. Just looking at where those cars are on track right now. Through goes Théo Pourchaire to take the lead.
Charles Milesi taking over the Alpine, Norman Nato taking over the number 12 Cadillac, and now the team members praying and hoping that everything comes off and goes back on the way it should do, the way it's been rehearsed 100 different times.
A little bit slow on the right rear, isn't it?
And away he goes. Now then, where is that going to bring them out compared to the Cadillac? They will still be in front. The Cadillac is still there.
Yeah, the Cadillac had to serve that 5-second penalty before they could start working on the car, so they're not really in the fight anymore with that number 35 Alpine.
That cost them 5 seconds. The Alpine team 1 minute 25 against a clean stop at around 1:20.
The new fight, sorry Graham, the new fight, well, the fight that will eventually come together from this virtual race that's going on is the number 20 BMW versus the number 35 Alpine. That is the race for the lead. And so when it all plays out again, we've got to remember that gap of 42 seconds.
Every time we have this stop sequence, the gap that the 20 BMW is building gets larger and larger and larger. They are doing a massively impressive job.
Well, last time it came down by 10 seconds. The Costa took 10 seconds, yeah, because it's just they were out of sync with the tyre age and the speed of the Alpine. Now it's been freed up, is really coming into its own. So that's the interesting part of the race. And then, of course, it's whoever has to do the splash at the end of the race, which I think the car number 20 may have mitigated by doing it earlier, like the car number 8 as well. So we see number 94, they're on 0% energy remaining, so they did that 1 extra lap compared to the cars that have just stopped.
And a 5-second penalty to come for that car.
Exactly, yeah. So they're on par with the Cadillac number 12, yes, at least, in that regard.
The list of cars that have incurred penalties in this race compared to Imola, where you would think it was more likely, is really long, isn't it? And I'm surprised.
Well, I'm not that surprised, because you can go off this circuit. You can. I don't mean you go right here. You can go off and overtake cars. You can't do that in Imola. Funny enough, you've got walls, barriers, grass, and
you're not
pits
wrong.
with spikes in them, you name it.
Just want to mark the moment, by the way. We have a BMW 1.2 at this point. Yes, with the 15 car with just 6% energy remaining. But I don't recall the last time we had a BMW 1.2 this deep into a race.
No, but the last time we had was before the last round of pit stops for 15.
I'm not sure it did.
Yeah, it was. It was in second place, I think. It was close anyway. But they're now starting to get to the point where they're barely dropping out of the top 10 after a stop. 94, that 5-second penalty applied before they started their pit stop. So again, with the driver change and the fresh tyres going on, just that little longer spent stationary than would have been ideal. But away they go. Yes, finally.
And that number 15, by the way, who's now in second place, they had a blinding last stint of an average of 206.4 versus Da Costa's 206.7.
And that included that half spin.
Sebastian Bourdais on the pit wall. I'm assuming that means the car is going no further. It's not an official retirement yet, but maybe. There's car number 20, our race leader. And they are just playing their hand with everything that they have got. The drivers have been superb. The pit work so far hasn't let them down, and their offset strategy has put them back in front once more. Be interesting, we don't have the stat. Be interesting to find out who has led more laps, and there's trouble. LMGT3 and which of the Peugeots? That's a lot of damage on 94, just out of the pits. And that is the end of that car's challenge, with Malte Jakobsen coming out of the pits. They haven't even taken the tyre stack away.
What on earth happened there then? Was that on cold tyres or what? We're going to see. So on the racing line through. Oh, it's the spinning GT in front. There's nowhere to go.
And that is, I think, the 79 car, Matteo Cressoni.
On his outlap for Jakobsen.
So unfortunate.
Tires and this GT fits in front. I cannot go anywhere. Like, oh, sorry guys.
No, there's nothing that he could have done there. That is wrong time at the wrong plate. There's nowhere he could have gone. With a spinning car in front of you, it's just, wow, so unlucky. There's nothing that Jakobsen could have done.
Well, from the first ever pole sitter in the FIA World Endurance Championship for Peugeot, the first in the World Championship since 1992 for Peugeot, on his opening lap, on his outlap. Bitter goal.
They're trying to check the data, mate. They're trying to check.
Yeah, the car is really broken.
Yeah, he knows it. I'm surprised he's even really trying to get that car back. The tracking's completely out. Suspension damage. I reckon that's game over.
And of course, unlike when Peugeot first arrived and joined only Toyota in Hypercar, there are far too many cars for even a point to be much of a realistic hope here. He's already, you know, we've still got 16 competitive cars out of the 17 that started this race.
I mean, look how unlucky this is. Just watch where the Peugeot is, back of that group, compared to the orange Mercedes. Spins around, Jakobsen's on, it's like he's on the racing line, and he sees it happening so early. He tries to pinch the line closer to the inside. Nothing he could have done. And nothing that the GT car could have done as well. As soon as it started spinning around, it was the momentum was bringing him back onto the circuit. Ah, dear.
Matteo Cressoni at the wheel. And there's a lot of debris, a lot of gravel that they will want to clean up. And so we will go virtual safety car. And that means that after that, we will go to full safety car. So another deal of the cards. There is the Mercedes.
So interesting one here. Sorry guys. The interesting thing here is the number 15 BMW, because they have to pit.
They're on pit lane now.
They are in the pits.
Yeah, they were on 26 laps. They had to pit. You've got a green light at the end of the pit lane still.
Virtual safety car. The pits are open.
They've just got a free pit stop then.
There is the number 15
The gravel
car.
on the racing line is so dangerous. Because the GT, instead of going straight, when they are so strict with the track limits, he tries to save it, spins, and just spawns in front of me all of a sudden. And then on cold tires, you cannot avoid.
I saw, it was all on TV. Nothing you can do. I'm really sorry for that.
Yeah, I can avoid, but they are so strict with track limits. But then with cold tires, you also don't want to spin and just do something crazy to avoid. It's very tricky.
He's absolutely right in his assessment there. The GT drivers, all of them are told so strictly to try to remain on circuit at all costs and not to run over the middle of turn 6 and rejoin the circuit. And you're told that in the driver's briefing over and over again, and we've seen penalties given for drivers doing exactly that. I do think a more experienced driver in the GT would have decided anyway to just straighten up.
It's Matteo Cressoni. He is a very experienced guy. He's the guy.
My apologies.
No, it's Matteo. I believe it was Matteo.
It was.
And I think he was just caught out. I think he got too deep into the corner with the Ferrari.
Well, do you remember I said before I spotted that there was gravel on the outside?
Yes.
That's what Jakobsen's talking about.
Right.
Not bothering to undo that because the entire front end of the car is coming off, so they're not ripping the floor apart. But yeah.
Oh, and you know what? Here is an even bigger issue potentially.
Axle.
Drive shaft sensors, drive shafts. Yeah. They will want to get the car fixed and back on track, not for points, not for prizes, but for data, because this is their last 2 hours in the car in competitive conditions before we get to Le Mans. So it's important to fix that, learn from it, put the car back out on track.
But in addition to that, Martin, this was the pole-setting car. It was, before that 5-second penalty, in a podium-winning position. This was a car that could have scored big points today. And with the differences in strategy around here, who knows where this could have actually fallen out. The problem is, of course, the thing that's added into the source of that strategy is what's cost them the race.
Now, the virtual safety car means that the pit lane remains open for 2 full laps, and that allows everybody the opportunity to come in and fill up. Lots of cars could avoid doing that, but probably won't. So who now maintains track position? And I'm looking at you, the 35 Alpine, with 87% energy. Do you need to top that up to 100%, or would you rather stay on track? Would you rather not give away positions to those behind? This is where the brains on the pit wall really have to be very, very sharp, because sitting afterwards and going, oh, if only we hadn't.
But all I know, there was one car that was on its scheduled time to pit and did under a virtual safety car with all cars trundling around very slowly, so effectively a free pit stop, was the number 15 BMW. They are right in it now to win this race. That's all I know. They're the only car that got a free pit stop out of this.
Absolutely right, and their in-lap was at full speed, not at 80 Ks, and everybody else's in-lap will be at 80 Ks.
The last time we had a situation like this, in exactly those circumstances, was Fuji, and that's what gave the 35 Alpine the race. That's what did it. Meantime, by the way, under the virtual safety car, the lead group in LMGT3 are pitting. Vista Air Corsa's Alessia Rivera leaves now. Marvin Kirchhofer is out in the Garage 59 car, but coming into pit lane, Tom Fleming had closed that gap to 0.4 of a second.
And Uncle Tom Cobley and all in LMGT3 are going to come in because they all could do with fuel. Why wouldn't you? Genesis Magna Racing, the 19 is in, so Mathieu Jaminet handing over the car. Already the 51 Ferrari has left as well. That won't have gained them quite so much on the field because some of their in-lap would have been under full course yellow. Number 8 Toyota is in, 50% fuel. There will be a lot more callers, but there's going to be so many people on the pit wall desperately trying to find an advantage out of this.
We watch number 8 do their stop. Well, number 51, you can see the energy on screen, 99% along with the 15 BMW we've already mentioned. But Pierre Guidi, who's at the wheel now of number 51, had already done 4 laps before coming in to do the stop. So it wasn't a scheduled stop for them.
The other question is, we believe 15 potentially a big winner here. Who's the biggest loser? And I'm struggling to avoid a conclusion that might be the 20, because this negates the advantage they've had.
Well, on the number 12 Cadillac, it's whoever had just stopped under full racing conditions. They are the biggest losers from that. They spent the most time stationary in the pits while others were circulating flat out.
I was wondering what we were seeing a replay of there when all the tyres went on. Toyota just making the lollipop man for the number 50 Ferrari. Here it is, just making sure he was out of the way.
That looked clean.
Yep.
Remember, if you're not used to following the FIA World Endurance Championship, getting rid of that wheel is done really for 94 in terms of a competitive proposition at the very least. Safety car, full safety car will follow the virtual safety car. Pits are open for at least 2 laps, allow everybody to pit if they wish to do so. But what a rotten luck for Peugeot here. We'll see it again.
So the GT gets on the marbles, and that's what spins the car around, or half spins it.
Apologies, it was a Toyota, not a Ferrari. I think I said Ferrari a little earlier. It was the Toyota. Yeah, just in traffic. There you go.
The dust coming off of the Mercedes tells the story of the lack of grip it had from going around the outside. And the reason he was going around the outside is because he's getting overtaken by cars on the inside. The Toyota puts him offline, and nowhere that Jakobsen can do. I know he feels bitterly sorry for the team for crashing the car, but like the team said to him, it's really not your fault. We've seen it on screen.
Well, there was literally nowhere to go.
No.
The classic rule of thumb in the old days was always aim for the spinning car, but he was too close. There was no way he was going to miss it if he kept going straight.
And he knows.
Teo Porcher, I mean, yeah. Sometimes it's your day, and it felt like it was. Iron Link's team don't feel like it was their day either. And again, wasn't actually a driver making a major error. Now, the irony might be, were those the tyres that he went out and flat spotted in qualifying? I don't know, but
we didn't get to that.
No,
we didn't have to get to that story, unfortunately, but that was something else that would potentially go against the car number 94 today.
We might be able to see if the Michelin data has updated. No, it hadn't by that stage. He was on his outlap. So, okay, so reset. We're behind virtual safety car. We will fairly shortly go to a full safety car condition, at which stage the pit lane will be closed, but almost everybody who had the option to will have been able to stop. So the number 20 BMW leads from sentences you didn't expect to say today, the number 8 Toyota, and then the number 35 Alpine. Is this going to give Sebastian Buemi a shot at this one? Oh, in comes the number 20 BMW. Now, that's a surprise. They're going to come in and do a short stop to brim the tanks of the number 20 BMW.
He had only done 13 laps in this stint, so they're taking the opportunity for a free half pit stop, really, of fuel.
All right, Malte Jakobsen in the 94 Peugeot garage. Let's catch up with him now.
Malte, feeling very sorry for you. We saw what happened, but can you explain to us what actually, how it felt in the car, what really happened for you?
First, I want to apologize to the team and everybody here. It's very, very disappointing because you're actually in a pretty strong position going into the last couple of hours of the race. But I mean, we saw yesterday in qualifying, I made a massive mistake on cold tires already. Now again today, another one. Those cars are very, very difficult to drive, and then a combination of the gravel, which you had from the inside of turn 5, which was all over the place, and the GT car spinning in front of me, and obviously rejoining just in front, but I'm not blaming him either because the car was out of control and he had lost it completely. But me being on the cold tires, I really struggled as well to avoid him, and you can see you're lacking sharpness on the front compared to if you had the hotter tires.
Malte, I don't think you can blame yourself. You cannot. You could not avoid this situation. You have to make sure that we all saw that.
Yeah, I know. It's but always in hindsight, it's the outlap. There was no pressure from behind, so you can always back off a little bit, and if you lose 1-2 seconds, it doesn't matter. But the problem is, with the tires and these cars, they're very, very hard to drive. If you start to be aggressive, you can very easily be caught out, like I was yesterday also. So, yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest. I'm just very disappointed.
I think you did a great weekend, and we're all feeling very sorry for you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and see you in Le Mans.
Yeah, we will definitely be seeing more of you, my friend. I know he had it was a small incident, a hiccup, I'd say, in qualifying yesterday, spinning on cold tyres. He's not the first, he won't be the last that's done that. It's difficult with these fast cars and hard sidewalled tyres because they've got so much grip. They have to be constructed in that way, manufactured in that way. And he had to spin, and we were getting to that story where they were going to have to use a set of potentially flat-spotted tyres later on in this race. So that was a small mistake, but what happened just there, it wasn't his mistake. So he's apologising to the team. He doesn't need to. Their experience, they've seen it all. We've all seen the pictures, so it was nice that Bruce could share that moment driver to driver with him down in the pits, and just to say, yeah, just sometimes racing goes against you.
I've known that kid since he started LMP3. He's an extraordinary individual, quite apart from an extraordinary talent. That there, ladies and gentlemen, is Malte Jakobsen. That's just the way he is. And I know we're all screaming at the telly and saying, it wasn't your fault. That's the way he is. He's an absolute consummate team player. Right, so the 20 car has been in and out the pit. Safety car has now been called. But there is one moment that we need to point out here, is the 20 car now emerges behind the LMGT3 leader. So the 2020 car will lead the train, Martin, with some LMGT3 cars behind him that will get a pass around. That wouldn't have happened if he'd come out ahead of the 21.
Just inside.
Sorry, Teo Pocher looking on. It seemed like he knows that there's nothing that he could have done as well if he was in the same situation.
Under safety car conditions with 2 hours to go at Spa-Francorchamps, a race that started in bright sunny conditions after a week that started with cold, rain, fog, and the threat perhaps even of some icy temperatures. But from pole position, the Peugeot driver Loic Duval holding off Will Stevens in the second fastest qualifying car, the number 12 Cadillac, with 2 Alpines in their mirrors. Nice clean start in LMGT3, and once more the pole sitting car, the Lexus, taking the lead down into the first corner. It didn't take long, though, before there was a change at the top in the lead of the race. Will Stevens with a great run in the Hurst Team Jota Cadillac around the outside of the Peugeot 9X8 and taking the lead away from Loic Duval. The Cadillac early on with plenty of pace, and the Alpines looking strong as well. 77 Ford in the lead in LMGT3 after the opening lap. and then dropping it off into the gravel, bringing out a safety car within a few minutes of the start. Eric Powell in his first race in Spa. Number 35 Alpine moving up into second place in the hands of Ferdi Habsburg. And with all the traffic, things getting a little overheated. Contact between the 92 Porsche and the 38 Cadillac, resulting in a puncture, a rub with the wall, and there's still more issues with that car. 19 going back into the garage for Genesis Magma Racing as well. Under pressure, the 15 BMW, and contact with the 51 Ferrari, easing James Collado off towards the barriers. Came on just safely enough. Problems for the number 50 Ferrari, losing 20 seconds with a recalcitrant wheel nut on the left front corner, dropping them down the order. In the LMGT3, 21 Ferrari ahead of the 88 Mustang, which then picked up a penalty. 51 Ferrari working its way back up the order. Cadillac into the pit lane, and the number 20 BMW back to the front of the field. They put themselves on an alternate fuel strategy early on. Their team car getting spun around the nose of the 51 Ferrari, making contact up at Les Combes, both cars being slightly delayed. 35 Alpine back in the fray. Charles Malaysi taking over for the final couple of stints of the race. And then disaster for Malte Jakobsen, the man who put the 94 Peugeot on pole, getting caught out by the spinning GT3 Mercedes. That has brought out our virtual safety car, and we have now gone to full safety car conditions. And this time around, behind the safety car, the field is very much mixed up, and we should have a wave around. But the number 20 BMW has topped up with fuel and come back out into the lead. And the other car that was on an alternate fuel strategy, the number 8 Toyota, has also topped up and remains second. So what they needed was something to happen, and that something, unfortunately for Malte Jakobsen, has brought out the safety car. Vista AF Corsa lead from the number 10 McLaren from Garage 59, the 78 Lexus in third place. So there again, some of our expected front runners have remained at the top in LMGT3. Some of them have dropped right back down the order, and the 79 Mercedes in the garage may go no further.
Simon Mann, it was 12 months ago that you vacated the seat of the Ferrari, the 21A of course, and you handed over to Alessio Rovera. Went on to win that race. Well, you've just done it from the lead again. Does it feel very similar to what happened 12 months ago?
I mean, every race is different. There's still a long way to go. I think the team did a great job so far. So let's see, but for sure we're in a competitive spot. The McLaren is really fast. So it's not done yet. It's still a long way to go.
Was it a bit of a lonely stint out there for you?
No, it's like it was today is okay. I'll take that any day of the week. But yeah, the car was good. Felt good in the car. Just in the end, yeah, we got a bit confusing with the yellow flags. But for the rest, the car was good. So the team did a great job too in the pit stops to get the Ford, which helped a lot to have that clean air in the first stint and not be stuck behind the Ford. So yeah, good day.
He's not even sweating, guys. This isn't fair.
He's probably sweating more about the interview than he was about driving the car, Simon Mann. So we reset the field. Pass around has been started, and almost the entire LMGT field, Graham Goodwin, has gone by the safety car to come back and join at the back of the queue.
Yeah, just in front of the safety car were those lead two, the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, Alessio Rovera and Marvin Kirchhoffer. And the remainder of the cars in the train, therefore with their leader ahead of them, are now passing around. But that little moment has not served the interests of the 20 BMW that well, because it means there's no rear gunners between him and his tormentors from behind, with the exception of one of the Genesis cars that sits directly behind our race leader. Behind that Genesis, though, is then the number 8 Toyota with Sebastian Buemi and the number 35 Alpine, Charles Malaysi. Then Dries van Tor sits 4th, Antonio Fuoco in 5th, but of course this field compressed, and it's a whole new race with under 2 hours to go.
Well, we've got an hour and 50-minute sprint. Everybody's full of fuel, everybody's behind a safety car, everybody's ready to rock and roll. Who's going to win it? I don't know. Must be an hour and 55 minutes and I might have a clue.
The one thing I'd point out is, amongst that group, who's got new tyres? Dries van Tor certainly has. That could be significant.
Sebastian Buemi he's taken 4 new mediums.
The 20 most certainly did not.
Number 15 did. Yeah, so they're number 15 just cruising around under the safety car, and 4 laps on them. Antonio Fuoco hasn't, and you've got the energy graphics on the left-hand side as well. So like you said, Martin, pretty much everyone there or thereabouts with full fuel.
The only one that didn't top up is the number 8 car, because number 20 got in, topped up and got out without losing position. But suddenly, it might be who had the new tyres, 8 and 15, that makes a big difference. I thought we'd just about to hear from Matteo Cressoni, but that's maybe coming. Matteo Cressoni, the Iron Lynx Mercedes, is parked. Malte Jakobsen's 94 Peugeot has been officially retired. Peugeot have just gone, okay, no. The 38 Cadillac also a retirement. Double waved yellows at turn 7 exit. There is nobody stationary there. Are we still clearing up?
It might be equipment on track.
Yeah. Right, let's see if we can catch up with Matteo Cressoni at Iron Lynx.
Yes, I'm down in the Iron Lynx Mercedes team with Matteo Cressoni, driver from the car 79, which had the incident on the track with the Peugeot 94. Unfortunately, can you tell us what happened on your side?
Unfortunately, I didn't expect that the hypercar dive in the end of the straight, the end of the Camino straight, and then he put me completely on the dirty, on the gravel. I lost the car, and even sorry for the Peugeot that was there in the wrong place at the wrong moment. Sorry for the team, because we were recovering the race that we started with some difficult. Yeah, now the guys they are try to repair to check the car for the future. I'm really sorry for them, and but this is the race.
Yeah, race incident. Thank you very much for explaining.
Bye.
Yeah, it was one of the 2 Toyotas you saw going by on the inside. He said, I wasn't expecting him to dive bomb me at the apex. Not sure which of the Toyotas it was. Meanwhile, the FIA are looking at the Aston Martin 007 for technical infringement differential usage. So we'll have to see how that works out. Robin Freins from Sebastian Buemi, that's the queue, with Charles Malaysi in the pale blue Alpine in 3rd. The black car that is 2nd in the queue is the Genesis Magma racing car. That is not in that battle, but it is in the queue. The good news for all of the guys chasing Robin Freins is that it is a hypercar and not an LMGT3 machine, so it won't slow them down so much.
So leading this pack, obviously car 20 did the stop under the full course yellow as well, and yeah, did take, with Robin Freins drive, did take 4 new medium tyres, as did Sebastian Buemi, as I mentioned before. Number 35 is an interesting one. 10-lap old tyres on Milesi's car in 3rd place, and then number 15 has been trundling behind the safety car, did a genuine pit stop, full fuel under virtual safety car conditions with Dries van Tor, so he took 4 new tyres as well. After that, they're all in a pretty similar situation to that of car 35, Milesi, on his sort of 10 to 15 lap old tyres, there or thereabouts. So really, the front 2 have the advantage at this point.
Going to be interesting to see how this one works out. Here's the 50 Ferrari crew.
Okay, so tyre situation. The leader, car 20, has 4 tyres. They had a huge gap. Followed by Toyota number 8. They have 4 tyres. They had a huge gap. Then is Alpine 35. They did not change their fresh tyres 4 laps. Then the BMW 15 in front of you has 4 tires. We have the 2 rides. The 9 behind you did not change. They have 12 laps tires, so the same as your left. And then Cadillac 12 behind them did not change. They are fresh, soft from the quali.
Ooh, Cadillac's Norman Nato, the only man on a soft tyre. Now then, bear with, caller. What's the track temperature looking like at the moment? Track temperature is still 33 degrees. I mean, that is a long way higher than it ought to be. I managed to turn our telly off, which is not really very clever, was it?
The double yellows, by the way, protecting a work site at the turn 7 exit have been removed. That should be the first move towards consideration of the end of this safety car period. That's a pass around. Well, the other things to note there is what we've now got are 2 trains in line of stern. One completely composed of hypercars, the other completely composed of LMGT3s. Here's the work going on the Iron Lynx Mercedes, of course, which was the other car involved in that. So when we do get back to running, yes, we're going to have a battle within hypercar, yes, we're going to have a battle within GT3, but we're not going to have battles between the 2, at least in theory.
That's very hopeful of you. We've got an hour and 45 minutes. I'm sure they will catch each other out. Awful lot of work going on in this Iron Lynx garage on the 79 Mercedes. And Matteo Cressoni, as he said in his interview, really sorry for the Peugeot. You know, Marty Jacobsen feels that he's let the team down. Personally, he hasn't. Matteo Cressoni feels he's let his team down. It wasn't his fault, but he's also sorry, you know, unfortunately, the luck of the green did not go with the 94 Peugeot either. So lights will go off on the safety car at the end of timing sector 2, and have done. And he will beetle off up to the top of the hill, and that will allow Robin Freins to slow the field down. The black car, number 19, the black and orange Genesis Magna Racing car of Paul-Luc Chatin, that is in 15th place. It is 9 laps behind the leaders, and so it is not in this battle, it is just in this battle.
So the car to watch here will be the number 12 Cadillac on its soft tyres. They're obviously going to warm up much more effectively than the medium tyre cars out there at this point. So you can just see it on screen behind the front. Yeah, just coming out of Blanchimont, so they're winding it up. Now let's see who can get their tyres up to temperature. So I think he's going to have a good chance, is Nato, overtaking the Aston in front. We saw the Aston struggle for warm-up at the start of this race today, and now the temperature's a little bit cooler still.
Well, away goes Robin Freins, and then Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, the red car, has not got by the number 19, but here comes 15. The BMW of Dries Van Toor dives on the inside. The poor Genesis Magna Racing driver goes, I'm out of this. Let me out of the way, let me out of the way, let me out of the way. He doesn't want to be in the way of any of this, Paul-Luc Chatin, but that's a great move by the BMW to dive by Charles Milesi. Dries Van Toor up to 3rd, and on the heels of Buemi, here comes the Ferrari, number 50 of Antonio Fuoco. He wants to catch Milesi by surprise as well, and behind him is the Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen, and Norman Nato has not stayed with the Aston at the restart.
Yeah, those brand new tyres for the... I mean, Fuoco's engineer mentioned, didn't he? He said Milesi is potentially the weak one here with slightly older tyres than the rest of you. Can't see Nato making moves just yet on those soft tyres, but great stuff by Fuoco to gain a position. Also from Dries Van Toor, that decisive move into turn 1.
A monster move from Dries Van Toor to grab 3rd place. He's looking, I think, well, number 1, trying to get towards the lead, but number 2, what a great rear gunner he could be for the 20 in this situation.
But never mind the 20, that he thinks it's even Stevens. We're going to win this one, and not the 20 car. Dries Van Toor in 3rd, Antonio Fuoco in 4th, Milesi 5th. And there is Nick Nielsen coming through, Alessandro Pierguidi rather, in 8th place coming through the field as well in the 51 Ferrari. Despite that being eased off into the gravel by the number 15 BMW. Robert Kubica just a little further back, the 83 car in 13th position. And the number 7 Toyota in the top 10 as well. Kamui Kobayashi chasing the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi.
Malaysia is not done yet, is he? He's lost that position to Fuoco, but he was right on him through Blanchimont. But Fuoco's got that one covered.
We know that the Alpine's been a quick car, and if he's at a tyre deficit now, he may end up with a tyre advantage later. 1 hour, 40 minutes of race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship remaining here at what is insisting on being a dry, sunny and hot Spa. 6 hours. And it is Robin Freins who leads for BMW the second lap away from the safety car. Sebastian Buemi second for Toyota. Dries van Toorn jumped up from 5th to 3rd at the beginning of this green flag period. Antonio Fuoco up to 4th in his Ferrari, and he's going with Dries van Toorn, and just behind him Charles Milesi in the Alpine, recovering his composure in this 35 car. Now starting to look at Fuoco. In LMGT3, 21 Ferrari leads from the Garage 59 McLaren, and then this battle here is Eastwood in the it's Katzberg in the 33 car, Chan Juven in the 91 Porsche, and Jose Maria Lopez ahead of Logan Sargent. There's some names in that battle.
It's all of them. I mean, it's Mattia Drudi has lost a position, by the way, third to Esteban Masson, the lead of this group. Up the inside goes the McLaren on the curb, just avoids contact with the 69.
Yeah, that was the 69 car of Daniel Harper. Dan Harper going around the outside of Benji Goethe, and we ride on board right behind him with Johnny Adam. There's more dust there. Behind Johnny Adam is not Davide Rigon, but that's the is that the 88 Ford? Yeah. So looking at the replay here, Chan Juven on the right-hand side with the bright yellow nose. On the inside, Jose Maria Lopez. Juven, the Porsche specialist, going the long way around the outside of Nicky Katzberg. Katzberg going, oh, no, you don't.
Did manage to get by the Lexus in that move. Meantime, back in hypercar country, the 009 Aston Martin and Marco Sorensen trying to soak up the pressure from Norman Nata on those soft tyres.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job of it as well, because I suspected that Sorensen was going to struggle there on the restart, but nothing that Nato can do just yet, and he's going to be quickly running out of time, is Nato, before Sorensen's got his tyre temp exactly where he wants it. This was the restart, and a great jump by Robin Freins, actually. Had the Genesis just behind him, which really helped. And I liked how the Genesis, you pointed out, around about this moment here, he just dived to the inside and thought, I'm out of this, guys. I don't want to ruin your racing.
Yeah, he pulls over here on the right-hand side, almost, back up into the pit lane.
But look at the BMW, where it just goes to the inside. Oh, there was a touch, actually. That's how he found the opportunity. Car number 35 of Milesi outbrakes himself, hits the back of the Toyota, and that's what opened up the gap for Dries van Toorn.
That was nearly a gimme. He nearly got both of them, yeah. Milesi just tagged the back of the Ferrari, and Sebastian Buemi drifted, beg your pardon, yeah, too much red. Sebastian Buemi just held on to that, didn't he?
Robin Freins is pulling away a little, 2.2 seconds the good of Sebastian Buemi, under pressure still from Dries van Toorn, Antonio Fuoco, and the rest side by side here between the Lexus and the Corvette. Again, here comes the Ford up the inside.
Logan Sargent on the inside in the Ford. Jose Maria Lopez on the outside in the Lexus, and he gets by Nicky Katzberg.
What a move, and look at that, just on the dust. Meantime, the number 88 Ford Mustang. Wow, they're leaving no inch.
This is 9th. Juven is 9th in the Porsche that's just got away. 10th is now Lopez. 11th is Katzberg. 12th is Sargent. Then Dan Harper in the BMW 13th. Benji Goethe in 14th place. Johnny Adam at the top of the shot in 15th. And Ben Tuck behind him in 16th place in the 77 Ford.
That was a brilliant move by Lopez. Look at that. Both cars sliding this slow-mo shot. Shows it so well. Bodywork flying as well. Hopefully there's not too much damage between the car, but great racing between the two of them. Where did all that bodywork fly off from? But wow, what a move. I mean, it's so hard to judge that. We've seen the stones on the exit of turn 5 as well. Wow.
Robin's racing.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly is an LMGT3. And actually, do you know what? Here as well. I mean, if Buemi had just got the tiniest more of a touch from Sharma Lacey, we would have a BMW 1.2 right now, never mind a BMW 1.3. So,
and we will give it time, because the last energy graphic we saw, there's around 10% difference in the favour of the BMW that sits behind Buemi. All he has to do is Vantor is just stick where he is, because he will get free air at some point.
Easier said than done.
We are good in energy, planning to double these tires,
Now, investigation of car number 34 for potential pit stop infringements. That's Racing Team Turkey, the Corvette being driven by Charlie Eastwood. But Robin Freins, the race leader, we're good on energy. I think that was go get 'em, boy.
Well, remember,
or leave them behind even.
In this alternative strategy we have with the Toyota and the number 20 BMW, the BMW is doing 3% better or more per stint. Now that same must be potentially true for the 15 as well.
Basically the car number 8 is out of position in terms of its speed. It's not as fast. It hasn't been all week compared to the cars currently sitting behind it. Buemi doing a brilliant job of keeping the car where it is, but it hasn't had the genuine speed to be in second place in this race. They've found themselves in this position through strategy and a bit of luck. But yeah, the cars behind are quicker, and that, I think all the cars, they know that. Being 10% less on energy as well at this stage for car number 8, they will inevitably drop down the order at some point.
So Buemi's not quite got that message. Last time around he was well into the 204s, but you're right, a few tenths different with the BMWs around him.
61 Mercedes in 8th place in LMGT3, being driven by Maxime Martin, the only Belgian to have won in World Endurance at Spa. He's got a drive-through penalty for track limits, so he's not going to be winning in Spa again. It'll have to be a different Belgian this time. Dries Vantor maybe in 3rd place in the number 15 BMW. I mean, I'm just saying. Augusto Farfus on board in the 32 BMW. This car again has been up and down like the Assyrian Empire, currently in 7th position. And in LMGT3, almost as in Hypercar, all bets are off now, because particularly in LMGT3, their tyre allocation means they can pretty much have had new tyres on, as well as a full tank of fuel. So where we are, it's an hour and 40 minutes to get everything sorted out. And BMW, Robin Freins, pulling away from Sebastian Buemi, not by much, but just enough to be in clear air. And Anthony, 5 or 6 laps after the last safety car of clean air is definitely going to help that BMW.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that can get into free air around that Toyota are going to benefit, because you can see that they've all got that inherent speed advantage that they've had all week. So the Aston just struggling to keep up with that pack in front of it, but in a very good position in P6 is Marco Sorensen. He's driven a brilliant race, as his teammate has as well.
The other advantage, by the way, for Robin Freins here, will come in a lap or two when he catches the traffic, because he's going to be the only car in this train that is not under pressure directly from behind. So he will be able to pick his line a little more easily than someone who's got the mirrors full of one of the maniacs in the train behind him.
Well, he's already got the gap up to 4.6 seconds in completely, in fair running, on the same tyre age as car number 8. Same fuel strategy, give or take. Actually, he's got a little bit more fuel on board than Buemi, and still continues to pull away. That gap, don't forget, before the full course yellow, was up to 23 seconds between the two of them, and that happened naturally over a few stints. So, yeah, it's unfortunately for Toyota, they're running in second at the moment. I fear for them that it's inevitable that they will lose positions to at least 2 or 3 of these cars that are behind them right now on track.
So the Toyota in front of you cannot go to the end of the race with one stop only, and Foco behind you will need to change at least 2 tires, okay?
Ooh, this is the sort of thing that drivers like to hear, isn't it? The guy in front can't do it on one stop. The implicit thing there is we can. And Fuoco in a Ferrari only took 2 tyres, and so they're going to have to spend a little longer in the pit lane or give away potential performance right at the end of the race. So what he's saying is, we're looking really good here.
Oh no, they are. If all things go well and we have no more safety car or virtual safety car mishaps, then we'll see a BMW 1-2. But the thing is, how quick can Vanthoor be compared to Freins? They do have one full pit stop of fuel to go, and we know with the hypercar at least they can do round about 50 minutes worth with a full tank of fuel on board. So it's 1.5 hours to go.
It's going to be entertaining. Benji Goethe flashing the headlights in the garage 59. And McLaren, he's all over the back of Nicky Katzberg. So this is Ançan Juven, the Turkish driver, doing a bit of ditch hooking.
That's some recovery from the 58. Bearing in mind, remember, that car lost a lap with those 3 drive-through penalties earlier on for Alex West. So that car back in the train. Well, where is he in the train? Well, he may be out of the top 10, but he's under 15 seconds back from the leader.
And 2 cars ahead of him, that blue Ford, 10th place, Logan Sargent. That had a drive-through penalty from 2nd place. Here comes the 15 BMW on the Toyota. Dries Vanthoor, yeah, fuel in hand, tyres in hand, Yada Schmatter. I'm going to pass him now. I'm bored waiting.
No, he's got the speed advantage in that car, doesn't have a tyre advantage. It really goes to show how, oh look, Fuoco's seeing an opportunity here around the outside. You can't let him get away with that. No, he doesn't. So that was well played by Vanthoor. He goes from being the hunter to the hunted in just a series of 2 or 3 corners. And yeah, he's going to have to think again to get past Sebastian Buemi. That was a bit too close for comfort, and Fuoco could see that coming.
Buemi and Milesi under investigation for an incident at turn 1. That was Milesi running into the back of Buemi, so Buemi will likely be blameless there, but that might be bad news for the Alpine of Charles Milesi.
I saw that as a bit of a racing incident myself. It's always really hard to judge it under the brakes, and it's turn 1. We see it at the start all the time. We saw it in GT at the start. We had a Ferrari hit the car in front. Can't remember which car that was. Maybe a Corvette.
Mustang.
Mustang, yeah, well remembered. And yeah, it's just, you know, it's one of those things that it's effectively like the start of a race again, isn't it, when they're all bunched up into turn 1. But yeah, Fuoco is impressive because he's only got that right side of tyres that were taken new in the last stop. The left side, I'm just looking now, has done, well, okay, 15 laps.
I mean, have you seen what's happening behind? One of the things we're asking me to do. I mean, at some point, do you think I'm David Copperfield? So, yeah, if I'm doing 9.9, I'm going to lose 10 places. You decide what you want.
Yeah, you go for fuel, or we lose. You go for the fuel save, and we hemorrhage lap time and therefore track position as well. And we go careering down through the pack of cars because they're just queuing up to overtake me while I'm doing all this lift and coast, or you allow me to drive to my potential and we take the hit in the pit stop for more fuel.
Yeah.
So he's asking them, you decide. Look at this for a bit of paint swapping between these 2 cars.
Good action from Benji Goethe coming out of the hairpin at La Source, going by Nicky Katzberg, and the McLarens looked the quicker of the 2 cars, and there he proves it.
The McLaren's been super quick, isn't it, the whole way through this week.
Well, the other McLaren in the hands of Marvin Kirchhoffer, still within a second of the leading Ferrari of Alessio Rovera, as he's been since we went back to green flag running. That's fully alike, that LMGT3 battle, and all the way down the order to Dan Harper in 13th. Tiny gaps.
Robert Kubica, he's going to drop a wheel in the gravel. That's why we have that replay camera there. Very dramatic stuff on the exit of Pouhon, Pif-Paf. So Vanthoor, Fuoco, Milesi, and yeah, Sebastian Buemi. Okay, throw me a frickin' bone here, you know. do you want me to drive fast or do you want me to save fuel? It is a rock and a hard place. One's going to lose them places, the other one's going to lose them places.
He has, though, managed to keep the gap static at 4.6 seconds over the last few. So it's not all bad. And if he has been lifting coasting through all of this as well to save the fuel, then then that's more impressive and looks slightly better. The outlook looks slightly better for Toyota number 8 than we first imagined.
Leaders in traffic now. This is a long LMGT3 chain, and this way it gets to be a bit more challenging for the cars in contention for those podium places, as opposed to the leader Robin Frijns making his way through. And then you've got these 2, 3, 4, 5 cars coming through in line astern.
Going by Nicky Katzberg. Next up will be the McLaren. They go by him. And then the 88 Ford, because 77 just came into the pit lane with Ben Tuck at the wheel. So that car of Logan Sargent. Sargent, I think, probably feeling a little more comfortable here at Spa. A little bit more, not quite wide open spaces, but a little bit more room for manoeuvre than there was in Imola.
It's always so strange. I can't stress enough how weird it feels to come back to a circuit you know very well from driving a completely different category in, say, like he is now, a GT car. It's a completely different kettle of fish, and you've got to relearn your trade. It's not doing one series down versus another. It's just you're having to learn how to use new tools. You know how to drive, but it can be complicated.
The situation is that we need a splash at the moment. We have about 3 laps worth that we need to save, so we need some intervention of FCY or something to save us, and we're just thinking about trying to bring down what we need.
Yeah, but you know what? You can't save 3 laps worth of fuel, and everyone else around you is fuel saving as well to a certain degree, give or take, but you're not going to save 3 laps in fuel saving. You can, but you will get overtaken by everyone.
His biggest problem is he's 5 seconds behind the car in front of him. He can't get a tow, but everybody else is towing up behind him, so they're saving more than he is.
Car 34 in this GT3 chain. It's the Racing Team Turkey Corvette. Will have 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. 34 currently running in 6th with Charlie Eastwood, so that's going to be a heavy blow for them with the field in this situation.
Third place battle, Heart of Racing Aston Martin just ahead of the Lexus. And so this is Esteban Masson all over the back of Mattia Drudi around the outside and up the inside at Eau Rouge. And here comes the 92 Porsche. The Toyota comes through, so does the 15 BMW, and the Porsche has been eased onto the gravel. The Aston Martin went off track as well, and here comes the entire top tier of the hypercar field. The Aston Martin looks to go around the outside, and there's nowhere to go, couldn't get it stopped. I think there's probably still dirt and gravel down there as well. The Aston's still battling, but loses out to the BMW as well, and there's the Racing Team Turkey Corvette, the red and black car. The Aston comes back on the inside. This is absolutely bananas racing. Some of this on board is going to make very, very good Christmas party material, isn't it? 92 Porsche comes back in, and that is Ricardo Pera.
As this sorts itself out and recovering here, back up the order is the Aston Martin that went straight on at Le Combe through that traffic. Robin Frijns picked up a further 3 seconds. That just because he had the first clear run at it, no pressure behind, the kind of pressure as you saw there with the Aston Martin that caught him out.
And I think he caught them up the hill, whereas everybody else is catching them in the tight sector too.
Speaking of tight, this is unbelievable here. The hypercars working their way around the pit-path section on the dust. But you've got to really trust the GT drivers have seen you in some of the moves I've seen going on. And luckily you've got the pros at the wheel right now who can just about cope with this level of attack from the hypercars. Wow, this is frantic.
This is where it's nice to be watching and not have to be trying to sort it out.
It really is, on both sides, you know, the hypercar drivers, and they look like the bullies out there, but they have to get by.
So in this stint, we are able to go full push and overtake cars. And then we'll have to stop 1 lap earlier than the other, so last stint will be a bit longer. But now we are able to full push.
push. That's what a driver likes to hear. So cars going left, right and centre here. Where are we in LMGT3? 21 Ferrari still leads from the 59 McLaren, and then the Lexus, and then everybody else is fourth. Mattia Drudi ahead of the yellow and black Porsche, that's the 92 car of Ricardo Pera. Then the red and black, oh my goodness, and the Ferrari with a run on the Alpine, on the Cadillac. This is the 51 car of Alessandro Pierguidi, and he just went straight by. Was it clean, Ant?
Yeah, it looked good. You know, he dipped the car on the inside and put the that's why it was. I wondered how he got that run. Yeah, you know, he had wheels still on the track technically because he didn't put all four over the white line. Look at this. He lifted early and then floored it to carry the momentum. He judged that really well. The gap opened up. The car tries to come at Nato to defend the position, but Pierguidi was not going to lift. He was not going to lift. I saw this move as well. So this was a little bit naughty by Drudi there, because he went all four wheels over the white line. That caused this whole situation. He rejoined the circuit, and that fight then continued down towards, on the Kemmel straight down towards Le Combe. So that's what I don't like about that sea of runoff on the left-hand side. Look, the car rejoins flat out onto the track, and just creates that situation that otherwise you would have to back out from. But knowing you have this get out of jail in front of you, you take it. It can cause some complications here in Eau Rouge.
It was a real schmozzle, wasn't it? Meanwhile, number 20 BMW now 8.2 seconds clear of the number 8 Toyota, and Sebastian Buemi is just 0.8 ahead of Dries Van Tor. So Van Tor flashing the headlights in the 15 BMW. This battle continues to rage. There is the 91 Porsche. And so that car still in 8th place. Chan Juven ahead of Jose Maria Lopez and chasing the BMW of Augusto Farfus in this queue.
5 years ago this week that the Hypercar era started. 3 cars in the top class back then. And here we are with an hour and 19 minutes remaining. We have 14 in a train that is less than 30 seconds long. Astonishing era, great racing, absolutely fantastic racing. When traffic gets added into the mix, boy, it gets spicy.
And it's not just Hypercar where the performance is so even across all of the brands. Look at this in LMGT3, we've got massive clumps of cars that are almost held together by magnets. With the Alpine, number 36 of Jules Gounon. He's down in 10th place. Ahead of him, Kamui Kobayashi. And ahead of Kobayashi is the number 12 car of Norman Nato. So rather than going forward on those tyres, Nato has actually gone backwards since the restart. And that's not what he was hoping for. Those soft tyres, are they just not working in these higher track temperatures?
It is difficult, you know, this circuit doesn't usually lend itself to a soft tyre. It would have only been of benefit for that restart. I'm surprised they've gone for them in many ways, and quite often when you're the only one that stands out alone on a different set of tyre compound compared to everybody else, there's usually a reason for it.
Bravery or miscalculation.
Your feeling of the tires?
It's okay, just stuck. We're stuck now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, I feel a bit sorry for Gounon and car number 36 because they've had the speed. We know that the Alpine's quick. He's just saying, I'm just stuck. Somehow I found myself down in 10th place through all of that, and really through no fault of my own or the team's fault. That's just the way the cookie crumbled with the strategy, the way that the VSC came out, or when it came out.
The sister car, by the way, Charles Malaysia gets a warning flag for the contact with the Toyota at the restart.
I think it was probably lucky that he lost a place to the BMW. If he hadn't and the Toyota had, then he might have had a little bit more to argue. But no, the Toyota didn't lose a spot.
As a steward, you don't give penalties because of the consequences. You give penalties because of the action.
Yep.
And for me, it was a racing incident. Start of the race, cold tyres, colder brakes than usual, a slight misjudgment. It was a tap. and we've seen a lot worse. So I think a black and white flag he's had a warning for it. Yeah. I know how that feels, and he knows it. And Buemi would have known it's a tap. It's, you know, these things can happen. I think a black and white flag is the right call there.
Is that quite a lot of lift and coasting there for Antonio Fuoco? Were we in an energy management moment here? He's in the slipstream behind Buemi and Vanthoor. So maybe he can save a bit.
They're all doing it.
Robin Freins leads with an hour and a quarter to go here, and he, like most of the field, has plenty of fuel in the tank. We believe that anybody with that 40-odd% can make it on one more stop. Toyota number 8, though, it seems will have to have a splash at the end. The engineers were telling Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car, maybe 3 laps of fuel shy, unless there's an intervention. That's if we go green all the way. You sort of have to assume worst case scenario. Battle for third in LMGT3 here, Graham, with Esteban Masson at the front of this little bundle.
Yeah, they're 5 seconds back from the lead too. Alessio Rovera and Marvin Kirchhofer separated by 2 seconds, then 5-second gap to this little train. We asked for a look at that energy graph, and that's why effectively the outlier, and not in a good way here in this overall lead battle, is now the Toyota, and it's because of that relative lack of energy efficiency we've seen from that car all the way through. Look at the Aston Martin here with the 35 Alpine, Marco Sorensen right on it.
The 36 Alpine, yeah, so this is Gounon looking back from his car. That was close. I wonder how he was able to get that run up through Eau Rouge and Radion, but it looks like Gounon's got it covered for now.
When you were looking back from Gounon's car, it looked like he was defending early, but in fact there was a GT car on the left, so he was avoiding that. Well, here might be the answer.
Oh, he had a slipstream. Oh, no, there's no GT cars behind. So maybe a mistake at La Source, perhaps, for Gounon.
Yeah, and just in front you saw Kamui Kobayashi just ahead of Norman Nato. They're 8th and 9th. That was the battle for 10th place, closing up on Nato now. Nato's going to get eased out of the points here. Let's hear from Aston Martin.
Great job on consumption. Keep doing that.
Saving fuel and putting pressure on the car in front. Great job, but Nato's in trouble here. Look, he's falling back into the clutches of that fight we were just watching with Gounon and Tincknell.
Soft, remember, on that Cadillac, and this, remember, is the battle for the final championship point.
He's coming back again, is Tincknell. Gets a good run through Blanchimont. Not quite close enough, though, to have an attack down into the chicane, perhaps. No, not this time around, but he's got the speed, hasn't he?
Kobayashi ahead of Nato, leaving him for dead. The problem for Cadillac is they can't just take the soft tyres off because it's part of their allocation. They're going to have to run and lose time or bail on them and then go back to mediums and give away track position as well. So Harry Tincknell on the back of this little triumvirate. Norman Nato in the gold Cadillac, then Jules Gounon in the blue Alpine, and Harry Tincknell. Let's see how the gap closes, how this bit of elastic shortens up the straight as the Valkyrie really ponies up behind the Alpine.
He is just gaining speed through Eau Rouge, isn't he? He can carry, the car looks like he's got more grip and more straight line speed. It's because of that as well, that extra momentum he's able to carry up the Kemmel Straight in the slipstream of the Alpine. So Gounon's got to be careful here. The car can do the lap time, like we said before, but it's just trapped with slower cars in front at this stage.
Is the danger for Gounon when he's forced to try and make a move on Nato, then suddenly he's vulnerable to Tincknell maybe getting both of them?
Well, absolutely, and the closer he gets to the Cadillac in front, he's in this turbulent air. He can't carry the speed that he naturally would be able to defend himself. So this is where Tincknell can strike and potentially gain these 2 positions in front of him.
The only car in this hypercar field that's making noticeable gains here is the leader. The lead now out to 9 seconds for Robin Freins from Sebastian Buemi. everybody else stacked up behind the Tota, and we know that Tota with the windscreen wiper hitting a steady beat there.
Look at this though, I mean, more importantly, the speed that Tinknell was able to carry on the exit of turn 15. What can he do through Porsche? It's just a little bit too good, but he's closer this time around. Will he think about sending it down the inside? He did, but thought better of it just to the last minute.
Now this is going to be interesting, that if he gets a good line here through La Source, this is now closer than we've seen before. This could be interesting with the rate of closure up through Rouge and Radion.
Might do it here until it begins here, at least in La Source, because once again Gounon had to defend, and he's going to be even more in the turbulent air of the Cadillac in front. Tinknell may want to back out of it here to gain that extra momentum that we know he can do. So you quite often see a car back out of it. No, he's super close. And I think he's going to be close enough here to, yes, now use the straight line speed advantage, surely to duck around the outside. Out-drag him before the braking zone into turn 5, and he's got the Cadillac in front. I think he's just done it.
Just enough. And Jules Gounon fought that with everything he had, didn't he? But now the positions are reversed. Harry Tinknell will now be in the wash of the Cadillac, and so he may not quite have the advantage.
But it does seem that the Valkyrie is naturally quick through Eau Rouge and in the straight line. So when you're in traffic, you always have that straight line speed advantage, whether you're in traffic or not. It's like it's free lap time, and that's why having a car that's fast in a straight line is so advantageous in a racing situation compared to qualifying, where it's about lap time and you achieve your lap time in a different way. But in a racing sense, you're seeing it play out now.
Side by side, 32 and the 91. This is the battle for 7th. It's Augusta Farfus in the BMW, going by Chinguven's Monti DK Engineering Porsche.
I think Chad actually was closing right on him there. And was Farfus behind him before, or was he justified? I think actually I think you're right. He was behind him, wasn't he? But these two now on their own a little bit. There's a gap ahead to Charlie Eastwood in the Racing Team Turkey Corvette. That car in 6th position. And they have left behind the Lexus McLaren battle, which is Jose Maria Lopez and Benji Goethe and Logan Sargent. Remember, all of these were bundling in together after the safety car when the hypercar field came through. But Chad Juven not giving this up for one moment.
Tinknell has gone by the Cadillac. He's up in the 9th place, so 2 places within about a lap for Harry Tinknell. He's on a challenge. 4.5 seconds ahead is the next target. That is Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 Tota.
And this is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 5th place was in the background there, the 35 Alpine, and we just missed out on seeing the 009 Aston of Marco Sorensen in 6th position.
10 seconds clear, bar the odd 10th and a bit now from Robin Fries, but he's getting back into traffic on this lap. He did very well with it last time.
Very similar lap times for everybody, lots of 2:05s coming in. And so the only car really that's out of kilter there is Norman Nato. The unfortunate Nato goes back behind Jules Gounon as well. Nato now out to 11th place. Gounon has just gone by him in the Alpine. And here is the race leader catching traffic. So he heads down into Campus and then out of Stavelot.
If you need more energy to overtake the GT, you can cancel. You have a buffer.
Oh, goodness me, Anthony.
That was close. I think Tinknell thought about going back behind the Cadillac and then realised, I can do this, and then went for it. And this is the fight between the Alpine and the Cadillac. So finally, Gounon gets past Nato on those soft tyres, just falling back. Such a shame. You can see on the right-hand side the Marshall warning system and a black and white flag warning for Norman Nato.
Yep. Track limits. The race control can also tell him which corner he's exceeding track limits, which he's being penalised for, if you're not entirely aware.
Yeah, I question that decision to go onto those soft tyres. I really do. The car had a bit more speed than how it looks at the moment. And if you're Will Stevens watching or anything, and I was leading this race at some point.
Multiple
for
times.
a long time, yeah.
Multiple times. And if you're questioning them, imagine how much more Norman Nato is questioning it, cursing it, regretting it. They're now out of the points.
Well, he's the one feeling it as well, which is the worst of all situations.
The issue now is you don't see how they're going to get back in. We've got an hour and a few minutes left. We've got one stop. Have they got any fresh tyres? And if they have, they give away even more track position for a longer pit stop, because many of the cars in front of them won't take more tyres.
Yeah, look, they're just queuing up behind. He's just dropping like a stone. Number 83 behind as well, with Robert Kubica at the wheel. Stoffel van Dorn in the number 93 Peugeot. They're going to come by as well.
He's the punchback now, isn't he? He cannot defend himself. Track temperature stayed resolutely high. It's still in the early 30s, 33 degrees, like it was at the start of the race. We haven't had cloud cover. The sun fading hasn't. It's changing the air temperature. It's not taking the heat out of the track yet.
The trouble is on this circuit, it's that there's too many high-speed corners. So on a softer compound or construction, even a tyre that's just designed to run in cooler conditions, it's really not ideal, this circuit, for a soft tyre. If anything, you'd want to run a harder tyre, but because of not having tyre warmers, you need to find that compromise, and that's the challenge that all the teams and the drivers face now. So the medium has been the tyre to be on throughout this race, and I feel like, yeah, it was maybe a desperate attempt to try and regain something from this race, from having fallen back, but it's just gone even more against them down at car number 12 at Caddy.
You saw a great view of one of the other effects of this bright sunny day from on board the 93 Peugeot, is that you can barely see out of it heading into the sun, because it's so covered in fly squash and dead insects and muck from the air.
Oh, the feeling when you come in and finally do a pit stop and they do the tear off, when you've got conditions like this, bugs, oil all over the screen, and they take the tear off, it's a joyous moment.
It's like having a cataract operation. Just take it from me. Let's hear more on the 12 Cadillac from Shea Adam. Shea, what are they saying?
You asked the question, and I know where to look. They do have a new set of medium tires for Norman Nato. They are changing the pressures now. Whether they put them on the car and lose the time in the stop, I think they will, because they are bleeding the time out on the track.
Yeah, it's rock and a hard place, and they need to make the calculation. How early do you bring him in, and then do you have to stop a second time because you haven't run your full fuel allocation? I mean, it's just, yeah, sometimes your decisions look like the work of genius in hindsight, and then there are other times you can't be spot on every time. They rolled the dice a little bit, and yeah, they didn't come up snake eyes. The Lexus here just leading this little queue of cars. This is third and fourth and fifth and sixth in LMGT3. So the Lexus in third place is the car of Esteban Masson. Then Mattia Drudi in that 27 Aston Martin, the blue car. Then Ricardo Pera in the red, black and yellow of the Bend Manthey Porsche. And then Charlie Eastwood. And here, again, queuing up to have a go at the number 12 Cadillac is the 83 car of Robert Kubica, the yellow Ferrari. This is only for 11th place. Stoffel van Dorn in 13th position. He's looking to have a go as well, but of course they've caught another clump of LMGT3 cars. Means there's not enough elbow room here.
Yeah, Kubica's in the slipstream. Not much you can do into Blanchimont. Usually, Nato desperately flashing the lights to warn the GT car that this gaggle of three are coming up at them right now. We've got the energy graphics on the left-hand side of the screen, but let's see where Kubica places his car. Tries to go around the outside. Does go around the outside, tries to get run out of the room by Nato. They bodyworks flying off of the cars here. A little bit too aggressive.
Now that might be an issue if that came off Kubica's car, and that's a 51 Ferrari, and that is the car that was in 9th position with Alessandro Pierguidi, who has hit him in the side.
That has to have been because of a contact with GT cars.
Now he's tried to come round.
There we go.
It is. It's the Lexus, and it's the 78 Lexus. He has tried to come round Alessandro Pierguidi, but look, the radiator is burst. That car's going no further. Wow. And that is the end of the road for the 51 Ferrari. And does that then bring out potentially a safety car or a virtual safety car or even a full course yellow? Is this handing something to the number 8 Toyota? There is the 78 Lexus, our pole-sitting car in LMGT3, Graham Goodwin.
Well, one thing I'll say is there's debris without a clear line of sight. I would expect this is not going to be a full course yellow. You're going to have to put people in potential harm here, and that is going to be, I'm pretty certain, a virtual safety car at the very least.
All right, let's see what happens. We're riding on board.
Whoa. From behind for the, was that a G? No,
that was the Lexus from behind. Hit. Leaders are coming up to pit entry. Number 20 BMW, number 8 Toyota, I think has to come in. 1% energy, surely he does. Fuoco goes round. Is the number 8 Toyota in the pits? The safety car is waiting in case it is needed. Number 8 is in the pits.
I don't think that hit from behind was the Lexus. I think it was another hypercar, and I think the Lexus then ran into the side of 51.
Let's hear from the Ferrari team.
Mate, what do you think you did?
We don't see anything so far, but I just see the car is clearly destroyed.
Fuck, it just crashed into me completely. I'm braking into myself.
Yeah, the right side is completely destroyed.
Oof. So, we again apologise for that. You can understand Alessandro Pierguidi resorting to fairly Anglo-Saxon English.
Right, so who hit him?
On board with a 32 BMW. Oh! Now,
it's the BMW.
Did he lose it under braking? Augusto Farfus?
We need to see who was around the BMW. That was not anything to do with Pierguidi. There's nothing he could have done to avoid that. But I don't know why. I don't know why the BMW was so out of shape under the braking.
Just desperately trying to avoid what he saw as a closing gap, maybe. Virtual safety car.
It happened from so early on. He lost control of the car, did the BMW, from so early on.
Toyota out of the pits, having fueled. 36 Alpine has been in and pitted and fueled, and now we go virtual safety car. A lap too late to save Toyota 8's race.
And what this still doesn't explain is why we've got a Lexus limping around. Because where does that come in? Was it a separate incident?
Did it take a puncture from some of the debris from this incident? It ran through on the inside.
So did someone hit? Oh, I'm looking at the back.
This is the 32 BMW.
So Porsche hits the BMW.
He gets hit by the Porsche.
The Porsche hits the BMW that cannons into the Ferrari.
No, but the BMW was out of shape before he even got hit by the Porsche behind. Yeah. Don't understand why he lost so much control of the rear of the car.
So that was Augusto Farfus and Chan Juven in the BMW and the Porsche. They had been battling all the way through the last couple of laps.
What you said? Yeah, he lost the car on braking, and we just saw the onboard, and he lost completely the car on braking.
Yeah, but mate, where he brakes? Where he thinks it was brake? Was it F1 or GT?
And that's what we're trying to work out as well. So there's the Lexus, but I think the Lexus may have hit Pierguidi once he was stationary, because the last shot we saw from the onboard of Pierguidi as he was spinning around was a Lexus coming towards him.
Yes.
And then it stopped.
All right, now then, driver change, and in the pits, the number 15 BMW. It is all up for grabs in Spa. Into the final hour of what has already had us pinned to the back wall of the commentary booth. This 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, 1 hour to go. A virtual safety car. Is this going to really change the balance of the race? Everybody now has a chance to come in and refuel. The question is, with 56 minutes to go, 55, 54, 53, whatever, Is fuel now enough to make it through to the end, or is anybody stroke everybody still going to have to worry about a lap or 2 laps somewhere, maybe more?
Well, what we do know with the hypercars that they can usually do around 50 minutes flat out racing with the fuel to see them through to the end. So I do think that this could mitigate massively and take away the dilemma that car number 8 had with the splash that they needed. So even just three or 4 laps of safety car would have eradicated that splash of 3 laps needed for the number 8 Toyota to see them through to the end. So that has really helped. I think it's really helped number 8.
Number 8's just gone.
Not to win the race, of course, but it's helped to mitigate what they would have really lost by doing that splash of 3 laps worth.
They haven't just stopped a second time, have they?
Yeah,
yes,
number 8 has
they
stopped.
have.
Number 15 also stopped, so you can just keep an eye on the graphics on the left-hand side of the screen. Everyone's taking this opportunity to get to 99, 100% of energy. So there's the Porsche. Yeah, that's the Porsche that eventually hit the back of the already out-of-control BMW.
Number 20 BMW has not stopped yet. Antonio Fuoco is in second in the 50 Ferrari. The 35 Alpine of Charles Malaysia up to third. Aston Martin 009 in fourth, 007 in fifth. Damage on the nose of the 91 for Porsche. We know that it made contact with the back of the BMW, but it did look like the BMW was already spinning at that stage or out of control and running into the side of the Ferrari.
The tractor on track, by the way, is on its way up to T4 for a clear up there. The answer, I'm pretty certain, Martin, to your question, did the number 8 stop twice? The answer is no, it's not yet. Just about now back to pit lane for the first virtual safety car lap. So it stopped and has made its way back under VSC conditions. Don't think it's been in twice since with the virtual safety car.
No, the number 8 stopped just the once. That's all it needed. And we are going to be expecting the number 20 as well, the race leader, to come in and take advantage of this virtual safety car.
Number 8 is in again. He did an outlap. Now he's back in the pits.
Because that will negate what he needed, and it's a free stop for whatever tyres they've got left.
And yeah, fresh tyres and brim it. Left sides only.
Yeah, so that's really helped car number 8 that would have been in huge trouble without this VSC.
.53 minutes remaining in race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And BMW lead under virtual safety car. Let's catch up with the driver from the number 15 team, Dries van Toor.
And I'm in the BMW garage with Dries van Toor, driver of the car number 15, where Kevin Magnussen just jumped back into the car. Very strong stint, and things worked out pretty well so far.
Yeah, it was not an amazing start to the stint. Obviously, we had to double stint Lello's tire in my first stint, and then the virtual safety car helped us actually quite a bit at the right time. And then I tried to overtake the Toyota, but it's just so difficult to pass around here that just managed to try and stay behind. A very close moment to almost throw the car away. I don't know what happened to the Lexus, but it just slowed down. There was a car that moved out of my way, and it was a very close call, but managed to keep it on track, and hopefully we can keep our position now, and Kevin can go to the end.
The question is, will it go to the end, or will you have to do another splash?
Who knows? It looks good, so who knows?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Race leading number 20 BMW comes into the pit lane, and like the Toyota, because nobody else is going at faster effectively than pit lane speed, he will come back out in position as the race leader.
Well, he should. The 50 car at virtual safety car speed is on the pit straight now, and I don't think has pitted, so absolutely will come through as the leader. 35 is next up. That car has pitted too, and next is the 009.
Also pitting, 007 will pit. You can see the energy required, or energy remaining. 83 will need to stop, the Peugeot will need to stop, the Genesils will need to stop. but the number 8 Toyota, I'm sure, made 2 stops. It has now made 7 stops compared to the number 20, but they could, because they were in clear air and they could come in behind the virtual safety car on 2 occasions.
When you first said it had done 2 stops, it hadn't, and then it did. So you were right, you were just somehow ahead of time, Martin.
That's one of my skills.
One of?
But being behind the 8 ball is my predominant position.
I feel the need to add at this point, no, it's not that.
No, it's not that. Okay, so virtual safety car leads to safety car. It allows everybody 2 laps in which they can pit. They don't have to. They are not restricted to only pitting once either, so they can pit twice. Now, again, sweepers are on track. So we've got a lot of cars that will come in on this lap. There's the number 12 car, and this is too late, really, to save Norman Nato, but at least he won't have to go for the rest of the race on those wretched softs.
Yeah, it's slightly going to ease the pain, isn't it, of not going to give them an advantage, but take away any more disadvantage that they were on, carrying those soft tyres around. Look at that damage to the right rear of that Ferrari.
So with that contact, the panel that flew up, I wondered whether it was the right rear of that Ferrari. Here's the contact.
Now, the move was on, you know, from Kubica around the outside. The move was on, and he got squeezed, basically, really squeezed to the left, and then I would have to say turned in on at the apex of 19. He was there. It was a great move around the outside, and he earned the right, in my opinion, to the apex of 19. And there's you can really see the contact.
Graham, is that panel a legal requirement, do we think?
The answer is I don't believe it is in the way that you would normally have for instance, an LMP3 car. It's a matter of just exactly whether race control deem it to be a hazard. We are now, I think, in a position, Anthony, where we've got most of these cars are in the window to finish the race on fuel.
Comfortably. Like I said, 50 minutes is always the kind of, always the limit of when, I'd say even say the lower limit of what's possible with getting one of the hypercars to the end of the race.
Even on this high energy track. BMW 1-2, is that how it's going to finish? Of course, we will go from virtual safety car to safety car, so these gaps that you're seeing in time may not apply. Ferrari number 50 in 3rd, number 7 Toyota in 4th, ahead of the Alpine and the 2 Aston Martins. This could be very, very difficult for the last hour or so, last 50 minutes. Number 21, last year's winners in LMGT3 lead from the number 10 McLaren, who looked so strong last time out in Imola. 27 Heart of Racing in 3rd, the 92 Porsche in 4th, Racing Team Turkey Corvette in 5th, Lexus in 6th position. So we've got 6 different brands in the top half dozen in LMGT3, and the same largely applies to them. We saw at the last safety car, it was all arms and elbows, and that was with 2 hours to go. Now we'll have 1 hour to go and less, 45 minutes maybe, to sort this one out. Well, we were always expecting the 6 hours of Spa to be entertaining, and it was right from the very beginning. Loic Duval leading away in the pole position Peugeot. The first time Peugeot have started a World Championship race on pole since 1992, and he was not going to give it away easily. Right behind him, Will Stevens in the gold Cadillac. And Malte Jakobsen, the man who put the Peugeot on pole, admiring Loic Duval's ability to get it into the lead. LMGT3, a nice clean start, and the pole-sitting Lexus with the good getaway. Little contact further back, the 21 Ferrari running into the back of the 88 Ford. But it wasn't long before Will Stevens in the Cadillac showed that it did have the pace to take the lead around the outside of the Peugeot, using the slipstream on the Kemmel Straight to go in front. In the gravel and out of the lead, the 77 Ford. First race on this track for its driver, but unfortunately bringing out the first of the safety cars. Going back to green, and Alpine coming up the order. Ferdi Habsburg moving into second place ahead of Loïc Duval's Peugeot as the Cadillac led. Then contact between the 38 Cadillac and the 92 Porsche in Piff Paff. Going through traffic, the 38 car back into the garage, and work required on their brakes. Work required on the 19 Genesis Magma GM001 as well. 88 Ford up into second place, chasing the LMGT3 leading Ferrari, as the 51 Ferrari moved up the order as well. Number 12 Cadillac pitting from the lead, cycling the off-fuel schedule. Number 20 BMW back to the top of the pile. 15 BMW, some robust driving here with the 15 BMW and the 51 Ferrari. And then drama for Malte Jakobsen, the man who started on pole in the 94 Peugeot, on his outlap. Nowhere to go as Matteo Cressoni was forced into a spin by a passing hypercar, and Jakobsen dragging the car back to the pits to retire. Then, with 2 hours to go, another restart. And as the number 20 BMW raced away, 15 jumped up into third position. And BMW looking very strong indeed. With an hour to go, another virtual safety car because of this incident, taking out the 51 Ferrari. And we now are under safety car with BMW 1-2. So the safety car is out, there it is. Robin Freins leading Kevin Magnussen. And when BMW qualified 10th and 11th, they can't possibly have imagined that with less than 45 minutes to go, they would be in a 1-2 position. But fortune favours the brave, and the gamble that they took early on in the number 20 team, moving on to a very different strategy, Lady Luck so far has smiled on them. It has come good. BMW 1-2, Ferrari number 50 in third, again after a 20-second loss of time with a jammed wheel nut midway through the race. They're right in the hunt, and astonishingly the number 7 Toyota is in it as well. And again, that's not something I think that Toyota imagined. Being in with a shout at the podium, that was not what the car looked like all the way through free practice. We're still trying to get the 51 Ferrari moved. Alessandro Pierguidi remains at the wheel.
What just add here, by the way, we've got, when we go back to green after this safety car, we've seen Kevin Magnussen going very quickly indeed in this BMW. Robin Freins has been epic. The whole 20 crew has been. Prepare pass around, by the way, out behind the safety car right now. But behind, we've got Antonio Fuoco, the wheel of the 50. We know how quick he is. Kamui Kobayashi is always of high quality in Toyota. Antonio Felix da Costa has been the best of the rest in Alpine, and Alex Riberas in the Valkyrie.
Well, you just saw the fans in the grandstand enjoying themselves enormously, and every one of the 101-odd thousand fans who have come here, I'm sure, have been treated to not just an entertaining race, but a really good weekend all round. Beautiful weather here today. Everybody, I mean, we can think back, Graham, to the day where we opened the curtains on race morning and there was snow on the ground. This was not that day today, was it?
I can tell you, looking around the track, the spectator fences are still packed, the stands are still packed. Thank you for coming, thank you for staying, and I don't think you needed much persuasion. It's been an epic FIWC event here, and all sorts of history could be about to be rewritten.
Really could. 42 minutes on the clock. We are behind the safety car. One single LMGT3 car. Is that a pass around the 32 car, or have they just left the pit lane? I think it's the pass around.
Okay, so what will be important is we go for the points. No inconsidered risks, okay? The opportunities we have, we take, but we secure the result today, okay?
Yeah, don't take any risks.
Do they know each other?
Have you met?
Yeah, let me introduce you to Antonio Fuoco.
Well, we do know Kevin Magnussen, second in the 15 BMW, has got very pointy elbows.
Well, it does come from the Jan and Kevin school of pointy elbows. There are online courses available, I gather. But it is going to be Robin Fries to restart this race from the start, from the front of this field. There is bitterly disappointing Alessandro Pierguidi. Kevin Magnussen next up, then Antonio Fuoco in the remaining factory Ferrari, Kamui Kobayashi, Antonio Felix da Costa, then the two Valkyries. And we've seen how quick, gentlemen, those two cars are on a straight line. This could be a very interesting restart.
Now, in terms of points, the 51 team, the world champions, were second in Imola. They have 19 points for second place and pole. They score nothing here. The series leaders, number 8 Toyota, so they're in 12th place at the moment. They need to add something to keep them in touch. Third in the points, the number 7 Toyota. Fourth in the points is the 35 Alpine. So the 50 Ferrari does need a score.
So basically, you took 2 tires, sister car none, and then there is Ferrari the Fuoco that took 4, and Kobayashi we are looking. So at the moment we need to be smart. We need to use the tire advantage and pull it up. So correction, the Ferrari took 2 and the Toy took 4.
If you're smart and you're WRT BMW here, you've got an opportunity because you've got both your cars in line astern, and the 20 car could get a hell of a restart here.
Really could. And Anthony, the 15 car at a tyre deficit to their sister car. Realistically, if you're Thierry Tassin on the pit wall, you are saying, OK, 15, you defend, 20, you go. Inside the final 40 minutes here at Spa-Francorchamps, wherever the fans are watching from, 101,600 plus of them, it's going to be a fantastic restart. Our wave around is complete. Just one car got the pass around, and so we are getting ready to go back potentially to green flag racing at the end of this lap. Alessandro Pierguidi, the reigning world champion, the 51 Ferrari, second in points after Imola. 0 points here, taken out by somebody else's T-boning of the car. The cooling system instantly destroyed and no chance of going any further.
But remember, I mean, Alessandro will not have seen what happened. You heard it from the in-car. I'm sure the team was showing him what happened. Pretty much, it's a similar but different, if you like, situation to Malte Jakobsen, who came and apologised to pretty much everybody on the planet for something that wasn't his fault. Alessandro will know he got hit hard at least once. And I'm sure we'll be keen to find out exactly what has ruined their race.
And for the sister car of car 50, they did take to correct the BMW engineer of car 15 to correct his input to Kevin Magnussen, who's continuing on this 28 or 29 lap old set of tyres. This could be interesting for number 15 because Fuoco is on a brand new full set of medium tyres, not half like he was told.
Obviously on restart, Kev, we will not attack Robin, it's fairly obvious. And we don't need to be in his gearbox on start-finish.
Yep, that. One other quick thing to note here, gentlemen, is the car in 8th position and in a point scoring position is Genesis, the 17 car, the undelayed car. Can't remember that car, don't know what it is in terms of its energy requirements at the moment, but that is good stuff from Genesis Bank Racing in just their second race.
With 2 laps of full virtual safety car, I'm sure like everybody else, they topped up the tanks and they should be good to go. And you're absolutely right, you saw Cyril Abiteboul there. You know, a points finish is well, what they wanted here was mileage, data to go to Le Mans. A points finish, Brucey bonus. And you're absolutely right, in 8th position, they've just kept their noses clean. The car's pretty quick. it's clearly, as you would say in French, well born. I mean, the thing looks good and goes well. And we should, I think, be ready to go green this time around. Certainly on our timing screens, no sign of any intervention work going on. So
we had the wave yellows for the withdrawal of the tractor that was doing the clear up at Rouge Radion. That appears to now be withdrawn. We'll wait and see whether Eduardo Freitas and his team are ready. It's double yellows at turn 1 now.
Okay, that might still be a little bit of fluid clear up from the leaky 51 Ferrari. Don't forget, if you want to choose the driver of the day, nominations are online on our Instagram channel, FIAWC_official. You can go and choose your driver of the day. These will be LMGT3 drivers, and the one who is chosen with the most votes will be given the Wingfoot Award. Double yellows removed at turn 1, and the safety car is heading down towards Piff Paff.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap. Please, no overtaking before the line. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
35 minutes. Everybody's full of fuel. Most people have got new tyres on. The Aston Martins have gone for softs.
And remember, Antonio Fuoco in 3rd place isn't going to overtake anyone because he's been told not to.
I feel the words boogity, boogity, boogity might be appropriate now. This is basically a Formula Ford race, but with big cars. So, just to reset, Robin Freins leads in the number 20 BMW. Teammate Kevin Magnussen behind him in car number 15. 3rd, the red Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco, number 50. Kamui Kobayashi, the red and white Toyota, in 4th place. Then the best of the Alpines in 5th, Antonio Felix da Costa. Then, right behind him on soft tyres, the 2 Valkyries. The first of them, at least, is Alex Riberas. And the Genesis Magna in 8th place. We go green at the line, and Robin Freins will race away, but there's an enormous gap between the 2 Aston Martins. There's Riberas in 6th, and right at the back of the queue, was there a GT car in the way? That's what it was, slowing down the Aston Martin Hypercar. So we now have a pack of 6.
Watch the Aston. We know they're quick in the straight line. They've overtaken an Alpine before by doing just that. Oh, but right off the track, wasn't it? On the inside of the apex of turn 4.
Rocking and rolling, and of course they've now all probably got a little bit too much fuel for the distance.
No! That could have been a big one.
That could have been a proper Spa plane crash, but Alex Riberas is out of the race. And does that mean we go back under caution?
There's debris.
There is debris, but it's on the grass. Meanwhile, 15 under pressure. Here comes the 50 Ferrari down the inside. Oh, and he can't quite get through. Magnussen defending hard in the Toyota. Here comes Kamui Kobayashi. Kobayashi can't get by. So Fuoco still in 3rd place, looking around the outside. It is still green. It remains green for everybody so far as they pass the accident, and Robin Freins is gone 3 seconds up the road, nearly 2.5, ahead of Kevin Magnussen, who's doing a very solid job of defence. Antonio Fuoco with fresher tyres. Magnussen's at the tyre deficit. Safety car is out.
Not surprised. And we've seen cars fly into the air by going sideways at high speed before. I think that's why I reacted like I did, but amazingly it didn't. That could have been a massive one. Taken to the grass on the inside and just ran out of room. And as soon as it was on the grass, it just went sideways, and that was so lucky it didn't go up. So yeah, pleased to see that no one was injured with that one. And a bitter blow, obviously, for what should have been an overtaking move. You see the rear mirror, the speed advantage that the Aston had. Oh dear.
So game over, I'm afraid, for the plucky 009. Let's have a listen in to what's going on with...
We all do, mate. It's a team effort. It's a team effort. We win and we lose together. It's all good.
They were properly in this fight today. I was really excited to see what they were going to do in this restart with just 30 minutes remaining. on those soft tyres. Alex Riberas really had the bit between the teeth in that move there, and just it was just one of those things where you move to the right, the car in front has predicted that, moves to the right as well at exactly the same time. And it's not the first time we've seen a car take to the grass, and actually we've seen cars take the grass and make a move, make it stick. So yeah, it's I've been there myself on the inside of that straight, Kemmel Straight, taking to the grass and actually making a move, but it just, you see the car just move to the right hand side, has predicted the move basically, and arguably a little bit on the later side from the Alpine, but it's two cars pretty much moving together, and we've seen this many times before. And there just wasn't enough of the Aston alongside the Alpine, so the Alpine could still dictate the defensive move.
And the Alpine's moving across at the same rate. He doesn't suddenly swerve over to the right to slam the door, and Riberas fully committed. He just kept it buried, and that's the end of that, I'm afraid, for the Aston team.
You hope when you're the overtaker that the car in front doesn't carry on coming over, because you daren't lift to lose the momentum. And it's that gamble, that decision you make inside the car. But unfortunately for his sake, the Alpine did carry on coming over.
Yeah, big clean-up going to be required there. But, and it's a small but I'm going to add it anyway, we saw the 21 car was the cork in the bottle for the 007. That's why it couldn't close up on the restart. The 007 did pass the 21, but nobody else did, which means effectively when we go back to green flag racing, it's the same again. It's one Aston Martin at the tail of this train. Tom Gamble this time shuffles forward. The rest of the train, you can see there in front of the silver Ferrari, it is the green Aston Martin, the other one, the 007 this time. When we go back to green flag racing, the Genesis and the 83 Ferrari will not be able to pass these two. This is the lead battle at LMGT3, by the way. They'll not be in a hurry to let anybody by that easily. So potentially, we could see the same again.
Blowing the polystyrene marker boards out of the way. I think really that's the majority of what the debris is, because the Aston Martin didn't start disintegrating until it hit the barriers, and that should be a little easier to pick up. So hopefully this won't be too long of a safety car. You saw Vincent Vos, the boss of Team WRT, in the garage. This is going to be the longest 30 minutes of his life so far, waiting to see whether or not the team can take a 1-2 result here. And Genesis Magna Racing up to 7th place with Pipo Dirani. And yeah, these the marshals, they're not going to do much about stamping the divots down, but trying to pick up any major particles here that might blow in the way. Charles Malaysia, Marco Sorensen under investigation for that incident. No, it was 009. It wasn't Marco Sorensen, but it was 009.
It was Alex Riberas.
It was Alex Riberas. So for Kevin Magnussen, well, K-Mag did what he needed to do, hold off the attackers from behind at that restart, and he's going to have to do the same again.
Well, the WRT team played that one absolutely correctly into a T. They're in a fight here for a 1-2 finish. BMW has never won overall the FIA World Endurance Championship. The last win for a BMW in ACO Rules Racing came at Le Mans in 1999.
I was going to suggest that might have been the case, but that confirmation, this is momentous, and this is the upgraded version of the car that raced in the US last year but didn't race in WEC. So this is, I mean, not just a win, but a 1-2 would be astonishing.
We can burn fuel and energy now. We have too much energy, too much fuel for the end of the race. Okay. So high gear, high revs, low gear.
And that's an interesting message, because it means we are going to be flat out racing towards the end now, thanks to this late safety car. Absolutely flat out, no lift and coast. Send it, give it everything.
Turn on the taps.
Absolutely.
Up to 11. Yeah. And because of this second safety car after the Aston Martin's accident, then the 30-minute sprint, the 40-minute sprint is going to be closer to a 20-minute sprint. We might be looking at half a dozen laps of this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. The sun is just starting to drop into the trees. You can see, look at the grandstand. There's barely an empty seat there in the grandstand up at Rouge Rédillon. And they're just sorting out the barriers there.
So keep your eyes open into turn 5. You don't want to pick up a puncture now. There's debris everywhere. The Aston actually went on the right-hand side on the grass, not the left like this. So the right-hand side, keep an eye open for debris. There's plenty of carbon on track.
Good example there of what the drivers see from this in-car marshalling system in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Just a little point about what they were doing at the barrier there. What they were carrying over were wooden wedges. They're whacking them in around the supporting post to keep that barrier safe. And again, final chance, really, because it's going to be too busy after we go green. Choose your driver of the day on our Instagram channel, FIWC_official. The Goodyear Wingfoot Award will be presented to the LMGT3 driver of your choosing. There is a shortlist up on the Insta channel, so go and make your vote count. And some LMGT3 driver will be defined as driver of the day. And you're going, but Martin, there's 20 minutes of madness still to come. How can we choose yet? I know, but you won't want to take your eyes off this once we go green. So just plump now and stick with your gut instinct.
Just trying to build the excitement even more here, because Antonio Fuoco, I've just realised that Robin Freins, his left-hand side, have done 27 laps. Fuoco brand new all round. So if he can clear Magnussen, it's game on for a win for the car 50.
It could be, couldn't it? Break BMW hearts. Safety car will come in this lap. Okay, here we go for less than 25 minutes. Oh my goodness.
Been a long 5.5 hours.
It's not been dull, has it? It's been an astonishing race to this point.
And again, in the midst of all of this, we have got the LMGT3 lead battle, and it's just the two of them. So Marvin Kirchhofer in the McLaren versus Alessio Rovera in the Ferrari. That's it. No one else is in the battle at the moment. Okay, here we go, and away immediately goes Robin Freins, beetling for the horizon. He'll have been told by the team on the radio, safety cars in the pit lane, go, 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 go. Kevin Magnussen in second. Third, the red car, Antonio Fuoco. Fourth, the red and white car, Kamui Kobayashi. Kobayashi having a bit of a weave in front of Antonio Felix da Costa and Tom Gamble. That's the top 6. Then the LMGT3 leaders are keeping the rest in abeyance. Again, it is half a dozen cars for the podium. Here's the LMGT3 victory. You can't pass them before you cross the start-finish line, and that's what Pipo Derani will do in just a moment. He flashes the headlights, comes down the inside, and behind him comes Robert Kubica. Kubica can't get through. Derani's on the inside of Kirchhofer, and that separates Kirchhofer a little bit from the Ferrari in front, but the BMWs are trying to head for the hills here. And off goes the second of the Astons. Was that looping around the... Was that 007?
No, it's the
Alpine. That's the 35 Alpine. And that was Antonio Felix da Costa getting caught out on cold tyres. And he is crabbing up the straight. He did he hit the barriers in that spin? Or is it just a puncture? And are we going to go to safety car, full course yellow? All right, well... There is the end of that particular shot. We're now down to a gang of 5. Robin Freins leads, Kevin Magnussen, Antonio Fuoco, Kamui Kobayashi and Tom Gamble on board, Anthony.
So turns left into the right. Oh, he's lost the car on the left and did make contact. Cold tyres.
Oh, and here he comes across the bows of the Aston Martin. Goodness me!
That was close.
That was nearly a plane crash for Tom Gamble as well. And here's the BMW hanging on to second. Fuoco is all over the back of him. Much better tyres on Fuoco's car, better tyres on Kamui Kobayashi's car as well. Magnussen is at a massive tyre deficit to the two cars behind him for this second and third podium spot. But again, Robin Freins has raced away. He's over 2.5 seconds clear. See Magnussen's car twitching there. Magnussen will not let them past unless he has to. He'll defend this with every breath in his body, and we know what a racy racer he is. He showed it at the start of the race, moving up from 10th to 5th in his first stint. Now he does not want to move back from second. Phenomenal.
See this group clearing turn 1. Still got the battle LMGT3. That pass, by the way, on the Camel Straight from Robert Kubica on Pipo Derani was for position. That was at that point for 7th, translates to 6th. Here we come.
This is the number 8 Toyota and the other Alpine, the 36 car, Victor Martin, trying to go by Sebastian Buemi. And look at the battle for LMGT3. They're very close together. And behind is the Aston Martin, and behind is the Porsche. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 together. Here comes the Alpine. Can't get through on the inside, can't get through on the outside. Has to follow Buemi up the hill. There's 1, 2, and 3 is the Aston Martin, Mattia Drudi. Richard Leitz, as always in the mix. He's in 4th in the Porsche, just at the back of the shot, and it looks like the Toyota has weathered the Alpine storm for the moment. But for the lead, here comes Marvin Kirchhofer, Alessio Rovera. He's going to be very sanguine in front, isn't he? They're all on the same fuel, they're all on the same tyre life approximately, but it is different for Kevin Magnussen. He's got a tyre deficit. Somehow, though, Fuoco's got to use that advantage before he burns it off in the turbulence behind the BMW.
Yeah, he's got that almost 30-lap tyre advantage over Magnussen in front. You can see through Sector 2, at least through the end of it, that's really where the Ferrari has the speed compared to the Alpine at this stage of the race. And he's losing time, hand over fist, watching the lead BMW pull away with Robin Freins behind the wheel.
Two problems for Fuoco to me, Anthony. Being quicker in Sector 2 is great, but that's the hardest place to pass and the easiest to defend. And secondly, if he attacks Magnussen and gets rebuffed, in comes Antonio Felix da Costa, then he's got Kamui Kobayashi right behind him. Kobayashi's just twiddling his thumbs, waiting for the opportunity to present itself.
This is what the view that the Aston behind the spinning Alpine had. Watch how close this is going to be. He judged that well, didn't he?
He had a
on
big
the
lift.
brakes. Wow.
He had a big lift and then he had a massive brake.
And I tell you what was lucky, that because of the GT behind the Aston, with the rest of the hypercar field behind him, it meant that he did have the chance to brake, to slam on the brakes, did Tom Gamble.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now then, here comes the number 50 Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco in LMGT3. Farfus and Juven under investigation for the incident that potentially took the 51 Ferrari out, or did take the 51 Ferrari out of the race. But second, third and fourth, again with Fuoco. Anthony, in Sector 2, where can you pass?
Yeah, I mean, if you get a good run into turn 8, you can, and that's what Fuoco was sniffing around just then, trying to think, can I, can't I? And Magnussen had it covered. Apart from that, you're just looking for a mistake from the car in front.
Look at the heart of racing, Aston Martin. From behind, Mattia Drudi is now right with the second-placed car of Marvin Kirchhofer and the Ferrari of our race leader, Alessio Rovera. It's now 3, as there is 3 here. And the Aston Martin is closing in from behind Tom Gamble, because the Ferrari and the Toyota are being slowed down by the 15 BMW, and that's going to bring the Aston into the hunt, and that takes more pressure off Kevin Magnussen.
The Aston's been absolutely mesmerically fast in this period of the race in the middle sector. New fastest lap, by the way, for the 7th place car, the Peugeot Stoffel van Dorn, that's just pushed the 17 Genesis back down to 8th.
If the Aston Martin, I'm sure he will, because of the slightly slower pace at this point with Magnussen, the Aston on brand new soft tyres, and on top of it, if it can get to the back of this group, it will overtake them in a straight line up towards turn 5, because we've seen that's its main strength. So all it needs to do is just shimmy up to the back of this group, and I'm sure that Gamble can start picking cars off.
Okay, he's the fastest in the top 5. He's the fastest in the top 5 at the moment.
So what are we talking here? BMW 1-2, Aston Martin 3rd. Everybody's happy. Car 21, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. There won't be another pit stop. That'll be added to the end of its race time. Effectively, the race is over for the 21 car, but that means Marvin Kirchhoff and Mattia Drudi and Richie Leitz are now battling for the victory in LMGT3. And Magnussen continues to make the BMW wider than its designer intended.
Watch out for turn 8. It's another chance for Fuoco. No, Magnussen has a slightly earlier turn in and covers it off for now. And where is Gamble? There he is in the Aston. It's going to be a 4-way fight anytime soon.
Kobayashi needs to get on with this more even than Fuoco does. If he can pass Fuoco, then he's got a back marker, or he's got a rear gunner to hold off the Aston. I'm sure they're on the radio telling all these guys the Aston's coming. I'm sure they're on the radio telling these guys the Aston's coming as well. Now, has Marvin Kirchhoff been told about the penalty? They must have. Don't worry about the Ferrari, worry about the Aston Martin. That's got to be the message. And here, oh, this is going to be very close for the 15 BMW, but again, have to go around the outside. Down here at Campus, it's going to be really hard for Fuoco. Kobayashi is almost up his exhaust pipe. He's sniffing so much.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Martin. Kobayashi can sense an opportunity here if Fuoco gets a little bit out of position in his quest to get past the car in front. Look how close Kobayashi is on the run-up to the final bus stop chicane. He's thinking about it, but he got it covered, has Fuoco. And the BMW in front of Magnussen safe yet again, but look at the Aston catching them while they're fighting.
He had to defend there, didn't he, Fuoco? He had to twitch to the inside to shut the door on Kamui. Kobayashi thinks the Toyota is going to finish on the podium here, and I'm not sure he's entirely wrong. Somehow he seems to have the pace to match the Ferrari, but the Aston is closing. By the time they're coming down towards Pouhon, he'll be with them, because this is where the Valkyrie flies. The only Adrian Newey design in the field, don't forget. And here comes the Aston.
Robin Freins leads 4.6 seconds ahead of this madness behind. Kevin Magnussen, Antonio Fuoco, Kamui Kobayashi, and increasingly close Tom Gamble. Behind that, there's a battle. Robert Kubica and Stoffel van Dorn, but on board with Kamui Kobayashi. He's pushing.
GT car ahead. The leader has just gone by, the 77 Ford, and they are just about to catch it. This is jeopardy now for Kevin Magnussen in the number 15 BMW. If he catches the Ford in the wrong place or misjudges it, whoomph, suddenly he's in really hot water, and that's why he's now trying to stretch away from the Ferrari, using what little tyre he's got left.
Oh, this is the penalty for the number 21.
Yeah. Well, they did shut the door on the Garage 59 McLaren, but at cost. Let's hear from the 15 BMW.
We can go one step backwards on brake bias. Kobayashi now pushing on Fuoco.
Oh, get off the radio.
Yeah, fair enough.
And he can only just get that message out. Like, what's going on? What is this voice? Just get off the radio.
Well, the good news is they all safely got by the 77 Ford Mustang, so that's good news. That particular hurdle has been crossed, and so now it's just this fight. In LMGT3, what are we seeing here? Big lunge from the 61 Mercedes on the 23 Aston Martin.
That's the 27. Oh, it's a 23, my apologies.
Yeah, 27's in third, the 61 car's further back. This is for a place in the points, though.
So Maxime Martin really getting the elbows out in the Iron Lynx GT car.
Oh, the Ferrari is free of the Toyota. This is danger time for Kevin Magnussen in the 15 BMW. The Ferrari cuts the corner at turn 4. I don't care about track limits now. I just got to get past him. But look at the speed of the BMW up the straight. He's trying to break the toe as well, Formula Ford style.
Yeah, just easing to the right-hand side before back to the racing line at turn 5. But Magnussen's a little bit wide in 5. And that compromises 6 and then through in 7, but Fuoco's too close into the turbulence and you lose out once again.
And Kobayashi again is, boom, right there. The Aston sort of not quite got there of Tom Gamble.
No, he's stalling a little bit, isn't he? Maybe those softs just starting to go off.
Just a little too much to ask. Inside the final 13 minutes here. So what are we looking at? Maybe half a dozen laps. Kevin Magnussen ahead of Antonio Fuoco and Kamui Kobayashi. This is second, third and fourth, with fifth place not too far away. Robert Kubica, by the way, sixth in the 83 Ferrari, the yellow submarine. That's doing such a great job. And the Genesis Magna number 17 is still in the top 10 in 8th place.
He's fending off the Cadillac and the second Toyota people around here. Stoffel van Dorn, by the way, is right with Robert Kubica for 6th. Those second, third and fourth place cars, by the way, separated by 7/10 of a single second.
Okay, here's the lead battle in LMGT3. Forget the silver Ferrari, it's got a 5-second penalty. Look instead at the Garage 59. What's the word I'm looking for? McLaren, thank you. And the Aston Martin and Mattia Drudi, the blue car behind. Now, right behind, the Porsche, the 92 car of Richie Leitz, is close to, no, should be in the top 3, shouldn't it? So a 5-second penalty will drop the Ferrari quite a long way back. And here's the BMW, and Maxi Martin is flying now. He is up into 10th place in the 61 car. He was in 9th. He's now up to 10th place. He was in 11th, rather, now up to 10th place ahead of Dan Harper in the BMW. His next target, Johnny Edgar.
Go again, these two, they've been welded together for the last 10 minutes, it seems, to just duck out of it there. Maxi Martin gets it over the crest and away, and again.
So yeah, so that was the aftermath that we joined on the way up towards Le Combe. So we're back to this three-way, almost four-way fight with Tom Gamble trying his best to join them, but I really feel like the Aston just hasn't quite got the speed anymore, with the soft tyres potentially overheating like we saw earlier on with the Cadillac number 12. But Fuoco really has to think about where he can get this move done.
On the last lap, only one car was quicker than Gamble, and Stefano Gattuso of the 88 Ford Mustang team is the nominated driver of the day for the Wingfoot Award. So he had a great start to the race, put that car in the lead battle, took the lead as well in the 88 car. Alessio Rovera leading in the number 21 car, and through no fault of his own, may well be first across the line in 10 minutes and still not win the race for a second straight year.
Look in the background here with the Porsche closing on this group. At the moment, I'll count back with that 5-second penalty. Richard Leitz is a podium finisher potentially here.
And so too will be the Team Turkey Corvette behind it, I think, and possibly he'll also drop behind Jose Maria Lopez in that 6th place Lexus.
Yeah, if Jose Maria can find just under a 10th of a second here, he'll be within that 5-second gap. Leitz is one to watch here. If we were going to have a WEC production of Oliver, he'd definitely be the Artful Dodger. He'll pick your pocket as soon as look at you, in racing terms at least. He's absolutely the card you'd play in a situation like this.
Kobayashi turning a little tighter through La Source. They're looking for something. Does seem that Toyota's got some decent low-speed grip there. And again, look at the way Kevin Magnussen has eased away from Antonio Fuoco just down the hill.
Watch Kobayashi here, much quicker on the last lap, closing it again on Fuoco. Fuoco dropping back a little from the BMW this time. I think I agree with you. The Aston Martin may have given its best in terms of lap time, may well now have to rely on what happens ahead.
And the Toyota looks slightly better in turbulence, in the dirty air, compared to that of the Ferrari behind the BMW. So I think that's what's keeping Kobayashi in play here. And on top of that, has, I think, slightly better straight line speed as well. But look, you've got the number 50 Ferrari right on the back of the BMW once again into the heart of Sector 2.
Last time round, Kamui set the fastest race lap for the number 7 Toyota. Kevin Magnussen, personal fastest first sector on this lap. That was him racing away from Fuoco to try and just break the toe somehow to get some space. But Antonio Fuoco in that number 50 Ferrari is determined, isn't he?
Yeah, and the more he battles the number 15 car here, just in this turbulence, you just start to, the tyre temperatures start to soar, And Magnussen, I think, can sense that, and he now has just relaxed a little bit more into a bit more of a rhythm. But watch this. Where are they going to catch this GT car? Is that a BMW in front?
It's the 32 car. He should get by to the bus stop. Number 20 car's gone by a group of 3, and Magnussen avoids the 32 car. But there is another little group. There's 3 or 4 cars just in front. The next one will be the 88 Ford.
They're going to catch him in Eau Rouge.
Yeah.
They'll catch some of these guys in Eau Rouge.
And
so
they are battling for position. There's the 88 Ford and the 23 Aston Martin.
Watch this. Watch this unfold. This is going to be... Oh, this is so hard to judge from Magnussen. He's flashing away. He's going to get one of them, maybe 2 of them before. Oh, yes, he's just dipped through there. Look at that. That's the move he needed to do.
And Kobayashi's dropped right back into the clutches of the Aston. Here comes the Ferrari, but Magnussen made the break, and the Ferrari still got a car to go by. Kobayashi and Gamble. Gamble right up behind Kobayashi. The speed of the Aston. He's got to keep it off the grass, Tom Gamble. He's all over the back of the Toyota. And Tom Gamble with speed up behind Kamui Kobayashi. This is for 4th place.
Kevin Magnussen, and I think Fuoco could sense it like I could with that gaggle of cars in front, that he didn't really know how it was going to play out. As soon as Magnussen, he needed to overtake as many of those cars as possible into Eau Rouge. That's why he took that maximum risk.
61 Mercedes is in front. Magnussen again will be getting there, but they've already been passed by Robin Freins, so that is good news.
Well, you see the car 15 and 20 under investigation for the safety car restart.
Is that Magnussen dropping back too far at the restart behind Robin Freins? That might be an issue. You're supposed to keep a sensible length between the two, but never mind. That'll be for after the race. Magnussen hanging on. Dries van Tor watching, and here comes Fuoco on the inside. Does not
Watch Kobayashi. Watch Kobayashi's got the momentum.
Well. Oh, Kobayashi, the 61 Mercedes is just in the wrong place, and Gamble's right behind him. Kobayashi, it's a big moment. Huge sort out coming. BMW's off track. Kobayashi right behind Fuoco, the 2 red cars coming down the inside of the 54 Ferrari, and Tom Gamble still in the mix here for a podium finish potentially, as is Antonio Fuoco, as is Kamui Kobayashi.
And the GT traffic's not over just yet. I think they've got 1 or 2 more potentially on the run-up towards Eau Rouge. So I think both...
They've got the top 6 they're coming past now.
Yeah, they'll both clear this Porsche before it, and they've got a clear run through Eau Rouge, but not for the Toyota and the Aston Martin. So watch Gamble once again on the exit here. He's now closer than he was the lap before. We know he's got the straight line speed, this Aston Martin. Look at this, coming down the outside. A bit of side draft as well for good measure. He's through, he's just got to brake late enough. He does. Keep it online, Tom, through turn 5. And that is you ahead of Kamui Kobayashi, thanks to your straight line speed advantage. He read that one perfectly.
A year and a race into their campaign, or a year and 2 races in, and the Aston Martin battling now for a podium finish. Through goes the number 15, through goes the number 50, past more of our LMGT3 front runners, and Antonio Fuoco gapped back again, but Tom Gamble judged this so well, Anthony.
He really did. I know we watched this play out live. Yeah, it's a great replay, but I want to see now the traffic the 2 in front are catching. He did that in a straight line. So yeah, here we go. I was still in the depths of the GTs through the middle of of sector 2. But where is this Fuoco battle? Here we go. Back with Magnussen and Antonio Fuoco.
That was the Aston Martin.
Oh, hang on a minute.
That's in second, kicking up the dust. 15 ahead.
Oh, what's happened to Freins? Why has Freins dropped back so much?
Where is he?
He's there. Look, just on the screen. He's literally second or 2 in front.
1.9 seconds. Maybe that was him kicking up the dust there, trying to get by the back markers down at the bottom of the hill. But Robin Freins still leads, and here we've got another opportunity. This is the lead battle in LMGT3, and still Kevin Magnussen holds on inside 3 minutes. And here's Freins. Oh, he didn't run out wide in that shot. It looked like, here's Magnussen again. Maybe 2 laps to go.
There's contact there before turning in.
On the outside, Franz will show him the curbs. Fuoco knows that and has to back out of it. They're going by the 21 car, Alessio Rovera. Now they are clear of all the GT3 traffic. And so is the leader. Here's for second, Magnussen, Fuoco.
There's nothing that Fuoco can do this time around. Both cars pretty evenly matched in straight line performance. Just 2.5 minutes remaining, and the Aston Martin is now well clear of Kobayashi. He's had the lucky run through the traffic.
Magnussen with a warning flag for track limits. That means if you cut turn 4 again or half the other corners on the track, you will incur a penalty. And here is the battle for 6th place in LMGT3. Benji Goethe going by the car of Jose Maria Lopez, and Goethe makes the move stick up at Les Combes as well into the top 6. Johnny Adam picks up a warning as well. He's a little further back in this group.
Pretty much everybody in the lead group for GT3s on a final warning for track limits.
I think most in Hypercar are as well. Kevin Magnussen still hanging on, just 1.9 seconds ahead is Robin Frijns, the race leader. Magnussen doing the job we knew he would do in defence, making life all but impossible for Antonio Fuoco. But for Fuoco, one more lap maybe, and he's got nobody in the rear mirror because Gamble got by Kobayashi but has not yet caught Fuoco. So he's free to attack, he's free to hurl it up the inside in a last lap lunge, as long as he doesn't necessarily worry about the points.
Wow, Magnussen has done such a good job here, hasn't he? I think he's come across the traffic just at the right time as well, but he has been decisive when he's needed to be, kept it clean when he needed to be, and kept in a rhythm. So they're just on to their final lap now.
Whoa. And again, in the WRT garage, nobody is breathing. This is not over. Robin Frijns leads by 2 seconds. Kevin Magnussen in second place. Antonio Fuoco with a tyre advantage still in third. Looking for more. Of course he is. He's a racing driver. He's waiting to see if there is any chance of cracking Kevin Magnussen, but there is clear air ahead of them. There is one GT car up at Les Combes. They will catch it before the end of the lap. The leader, Robin Frijns, will be the first to get to the 77 Mustang and will go by Ben Tuck. But here is our LMP3 lead battle, the Ferrari, the 21 car, with a 5-second penalty. And that means that the second place car, the Garage 59, McLaren, of Marvin Kirchhoffer, is the de facto leader from Mattia Drudi and Richie Leitz. Tom Gamble on the last lap warned about track limits. I don't think he'll worry too much about that. But if something goes wrong with Magnussen and Fuoco, the Aston Martin might be in a podium position. Has Fuoco got anywhere to go, Anthony?
Well, they've got one more GT car coming up, car number 77, potentially. I think they will have to overtake him, actually. Yeah. Where do they meet him? We don't know. Magnussen's defended on the inside here. Fuoco's going to think about crossing the line to try something on the inside of turn 15. Nothing doing there, and loses out an awful lot of momentum. Car 77, yeah, by the way, is just about to be overtaken by Frijns. There he is, so they'll be safe for Blanchimont.
So Robin Frijns heading up through Blanchimont for the final time. BMW lead, Kevin Magnussen in second place, ahead of Antonio Fuoco. Fuoco thought about having a look, but left it too late. He has not got what it takes. BMW are going to come to the line, out to the bus stop for the final time. The fans on their feet, 101,000 of them watching. Win for BMW and second for BMW. BMW number 20 takes the checkered flag to win the Spa 6 hours. A monumental drive from René Rast, Robin Frijns and Sheldon van der Linde. Some ace work in the pits, and in LMGT3 it is the number 10 Garage 59 McLaren, Marvin Kirchhoffer at the line, as the AF Corsa car's 5-second penalty drops them down the order. Mattia Drudi second in the Heart of Racing Aston, third Richie Leitz, and so it is McLaren who win, and BMW with a remarkable 1-2 result. Anthony, They rolled the dice on the number 20 car. It was stuck in traffic. They took it out, put it in clear air, and sometimes Lady Luck is on your side. Every time the cards fell, it didn't hurt them.
They utilised the speed of the car. They knew it needed to be running in free air, and then the drivers did the business as well to extract the performance when they needed to. Pulled away from the car number 8 that was on a similar strategy. They had the speed, and the team reacted to that. It was absolutely masterful. And then, of course, the safety car helped on top of that and just cemented the job that the team was already doing. Brilliant stuff. And car 15 obviously benefited a lot from the safety car, but what a drive from particularly Magnussen at the end. That was some serious pressure.
And you get the flag ahead, and you are the winner. Yes, 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 yes. Try pick up as much pickup as you can. Yellow mountain. Well done, man, well done. You are the winner, Robin. No floaty feelings, winning car. Let's go.
So, it is WRT's first win overall in the FIA World Endurance Championship. The same for BMW, their first win in ACO Rules Racing this century. The last was 1999 at Le Mans. Let's have a listen into the Garage 59 McLaren.
You can be very proud of yourself, mate. You can be very proud. This is brilliant. Brilliant.
Really good stuff for Garage 59. The number 10 car was in the hunt all the way through in Imola. WRT have won in Spa, in WEC, in LMP2, but they have not won outright. And now it's not just a win, it's a 1-2.
It is, and it's a third different class for a win from WRT as well. They've won previously the WEC in LMP2 and, of course, the LMGT3. But a third different class is something. Now, remember, this is not a Belgian team flagged here. It's the BMW factory team. But an astonishing piece of history for a Belgian-run team. And I'll repeat that when we listen to Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, amazing. Everyone deserves this so much. We have a lot of work to do, but this is such a great achievement. Congratulations to everyone. Car number 20, it was your day, but the whole BMW, we crushed it today, so mega job. Proud of everyone.
He drove a heck of a race, didn't he, there?
Either end, at the beginning, making up places, at the end, not hemorrhaging any. I mean, they shall not pass, K-Mag. He, star of the show in the number 15 car.
With due deference to the fact that this is the German-flagged BMW team, the last time the major sports car race here was won by a Belgian team, 1965.
A major moment for Genesis Magma Racing. They wouldn't have expected it. They probably wouldn't even have hoped for it, but the number 17 car ran flawlessly according to the pit stop schedule and ends up in the points in 8th position. Pipo Derani brings it across the line, and that onboard showed you what it means.
I'm proud of you, all the effort. What a race. Going through all these difficulties, we never give up. First points.
People, I believe that car 17 just scored the first points of Genesis Magma Racing history. Certainly not the last. Thanks to you, thanks to everyone, car 17. Thanks, Mathieu, for the calculation.
Also to note, by the way, through those two safety car periods of the latter part of the race, Pipo Derani held off right on his boot lid, the Caddy and the second Toyota, to earn those points. That was a hell of a run from the 17th to the end of that race.
And by the way, just on top of that, the car number 12 Caddy had a brand new set of tyres for that last stint, and Derani didn't. Yep. So that really solidifies exactly what you were saying there, Graham. Yeah, brilliant job by Genesis. You get the feeling that they're going places, and that radio message, I think, is absolutely spot on. First points we've scored definitely won't be the last.
That will be a huge story at home in South Korea, without a shadow of a doubt. The first international sports car team from that great nation, and they score World Championship points. But look at this, it's their day. It's BMW's day, the first win for the 2026 version of the M Hybrid V8. It's the first win for the car at all in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
And you get the feeling, this has been a long time coming, hasn't it, for BMW? They've had speed, a lot of speed in some races. I remember Imola last year as well. The car was pretty rapid, but it always seems to have faded away for them. But today they were there the entire race, and they took the decision to act on that speed, and it completely came off.
Up until now, the only luck they've had has been bad. That just turned around. Our race winners, Sheldon van der Linde and René Rast there, ready to welcome Robin Freins. This crew, and particularly Rast and Freins, who have raced together throughout, have had ups and downs, but a lot of heartbreaking lows, and now is the vindication of it all. And in LMGT3, for this new team, Garage 59, first time in the World Endurance Championship in Imola, they nearly won the race. Second time in the Endurance Championship here in Spa, they have won the race. And they did a fantastic job by doing it.
Should have would have taken it at Imola, but for that failed onto alternator, but they drove flawlessly. It was a great race in LMGT3. It was slightly masked by the fact that, there was a lot going on in Hypercar this afternoon, but doesn't get in the way of the fact that there was a great race in the production class as well.
And don't forget that neither McLaren made it through into Hyperpole, and far from it as well. They were far down in the elimination in the knockout round, so they've had an incredibly successful day.
Tom Fleming on the left, on Terrasau on the right, Marvin Kirchhoffer aboard the car, and they will be rightly proud, as will be the ownership team at Garage 59. Yeah. Fantastic race today.
It really has been plenty going on. Last hour with those two safety car periods just kind of compressed everything, but yeah. It was, when the chance comes, Anthony, and you know, as a racing driver, it doesn't come around very often. You have to take it with both hands. And this time, the number 20 crew, WRT, they made their own luck. They didn't sit in the queue. They thought, right, what are we going to do to make the difference? And they were brave, and they gambled, and they won.
There can be no complaints about the team performance there from anybody else in this field. We've seen it before with the likes of Toto and the likes of Ferrari, making sure they do what they can to protect their results. A joy to see someone different with a 1-2 finish in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
And again, home from home for Team WRT. They didn't have so much fortune in the LMGT3 category. The BMWs weren't quite as strong. The 69 car finished down in 11th place, and the 32 car also out of the points in 14th. But some days are your day. Marvin Kirchhoffer being congratulated by René Rast and Tara Zhao there, and Tom Fleming. And again, it is the combination. Your bronze driver might not be as quick as some of the other bronze drivers, but it's how all three work. And it's a very different story for Ferrari.
And we're still enjoying the moment also with the driver of the number 15 that has just joined in. But René, fantastic drive today, fantastic result for the entire team. It's a BMW day today.
It's a BMW day, and I think it came a long time, 3 years in the making. BMW and WRT deserved that double victory. We worked too hard, or they worked too hard in the couple of last months and years. And winning here in our home race is obviously something very special. But obviously those two legends next to me have done an incredible job as well. So big thanks to everybody. It's just an amazing day.
It is. Thank you so much. Just a quick thing. You or maybe Sheldon, thank you so much, René. You have put the car in clean air. Is that what made the difference in the end?
First of all, I'm over the moon, man. I don't know what to say. It's a really emotional day for us. We've waited really long, 3 years in this program for this. So yeah, I'm about to burst out in tears. But I think it's just, yeah, the clear air today that made the difference for us. We knew that we started very far back on the grid. We needed to do something special on the strategy side. WRT is the best in the business for this, so extremely proud of the boys, proud of my two teammates for outstanding job today, so very happy.
Excellent. Congratulations again. It was 1999, the last win of BMW in the ACO format. Congratulations. Fantastic drive at the end with a lot of pressure. We saw you had a 4.7 gap and then suddenly only 1.9 seconds. What happened?
Well, I was building up the gap when I was in free air, and then the GT traffic came, and you know, when you are in the lead by 4 or 5 seconds and you do a mistake, it looks super silly. So I took it very gentle on traffic. I lost 3-4 seconds, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's all about the win, and I'm so happy that we do it here in the home race of WRT together with BMW.
Yeah, and it's time to enjoy. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
You know, sometimes it's easy to forget in a 6-hour race who set this up. René Rast, for me, that was an epic drive. By far the best drive we've seen from him in his WC career. René Rast, the hero of the day for me.
40 years ago, Thierry Tassin got Spa 24 hours, and that's the livery on the 69 BMW, remembering that top of the picture there, that BMW parts livery. He masterminded the 20 strategy today. That crew on the pit wall and those drivers, they won the race. And what a race, 6 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. We always end up pinned to the back wall by this place, not just because of its spectacular beauty and gorgeous sunshine, but because of the racing it produces. This track is a classic racetrack, not just because it's been around a long time, but because you get classic races, and we did in both Hypercar and LMGT3. At the start, both pole sitters held their advantage, not necessarily for that long, because with 16, 17 cars behind, you're always under pressure. Lloyd Duval discovered that on lap 1. Will Stevenson started on the outside the front row of the grid, breezing by him up the straight to take the lead in the number 12 Cadillac. Early leader in LMGT3, the 77 Ford, 2 wheels on the gravel on the outside, and a safety car was scrambled. Back to green flag racing and chaos in traffic. Earl Bamber touching the number 92 Porsche and suffering a left rear puncture. They also had brake issues that they had to deal with in the 38 car. Number 12 cycling in and out of the lead because number 20 BMW team had put them on a completely different fuel strategy. The 15 car, Kevin Magnussen, moving up the order early on. It got tangled up in traffic as well with the 51 Ferrari, but Magnussen's opening stint had set them on their way. Toyota moving up the order, carving their way through GT traffic, and then at the beginning of the penultimate hour, the Peugeot unable to avoid it. Malcolm Jakobsen, the man who set pole in the 94 car on his outlap, was unable to avoid the accident. Another safety car brought us within an hour of the finish, and at the restart, the number 15 BMW again making up places. It wasn't all about strategy, there was an awful lot of attack going on as well. René Rast absolutely flying in the 20 car early on, and Kevin Magnussen in the 15 at the beginning and at the end. And then the final safety car, a penultimate safety car because of contact with the 51 Ferrari. GT cars getting tangled up and putting the car out of the race. But it gave everybody a chance to refuel and retire, and then challenging from behind Alex Riberas in the Aston Martin Valkyrie on the grass into the barriers, another safety car. And then at the restart once more, the 35 car, Antonio Felix da Costa, a rare mistake from him in Radion on cold tyres. In LMGT3, running second on the road behind a Ferrari with the penalty, victory went to the McLaren, but BMW took first and second here in Spa-Francorchamps. Well, BMW said before the weekend, because of the late finish, they're going to be running for the airport. There won't be a post-race debrief for the media. I think they might have to miss those flights. I think the media will want to hear from the team, from Andreas Roos, the head of BMW Motorsport. He's in the background there. There he is with a big smile on his face. And maybe breathing again. because he hasn't for the last half hour, nor I think will Vincent Vos or much of the team. But BMW 1-2, the 50 Ferrari scores strongly in third, which is what the team wanted. Then the Aston Martin in fourth place, so close to the podium, ahead of the number 7 Toyota and the 83 yellow Ferrari. The better of the Peugeots finished in seventh place, ahead of the Genesis of Felipe Derani and his team. And then in the LMGT3 category, it was all about the battle at the end between Garage 59, the McLaren, and the heart of racing, Aston Martin. The Benz, car number 92, finished in third. The Vista A, of course, a team had a penalty and dropped down to fourth. But that now means that our Drivers' Championship points leaders are René Rast and Robin Freins, because, of course, Sheldon van der Linde did not do the first race. But that victory vaults them up the order, and the number 15 car is on its way with a bullet as well. There's the team for car number 50. Job done. They did what they could do, given the fact that they started outside of the top 10, Graham, to finish in third place. That is a very good day at the office.
Well, we're at Le Mans next. BMW going with their dander up, and the Ferrari crew as well. They know how to win at Le Mans. But we're in for a fight for the biggest crown of the season, but also the World Championship, and that's what it means to these guys. That was an epic team performance, and it was exactly that, a team performance across all 6 drivers and both crews.
Yeah, from start to finish, they were never out of it. And for the first time ever, BMW lead the manufacturer standings, with Toyota unbelievably ahead of Ferrari, and then Aston Martin and Alpine tied ahead of Peugeot. So in third place overall, and in the hypercar class, the crew of Ferrari number 50, as they head out onto the podium.
Number 15, BMW, Team WRT, Kevin Magnussen, Raffaele Marciello, and Dries Vanthoor.
And so Team WRT running the hypercars and the LMGT3 program here, and also running BMW's hypercar program in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series. They have got a lot on their plate, and they step up here with a remarkable 1-2 result.
A great result there for the number 20 car.
René Rast and Robin Freins.
And it's going to be Andreas Roos that takes the podium.
Yep, he is the head of BMW Motorsport. What a time for these guys, for these teams, and for Andreas Roos.
This one will be remembered for a long, long time.
It, as you heard them all say, it's been a while coming. They've had pace.
Of the winning
they just have not had good fortune to go with it. An appropriate time, perhaps, to remember the man who was remembered on the front of all 4 BMWs in this race, the late, great Alex Zanardi. What a time for BMW to win in the World Championship.
FIA President's Medals to our race winners.
So Pierre Fion, President of the ACO, handing out the winners' medals. That's special. I mean, it's 2 full seasons, and now race 2 with the new car. It's got better pace, it seems, than the previous version, and they executed superbly. Didn't fumble once.
And now please welcome Pierre Gauthier,
Impressively as well,
the TotalEnergies
they pushed through the whole 6
Motorsport
hours.
Division Vice President,
They didn't
who will be
seem
awarding
weak
the
in
trophies.
any way, in
Finishing
any
in third
part of
from
that race.
car number
And actually, we
50,
talked about
Porsche
this
Ferrari,
all season this year, all season last year. The cars are so close in performance, not just between the two team garages, but across the board, that executing at 100% efficiency is the secret. That's the bullet.
Oh yeah, naturally, as competition closes in, you have to look into all of the micro gains that you can find to beat your competition. And that means that qualifying has become more important than ever before in endurance racing. I never thought I would hear myself say those words, because it really usually boils down to the luck of the draw in many times in endurance, and also who has the fastest car will naturally end up winning the race. But it's not really the case anymore, because it's so hard to overtake because everybody's so competitive.
It's impossible to tell who has got the fastest car. We just end up kind of usually knowing who's done the best job on the day. And that may change, not just who's got the best car for the track at any particular day, but who operates it better, and that can vary from garage to garage.
Just look at car number 50 crew. That slow pit stop, that one slow pit stop they had with the left front, probably cost them the victory today.
Yep.
It's time to celebrate.
They finished 2.6 seconds back at the line. They lost 20 seconds with a wheel nut. And they weren't alone. They weren't the only people who suffered trials and tribulations. But again, sometimes you make your own luck, and the crew of 20 did that. Sometimes you ride your luck, and the crew of 20 did that as well. Well, they smell like winners, and they look like winners. Kevin Magnussen could not be a happier bunny, could he?
Well, he could have won.
Yes, but he just looks like he's having the fun of his life. And
He did. He drove really well today. A classic Magnussen drive, I'd say. Made those positions up when he needed to at the start of the race. Held on to those positions as if his life depended on it at moments in the race, and it worked. Walked away with a P2. Brilliant stuff.
so, down there below the podium is the number 10 Garage 59 McLaren, our LMGT3 winners.
And Taras, just their second race in WEC and already a victory with a great team and a lot of great performance. How do you feel?
I cannot be more thankful for the people I have working together. This is a team sport. We win, and sometimes, as we've seen in Imola, we fail together. It's humbling, but I'm really glad I'm here. Spa in many times on different podiums here, but this is probably the most special one.
Excellent. Well, it's time to enjoy it. Congratulations. Tom, you must be over the moon as well.
Yeah, I mean, just elated. I mean, this journey hasn't come without, its difficult moments, but it's just a testament to how strong this team is mentally to bounce back after Imola, the heartbreak that we went through, the difficult times during this weekend as well. It's not been easy, and they've just done an amazing job. The two drivers beside me did an incredible work to get us here today, and a serious team effort was put in today.
Excellent. Congratulations. Soon the podium. Marvin, were you aware that the car in front of you, the 21 Ferrari, had a 5-second penalty?
Yeah, I was aware. I mean, obviously, it's not the best way to win a race. However, we all working here, and I think in the paddock there's a massive respect between drivers. Of course, everyone tries to push each other into a mistake, which, thanks to the boys, they've done the pit stop. They made it as quick as they can, and that brought us in a position to fight for the win. And it really feels like redemption. We already deserved it in Imola because they putting their heart into this, and it was very, very painful. But now it's just even better to come back that soon.
Yeah, it feels deserved. Congratulations to you three, and go and enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
Great to see the enthusiasm, as always, from Tarasau, Marvin Kirchhofer, the Total Pro. But a word for Tom Fleming. We talk, don't we, about the impressive young men and women coming through this sport. He's one of them. Garage 59 take the win, 2 seconds ahead of the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, and then the Ben Montai Porsche completing the top 3.
I thought they were in good form in the autograph session this morning, but they weren't half as smiley as they are right now. They just had a really strong race all the way through, and again, like Hypercar, LMGT3. The rules, the platform is so hard to make a difference in. It's how you do what you do with what you've got. So the Bend Manthey Porsche in 3rd place. In 2nd place, Heart of Racing. Mattia Giudi, who finished the deal for them, just could not quite get by the McLaren of Marvin Kirchhoffer.
Garage 59 McLaren, it's car number 10, the drivers, Antariso, Marvin Kirchhoffer, and Thomas Fleming, alongside their team representative and lead mechanic.
I think he deserves to be called Tom. He hasn't been a bad boy, so we can leave Thomas until another time. So congratulations to all 3 of our podium finishers. Again, with the 2 or 3 interruptions in the last couple of hours, it just rammed everybody together. So much pressure on the drivers that were finishing off these races.
Of the winning team, England.